have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And I am delighted and happy to have with me today Anon. And we're going to talk about the jail system in the United States and who benefits. Does society benefit, or who in society actually benefits? We have mass incarceration in the United States, and we're going to talk about that. So let me bring SG on. Anon. Hi, SG.
Hey there, good to be back. Thank you for having me.
Oh, welcome. I feel honored to have you on. And I think we're talking about a very important subject that people are not aware of, a lot about what goes on in the American jail system, whether it be county jails or prison. So I have a couple of articles, or I have something I could share if you want before we get started, or we can wait until we talk about it some more. But I know that the United States incarcerates far more people than most countries, industrialized countries, and our jails are in very bad condition. So have you heard anything about that, SG? You're in contact with a lot of people.
Indeed, at different points along the way, this is an issue that's been brought to my attention, and it's one I've done a considerable amount, actually, of personal research into. And if you want, we can start with some of these documents and articles you were going to share there, but sort of we're casting it against the backdrop, I think, of our discussion today. That the prison industrial complex that exists in the United States of America is just exactly that. This is a slave labor for-profit workforce. Many of the inmates within, the U.S. prison system are compensated at a rate of about 40 to 50 cents to $1.50 per day for 8 to 10 hours worth of work. They're charged $4 and $5 for things like peanut butter at the commissary. They're charged over $5 a call usually on outgoing calls from these institutions. And of course, as you can imagine, the government has profiteering fingers all over it, with the state entities, the state organizations benefiting from the work of prisoners' hands, such as all of the prison systems in the United States that produce furniture for state and public government offices, right? Chairs and couches, things of this nature, things that they're compensated, again, 50 cents a day for to make. So this is no different than El Salvador, right? This is no different than a Soviet gulag here in the United States of America. We like to think that that prison industrial complex is built on some more noble idea of slave labor, in and of the fact that inmates are assumed to have been convicted of a legitimate crime. But as we've clearly seen with President Trump in recent days, the justice system ad hoc does not work in the way that we believed it once did, and that we've always thought that it did. It has had a very festering corruption for a very long time, certainly since the close of the Second World War, that has made the U.S. due process system essentially unrecognizable. It has been one of the most lethal silent weapons against the productivity and the wealth of the American middle class.
And I think certain people are easily targeted too. I think if they ever get into the system, they're more easily targeted by law enforcement. And I really think that what's going on here is a RICO setup in many ways, because there are people that are profiting from that incarceration. And many people, especially here in the state of Arizona, we have a very high incarceration rate. It's according to a report, more than 50% of people in Arizona prisons had mental health needs, and nearly 30% demonstrated a moderate to high mental health need. Not to mention the fact that they're creating mental health needs by jailing somebody for many times victimless crimes, or many times they already have some type of addiction problem or mental problem or something like that. Putting them behind bars just causes more damage, giving them more reason to use when they get out, and they also is used inside. So it's really turned into a horrific situation, but most people aren't aware of it.
That's absolutely true. And, I'll go so far as to say this, Gail. I have a whistleblower report that's been sent to me just in the last couple of years that detailed a story of an inmate that was instructed to lift very, very large sacks, very canvas sacks of books in a relocation project that was happening inside one of the U.S. Department of Correctional Institution systems. And I'm not actually able to say that system on air. But in this project, in this carrying through this relocation of books, all of these inmates were used essentially as donkeys to move we're talking thousands of books out of a prison legal library and into another form of storage there on the grounds of the site. And this particular inmate injured himself in so doing. Now, remember, inmates are not allowed to refuse an officer's instruction. It's considered insubordination. And so you can actually incur greater punishments and retaliation, oftentimes in the form of very intentional retribution inside these institutions for non-compliance. And so this is a situation where, the choice, the option to participate in this activity or not participate in this activity is simply not there. And this inmate is in their 60s, right? So this is not an easy undertaking to be lifting heavy canvas sacks of books. It was estimated that these sacks were anywhere from 70 to 100 pounds each. So that's the equivalent of a military rucksack, right? And you have individuals that are poorly nourished, that do not have a good environment to sleep in. Yes, some of them are there because they are in fact guilty of the things they do. I'm not willing to go out on the limb that many people are and to claim that a great many of them are innocent, but some of them truly are innocent. There is a vast swath of them that is categorically overcharged and overpunished by the system itself, which lends us back to that profiteering discussion we were having just a moment ago, right? How long can you monetize an asset? That's the principle behind that idea. And so anyway, coming back to this whistleblower story, this individual injured their back, went to the on-site medical unit, the infirmary there on the grounds, and was essentially told that there's nothing they can do. He's not entitled to any scans. The injury itself is not severe enough to justify taking this person off site. And so he was issued a cane, told to take some Advil and walk it off. Now, I'm not privy to what has happened beyond that. I'm not privy to this individual's health at the present day and time. But I can say that if you have a system which is telling individuals to walk off back injuries, and you don't have a right or entitlement to a scan of what that injury may have been, yet you incurred that injury in the service of the institution by instruction, not by willful compliance, how is that not a violation of cruel and unusual punishment in the Constitution?
That's exactly what it is. And based on the story that you got, I got another story that a lot of guys, when they're sick, are told by the department, just drink some water, drink more water, which undoubtedly is fluoridated water. I also think that they very liberally give people extended time in isolation. And I think it's a form of psychological warfare on the individual to force them into a plea or something that where they get to the point, well, anything's better than where I am right now, so I'll just sign this. I don't care. It doesn't matter if I did it or not. I want to get out of here. That happens to quite a few. And also, I know that in the state of Arizona, and I know that I've interviewed a man that wrote Report to the Governor, which was John Harris Thaler. It's in my list of shows on Rumble. about the level of corruption in the state of Arizona and the number of judges who are on the take, the bribery that goes on with the prosecutors and the cartel and all kinds of issues. But it's a horrible problem, and people just, we're so brainwashed that we don't see the other side of the coin. The side, if you're put in those shoes, and I think the J6ers are getting a good taste of what it's like when you're not even, when you're innocent. And sometimes even if something happened, what a person could be unjustly punished extremely because of the benefits. Now, I don't know if you got any information on this, SG, but I was told at one point in time, like, I believe this is a county jail, they get like $6,000 a day from the feds for inmates, and they keep them in there unconvicted for years, especially in this state because it's known as a prison state.
I don't have any information personally on Arizona specifically, but I will say that story sort of echoes the same flavor of the nepotistic corruption and the financial corruption that exists throughout the prison legal profiteering complex. And that's what I term it. I call it the prison judicial profiteering complex. We have a justice system here in the United States of America based on good principles, based in sensible, the Bill of Rights is an extremely well-crafted document. It sort of captures the essence, the spirit, the principle of the thing that has to apply for it to be considered true due process. And yet we have a system now, while built on those principles, has run amok in anything but, right? We have the DOJ clearly showing us, for example, what's on display with President Trump, the weaponization of the Justice Department, the weaponization of the legal process, the tyranny of the FBI, which is a federal law enforcement agency. And it's worth noting that the FBI holds tremendous clout at the state and local level as far as jurisdictional oversight and overreach, and the ability to move into an area and make it an absolute living hell on local law enforcement that may actually be patriotic in trying to do their job correctly. So we have a system that is purposefully imbalanced. We have a finger on the scale towards the corruption side, because if you cooperate with those national and federal authorities at that state and local level, you get money, you get favor, you get promises not to interfere in certain investigations, or promises that you will not conduct other styles of investigations of a federal crime nature, right? This is how the corruption works. And the profiteering prison system is the monetized arm of that corruption that we're talking about, right? Mississippi burning in real time here in the United States of America, and it has been going on for a very long time. We sort of have countercultural understandings, for example, that prison systems in Mississippi or Alabama or Georgia or Oklahoma or the Plains states or even the great out west of the 19th century were extremely poor in their quality, typically weaponized against specific demographics of people. At one point in our history, it was certainly the African American demographic. And now that weaponization, especially in the last half of the 20th century and in the beginning of the 21st century, has been expanded to include we the people of all ideologies, demographics, and backgrounds, right? Those that are vulnerable to the system in a mental health capacity, those who are vulnerable to the system in the sense that they're too loud for the system, they're making too much noise, they're poking their head into places that it shouldn't be, right? The weaponization of law enforcement and the prosecutorial office and that pulpit of power, which is an extraordinarily empowered position, almost really disproportionately so in the United States legal system as compared to a magistrate level position anywhere else in the Western world or the world over for that matter. So we have a construct that has been built over the last, say, 80 to 100 years here in the United States that has entirely inverted due process on its face. Our Bill of Rights was abrogated a long time ago and was sort of put into a subservient public facade service position where the masses were kept quiet and cooperative, believing that they did have those rights preserved, whereas the actual truth of the matter behind the judgeships, the courtships, the law enforcement agencies, the incestuous relationship between bureaucracies, local, county, and state and federal government officials and federal government positions of power, right? This is at all levels in our system. It's one of the reasons, Gail, personally, that I believe this process, which I purport to say is continuity of government here in the United States of America, this is one of the main reasons I believe that this process had to occur, because in order to map that level of corruption, in order to truly understand where the levers are turning, where the junctions are making the imprisonment of innocent people and the weaponization of the judiciary as a point of focus, where these things are occurring, need to be interceded with, and they need to be properly destroyed by we the people. But we can't get on with that process until we have a true understanding of what our actual system here in the United States is in the background.
And it's also, I don't know if you see the chart that I put up, the incarceration rates of people and how it's gone up over the years. The only reason it's gone up is because there's money involved. Whenever there's money involved, this kind of thing happens. It just has driven our country into things that really shouldn't happen. And then there's people who are warehoused in prison. They have extremely high cash bail. Okay, something that's totally not even remotely possible by not only the average American, but certainly not the low-income American. There's something wrong with that right there, okay? And then there's judges who forbid exculpatory evidence. That's another thing that comes into play. And they get bribed from anywhere from the government officials to cartel people and so on. I don't have any specific information on that, but money drives everything in this country. And the other thing that we see is a big difference in, let's see, what is it? Probation, the leading type of correctional control. Everybody that I've ever talked to tells me that the probation is set up in such a way that the slightest infraction will get you right back in jail again. And a lot of times it's at the discretion of people that really shouldn't be making decisions like that. I'm looking for the particular one that shows the difference in ethnic background, and I'm not seeing it at the moment. But anyway, if I find it here, here it is. Okay, look at this. Look at the difference between Black American Indians. They've always been incarcerating them, and then white, and then the total incarceration rate. But if you look at this group, what's common in this group? The very low income compared to this group, and even this group now. But still, even this group is twice as much as this. So this increases your likelihood of being incarcerated, but I think it's more related to economics than it is to race, or just as much so.
That's a fascinating observation, and I think I would have to agree with that for the simple reason that the poor classes of the world, right, the individuals that make up we the people that live in that sort of subprime and poverty level or just over poverty level positions, which is more and more a great deal of what was formerly a powerful middle class in the mid to late 20th century. That group is going to naturally be more vulnerable to just about anything, because the choice regarding the trade of time for money, the trade of labor of their hands for money, is a situation that's really a non-consent situation, right? You have to work, you have to provide. And so if you're in a class, an income demographic where everything that you do with the work of your hands during the waking hours of the day goes to providing for your immediate needs and satisfying the various bills and things that you may have, some of which you may have by choice and some of which you may not have by choice, such as, unexpected accidents and exorbitant medical costs, for example. Oftentimes that class of people fails to carry health insurance because it is so expensive in its own right. So you're looking at, a real possibility of these types of expenses adding fuel to the fire, and they are considerably less able to resist when something happens where they run afoul of the legal system, or maybe where the legal system runs afoul of them in a very unfortunate junction point, right? Where there may be a seeking to cover up a local crime syndicate, for example. This is a true thing. These things do happen in our communities. They happen within our towns and states, right? There are other situations where you simply have self-interested careerists who are trying to pad their belt and pad their notches, and they don't mind to do so on the suffering of other human beings. And that's exactly what the judicial system and this idea of, moving through that in an elected way and then a law enforcement way, and then maybe even as a public servant way later on, it lends itself to needing to be tough on crime, which means that we need to leverage the hammer of the system more than the compassionate hand of the system, right? And so, looking at things like this and discussing, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. I just meant there is no compassion in the system as I've seen it. I've seen them in my experience and people that I've talked to. Because here's another thing, and I don't want you to lose your train of thought, but here's another thing that I don't want to forget to bring up because it's really critical. We have an extremely high recidivism rate. People come back in. Well, this is what they do to people. They put them in jail. Let's say they were in there for 5 years. Maybe they should have been in there for 1 or 2 at the most. But anyway, say they were in there 5 years. They've lost everything. They've probably been forgotten about by any family members. They don't have cars. They don't have clothes. They get out. In Arizona, everything's a felony. It's hard to get a place to stay. If you haven't got somebody that's going to help you when you get out, how are you supposed to survive? How are you supposed to live? The employers will ask for a background check. They won't want to hire you. The housing people, they won't want to let you in a place because of that felony. And I mean, it just goes on and on. You set them up to fail when they get out and wonder why they end up back in when the only options that they may have had was maybe to steal something or get some money from, and I don't see how that's much different than the system extorting money from the people. So that's just my opinion, but I've seen what it's done to people, and it's
absolutely. And you raise a very important point, and it's exactly, this is ironic because this is exactly where my train of thought was about to proceed to. The encouragement back into the system, the intentional imbalance that we have with those poor demographics, right? It makes them very vulnerable to running afoul of the system again. And so the system is designed to encourage an extraordinarily tight and high rate of recidivism because you have an economic motive at the core. This is a profiteering complex. This is a human indentured servitude for-profit complex. And so when you have lots of capital to draw from, when you have lots of indentured servants to monetize, right, and to produce these items of value and these things of value that the state then utilizes for its own ends and its own aims, this is one of the reasons the tax system, as it pertains to allocating certain amounts of public money for purchases of the government, is such a complete and total fraud. None of that tax money that is paid for the purposes of acquiring property for the government usually goes towards that. Very little, if any. I'm not a financial advisor, but I would say less than 10% in my own personal, uncredentialed opinion, that less than 10% of that is actually going towards the property that they say, because that property is manufactured by this system. And so in order to enable the government money laundering profiteering complex that all of our elected officials, whether they know it or not, are participating in, you need a perfectly imbalanced judicial system aimed primarily at vulnerable classes of people, which is what we've just described, to make this possible. And this is why in the United States of America, we have more than 26% of the entire incarcerated population of planet Earth And yet we have less than 4.5%, based on the most recent numbers, of the population of the planet itself. That is an extremely disproportionate angle relative to the proportion of incarcerated individuals. But the American taxpayer, in league with the American prison profiteer complex, literally finances the entirety of the world.
Absolutely. And let's not leave the courts out of this, because the courts are profiteers as well. I mean, unless you included that in that, but they are a business, and they're registered with Dun and Bradstreet rather very stealthily. And the public defender, which anyone who's in these lower income groups will call you, is a public pretender, not a defender, because they don't really represent the people, because all three of them, the prosecutor, the judge, and they're all paid by the same company. Okay. So the public defender is paid by the court system. So is the prosecutor, and so is the judge. And we're not taking into account their bribes or their career advancement because they got so many convictions, or the police, their quotas for how many arrests they make. It's gotten, because of the financial nature of this, it's gotten totally out of hand in terms of why people do what they do. And you saw the same thing happen in the medical field, and I don't want to go there right now, but whenever there's a financial incentive of some sort, the whole perspective of compassion or caring or trying to do what's really right for the individual is lost.
It absolutely is. And that's one of the reasons the framers of the Constitution highlighted high crimes and misdemeanors alongside bribery. And they specifically named bribery, which tells me that the framers understood the gravity that financial crime could actually cause, the type of events that financial crime, high financial crime in pulpits of power, to include government, elected officials and judges, many of whom are elected, some of whom are appointed here in the United States, depends on which state that you're in. But the framers understood that the bribery component of human nature was fatalistic. It was a mortal situation if you had a government that was captured by any amount of financial or nepotistic corruption. And we have both, here in the United States of America. We have, extreme billionaire donors out there across all political ideologies who donate to the processes, the election campaigns. Right now many of us know that those are selected as well. So the donations even are sort of questionable. Are they financing election fraud, for example? Are they financing criminality to encourage a certain outcome? I think with people like Mark Zuckerberg, you could certainly say yes, right, with the Zucker boxes of the 2020 election in Wisconsin. And yet many of those billionaires have entanglement within the prison profiteering complex themselves. The owner, for example, of a group called Platinum Equity, which is the ownership and management group of the Detroit Pistons athletic team, the NBA team, I believe it's NBA. That individual is also, through Platinum Equity, is also the owner of Securus Communication Systems, which is one of the largest phone and telecom systems utilized for inmate to exterior world communication from within the Department of Corrections nationwide. And that is a system that has been, in my own personal opinion, responsible for the extortion of millions of dollars from inmates and families of inmates, because, again, you're talking about a system that pays these individuals around $1 per day, but charges them $5 and $6 per phone call. So you're talking about trading,
yes.
And these phone calls are limited in time to around 25 to 30 minutes, depending on which state you're in and their local policies. So you're trading literally a week's worth of work for 30 minutes of conversation and contact with the outside world. And this is fundamentally nepotistic, because you have individuals who own companies like Securus Communications that make very large financial donations to the local, state, and federal electoral process, right? And those donations ensure that the profiteering complex remains in power. So this is a very deep-seated corruption that is concentrated, as we've talked a little bit about, on this call, it's concentrated around money and finance. And until we divorce financial corruption from the judiciary itself, until we make it impossible for a judge to be bribed in the capacity that we have seen in the last 120 years here in the United States of America, I don't think that we'll see intense movement forward on this issue. It's one of the reasons, again, I'm going to highlight that this continuity of government operation needed to take place, because we needed to have the lawful right to deploy the entirety of the reconnaissance, mapping, and surveillance technology and technological capabilities available to the U.S. military to turn it inward on the nation and figure out just how exactly we accomplished the largest scale of domestic treachery, I think, that has ever been seen in the history of the world.
Yes, and we're getting some comments in about people that are seeing what's going on or have experienced it themselves. Mathis said, my lawyer, the judge, and the prosecutor were all in this together, had no idea what I was pleading to. This felony indentured me to the state. This kind of thing goes on far more than people realize. Once you get caught up, it's really very serious. And it's not here in Arizona. I can speak to this because I've known a few people that have been in their system. The phone calls, 15 to 20 minutes, will cost you probably around $4, which is a lot. If you and these people need outside contact. Okay, then they have a tablet system that they've brought in so that they have something to do in there. Which is very expensive. It was like when we first got cell phones and they were charging you like 16 cents a minute or something like that. That's about how expensive these tablets are. And then there's commissary, a chance to give them something so they don't have to just eat the food, which is one of the biggest complaints of all. And who knows what they actually provide or what grade of food they actually give. And that's really another major aspect. Here we go. Let me see. Somebody also, they make you produce products in jail for 10 cents an hour, which is what you were addressing earlier, correct? And the garbage food is marked up 1,000%. So if you want to buy ramen noodles, which I don't really recommend, you're not going to pay a quarter for them like maybe they've raised the price now here, but you're going to pay probably $1.50 or $1.25 for them at least, so they mark stuff way up. It's all a part of extortion, not only from the individual who's already locked in a cage. Okay. That is bad enough. But here are these other items that in order for them to have any contact with their family or loved ones, it requires money. And again, who's that going to hurt the most? The lower income people. And if we didn't have this problem, I don't think there'd be anywhere near as many people in here. If this GCR or reparations or any of that actually happens, crime rates would go down. We have med beds. These people could go through a med bed regimen and be released, in my opinion, because being locked in a cage is not going to help anyone.
Well, I will say, I think at the end of the day, and in the spirit of a good discussion here, I want to highlight that where I stand on this issue, I think, is probably going to be more akin to the fact that while there may be a tremendous amount of individuals, and I do believe this is the case, that are wrongfully imprisoned, and I think there is an even greater amount, quite frankly, a much higher proportion than we're aware of here at the population level, that is overcharged and over-sentenced, over-punished within that system. I also understand the need for some sort of internment system that provides true rehabilitation, right? We would like to look at the criminal justice system and think that punishment is not a part of it, that it's supposed to be a rehabilitative type situation. And I think we can achieve that in a truly common law-based world. I think that's going to take quite a bit of work to get there, potentially a couple of decades really to iron something like that out. But in the interim, I also understand the need to remove true violent individuals, true individuals that would terrorize society, such as all of our public servants right now here in the United States of America, to remove them from society and to provide some sort of rehabilitation that may also have some unpleasantries involved. And we could have a discussion about unpleasantries, within the framework of staying outside of cruel and unusual punishment, that I think is important as a nation to have. My main focus, I think, with a lot of this, and I really want to highlight this for the audience out there too, Gail, because I think it's important for them to know, is that we have a system that is fundamentally imbalanced. It is set on its cornerstone in the wrong way. And if we don't pull that cornerstone back out and have a discussion about why it is so, why court systems have commercial IDs with a business entity, why oaths of office that we've now tracked out, even with judges, are sworn to the International Monetary Fund, right? This is not conjecture. These are FOIA requests that show that we have a not only a financial, but a foreign financial involvement in our judiciary here in the United States. And that involvement leads to every bit of the corruption that we've been talking about here. It leads to the incentivization of reincarceration, right? It leads to the over sentencing and overcharging and the passing of bills that purposefully allow for greater and greater punishments while not addressing true core election or true core criminality issues that have occurred here in the United States that have painfully obvious evidence that all of us, we the people, are aware of, right? This is a major component to the discussion. The prison profiteer system is relevant to the election fraud system. It's relevant to the COVID-19 big pharma criminal cartel system. It's relevant to the hegemony of control that emanates from Silicon Valley, that emanates over and above American entertainment, American sports, American tech, right, and cyber capabilities. This profiteering complex is a major black market money generation system that enables the flow of drugs to these low-income communities, of human trafficking to these low-income communities, to predispose these low-income communities by purposefully impoverishing them at the political pulpit level of power. I'm getting so impassioned here. I'm getting a little tongue-tied. This is a very important concept for patriots to grasp. We do need punishment and rehabilitation. That is a need in any organized society. That's the purpose of law, is to keep people inside the social contract that we all sign, right? With due process and common law. And that contract, of course, being the Constitution for the Republic of the United States of America. So in that sense, the prison system may have some validity and some relevance even to the day and time that we live in. But if we don't reorient the compass of that, and if we don't disentangle that from these webs of corruption that we've highlighted on this call today, we will never be able to achieve a humanistic but still purposeful rehabilitation and consequential system that is necessary to preserve, I think, that grand society adherence to the common law contract that we all want to have anyway.
I think what you're talking about has been demonstrated in a country like Denmark. They actually rehabilitate the people. There's an extremely low recidivism rate there as opposed to what we have here. And I'm wondering if one of the problems that we have too is, as we kind of mentioned, all of these guys are don't have signed oaths of office. This is a short little video I could show too. There was one other thing I wanted to bring up. My kind of slipped my mind at the moment, but maybe I'll. This is only like 2 minutes long, I think, and I think it's relevant because it's what part of the problem. Oh, I know what I was going to say. If anyone else was in the situation and didn't have the money that Trump has, they would be in jail already. Okay, because once they decide that's what they want to do to you, there's just no letting up. And he is fortunate that he is able to have the team that he has that keeps that from happening. But that hasn't stopped them from going after him either, has it? So that's another area where money comes in, because where I understand it, unless it's different from state to state, like in New York, I'm not sure, but any fine that a judge imposes, he gets a percentage. So that's a financial incentive right there to make a ridiculously high fine that you're
like
expected to pay.
$454 million.
Yeah. So if he got 40% of that, I don't know if you're real quick with math, but or even 45% of that, he's getting a chunk of money that probably goes into his 401k. And if I'm wrong about that, please, if anybody can prove that that's not correct. I mean, I'm not sure about the exact amount, but there is a percentage that's granted to those judges. So that's a problem, because that's an incentive. That's like the doctors, when they give a shot, they get so much per shot. And if their whole, it can be big. It can be really big. And that's what's really bad. Hang on a second. I had something pop up here that shouldn't even be here. Okay. Let me play this video short here.
On January 10th of 1963, 45 current communist goals were submitted to the congressional record. Number 13 was, do away with loyalty oaths. 60 years later, on the very same day, Biden, Obrador, and Trudeau met in Mexico City for the Declaration of North America, which states a plan to unify North America under the ideas of diversity, climate change, migration, health, and regional security. The beginning of a North American Union, which is a step towards a one-world government. According to law, elected officials must swear an oath that they will support, defend, and bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And through the Freedom of Information Act, U.S. Attorney Todd Callender, along with his team Project Proper Oath, found that not a single member of the existing cabinet has a valid oath of office. Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, has no oath of office and has also failed to register as a foreign agent, which is required due to serving on the boards and conducting international business with Raytheon, Nucor, and Tenet Healthcare. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Xavier Becerra, responsible for declaring a national emergency, has no oath of office. Former Director of the Centers for Disease Control Rochelle Walensky had no oath of office. U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith, responsible for investigating the January 6th U.S. Capitol attack, has no oath of office. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia Matthew Graves, Chief Prosecutor of Jan 6ers, has no oath of office. Vice President of the United States Kamala Harris has no oath of office. Within 30 days of appointment to public office, all public officials are legally required to have a signed and notarized copy of their oath of office. And it appears as if no elected officials in the federal government have one. They are either non-existent, incomplete, or fraudulent. The fraudulent ones are missing signatures, are not notarized, and in most of them, the words, "So help me God," are in all caps. In the U.S. Constitution, "So help me God" is not in all caps. And this matters, as many have been telling us for decades, including the great Jordan Maxwell.
Today, the entire world of mankind under a world law, which is referred to as the law of the high seas or international maritime admiralty. When you were born, you came out of your mother's water. Since you out of your mother's water, you are a maritime product. This is why, when you were born, the doc has to sign your birth certificate, the Maritime Admiralty Manifest, showing that your mother brought you into the world and you were going to make money. Anything in this country, if it's a lawful, legal document, your name must be, according to Maritime, be in all capital letters. Because you do not own your body. You do not own yourself. All capital letters implies that you are a Maritime Admiralty product. You are not a human. You're not a living entity. You're a product. You're a living entity person. The actual you is represented under law by upper and lower case name. So you are a corporation or not, but you are merely a subsidiary of a larger corporation called United States. This is the way the law works.
Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
Greg does some great work.
Indeed, and this serves to highlight exactly the situation of domestic corruption and treason that we're talking about, right? This is the scale of what has happened here in the United States of America. They will truly need to invent another word to encapsulate the style of betrayal and the level of betrayal and selling out of mankind, not just the United States, but the world as a whole, because of what happened to the United States, immediately after our Civil War during the 19th century, to really fully understand what has happened here. This is a case study on domestic insurrection that has literally been more than a century long at this point. If we trace that just back to the Federal Reserve System and the sheer unconstitutionality and the seditious conspiracy to deprive the United States government of its own currency and its ability to control its currency as outlined in the Constitution for the Republic of the United States, that in and of itself is an otherworldly level of treason and conspiracy that was committed, and yet it has produced the situation here in the United States of America, alongside a vast scale of corruption, sort of branching off from that, that is untenable, I think. I think that, when Julian Assange comes out and says 98% of all governments worldwide are compromised to the core and they're not for we the people, I think this is actually what he's referring to. I think he's referring to just how deep the financial corporatized web of control actually goes, and just how fake, phony, and false the idea of an elected representative body in alignment with our true core constitutional values here in the United States, just how false that has actually been. We have evidence to show that the election fraud has been happening since the days of Nixon. Nixon was actually on record stating to a Chicago newspaper that he didn't challenge election fraud in the election, despite the fact that he ended up winning that process, because it would have torn the nation apart. So we're looking at a multi-generational problem. The prison system tying directly into the Admiralty law system worldwide. What is Admiralty law? Admiralty law is piracy. If you're on a pirate ship, you are their indentured servant. In fact, you agree in coming aboard the ship to bear true faith and allegiance only to the pirate body, and to give all of the work, all of the productivity, all of the rights that you may otherwise possess as a human being over to that supervisory body, typically the captain of the ship, right? Because you're now a part of the crew, you are not yourself. And so that's exactly what we have seen heaped onto the world. And if you are not yourself under the eyes of a commercial legal system, then you can be easily warped into an involuntary indentured servant, which is a violation of the 13th Amendment for the Constitution of the United States. So this is an incredible period of time, I think, that we're living in, Gail, because people are starting to unearth that insurrection has actually occurred bureaucratically. It wasn't just the November 2020 election. This has been happening for a long time. People are learning that the commercialization of our government which we can see through the endless advertisements that strike us at every point in our journey, from the time we wake up to the time we close our eyes at night. Right, this commercially focused system, this construct of society that we all live in, it permeates even our judiciary, and people are beginning to understand and appreciate what that really means. I have an optimistic view, I think, for those patriots in the future as we go forward, especially those that may be behind bars now trying to blow the whistle, or those that have history, and lives that have been ruined by this type of system. I have high hopes that we'll see some sort of reconciliation and recompense offered, because we've all been made a product of a commercial slavery system here in the United States of America that essentially overplayed its hand when it went so far as to participate in the COVID pandemic and the 2020 election steal of the United States.
Yes, and then like Mathis said here, will the RV revisit old cases like that, like his, that were clearly driven by the prosecutor agenda? And because that is the problem. They all have, none of them have signed an oath of office, and if they did, they signed it to the corporation, not to our original Constitution. And that means every prosecutor, every bar attorney or judge, anyone that belongs to the bar, is actually a foreign agent. And this is why they're saying they all need to be retrained in constitutional law. But I would think that all of these cases would be, Marcy said, I feel like all is null and void, considering all was done under fraud, deceit, and manipulation. And I think that's true. How this is going to go forward and be corrected, I'm not sure. But I guess I know your time is short, so if you have any final words, please go ahead and put them out there.
Well, I think this is a great place to conclude, because we're talking about entering into a new era, and the RV itself will be, I think, a component of how this system plays out. Right, once we take finance and put it into a more sovereign focused system, and that's actually being, I think, implemented in the background, literally. And I have some interesting knowledge of the matter based on conversations I've had with my own personal banker. But with respect to that, I don't think that that's the switch. I think that that is the match that lights a much broader pile. I think that we're going to see a cascade of events happen societally once we get a handle on this, endless corruption, right? This runaway corruption in government, in corporations, in international finance and business. All of it sort of ties itself together. The UK has a UK prison industrial profiteering complex, right? France has the same. Germany has the same. The United States is particularly vicious about it, but they have, but Canada also has one, and Mexico for the longest time had one, and we've seen sort of the destabilization of Central America lend to a blending of society really with that complex itself, which I would characterize as a regression, not progression. So moving through this, this RV and entering into this new period, I think that we remove the ability to corrupt one another in important pulpits of power, and we can have honest conversations about the things that happened. There are many corrupt judges, for example, who are blackmailed or who are being manipulated with death threats, and they're not actually against the idea of due process. They just went to the wrong party, or they participated in the wrong payoff, or maybe they had a moment of human weakness, and now they're forever captured by a system that will ruin their entire life as well. And I've personally believed that to be the case, because you have a mafioso style system at the top of society that is very unafraid and unashamed to deploy its own teeth against its own inner workings if it preserves the hegemony of the entire hydra, right? One head will eat another to preserve the beast itself. So in this process, in order to drag out the beast, we have to drain the blood from it, and the financial corruption, and a resets of some kind with the world financial commerce system, that I think is the opening salvo of major change, especially major corruption change. And I think something like that will lead us into a point where we can have an honest conversation within each of our states and provinces and localities and municipalities worldwide, we can have a true, honest conversation about what occurred here and how do we fix it, and then we can implement the fix. I'm very optimistic about it, but I think it will take some time to go back and adjudicate some of these, these cases that have come before where people were overpunished or, were manipulated or coerced by the government, or where they were entrapped by law enforcement agencies. I think that the redress of those will come, but it will take some time, beginning with that, financial changeover.
Yeah, well, with a financial change, the chances of robbery and stealing, I think, will go down substantially because people will have basic needs met, especially in the lower income groups. But I'd like to also say this, just so that people are aware of it too. When you go into court and they do convict you or whatever, and they decide to send you to a jail or prison, the judge signs it, the prosecutor signs it, and the defense attorney or public pretender signs it also. So you got all three. What happens if the public defender wouldn't sign? That would be interesting to find out, because I have no idea. But I know that they just all sign in order to be okay in the system, so they can continue to extort money from people. Because the other thing of it is that's why nobody has any standing in the courts, because once you hire an attorney, that means you're an incompetent, like a mental retard that can't defend themselves. And that's a whole nother area. We might have to have another show on this sometime, SG. But I appreciate your input, and thank you very much for coming on the show. I know you have to take off. So that being said, thank you, everyone, for listening. Please like, share, and subscribe, and get this around to as many places as you possibly can, because this is information that people need to be aware of. I know there's a lot of people who might have an incarcerated friend or relative or something like that, and they become more and more aware of it all the time. But the system is rigged against you as an American citizen. Right now, they're just letting the illegals that come in, they're just letting them go, no matter what they've done. So there's a real problem in our system that needs to change, and the only way we're going to change it is by informing people. An educated populace is absolutely necessary to stop this injustice to American citizens.
Indeed. And it has been an honor to be back, and I hope to have further discussions with you in the future. Stay safe, and God bless.
God bless you too. Thank you so much, SG. And thank you, everyone, for listening, and we'll see you again in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Running the race, we'll take our chance and see destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that
Is there any
No.
drugs or weapons in the car, man?
I just bought some cannabis.
Okay, that's fine. That's not illegal. It's illegal to you behind drive. We don't think that's what's going on, but you can have the cannabis.
No, it's not
that's
what's going
fine.
on, and I've got proof of that
Why
right
don't you
here.
step out of the vehicle? Yeah, we'll talk about it right
Why?
here. Say hi to officer.
Why does she have to get out? Why can't
do
she
I
stay
have
in the
to step
car?
out of the vehicle,
Because
see?
you're under arrest.
Yeah, you motherfucker!
Stay there. Stay there.
Justin, take my phone. Give me my phone.
Give her a phone,
You dirty
motherfucker!
bastard!
Fucking pig ass motherfuckers!
Yeah, you gotta put
we have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas and we have wonderful guests. And my wonderful guest today is Mr. Ishmael Perez, who has been on the show before, but he's here today with the release of his new book. So he's going to give us a heads up on that. Welcome.
Hi, Gail. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you. I'm
Wonderful,
happy.
wonderful.
I'm happy that you have a new book out. That's exciting.
Yes, it is. This is actually the prequel to our cosmic origin. And when I first came to the scene, I did mention that I had written a book about 17 years ago in 2008 called The Secret Government.
Oh, that's
And yeah, so apparently that book went out of circulation because of the fact that I revealed too much information regarding the suppressed history of our world, the operations of secret societies. And to our, I guess, surprise, I also talked about the history of the White Hats before, of course, 45 Donald J. Trump came into the scene. I was talking about the entire history, but in this book, I actually refer to them as the White Knights, not the White Hats. So, it reveals this age-long battle between the good guys and the bad guys in this book. It's an intense eye opener. It goes really in depth to specific dates, figures, members, and all of those people that were involved in these secret societies that have been fomenting and orchestrating every event known to men, of course. And, back then, everybody thought I was a conspiracy theorist. So it didn't do very well. But again, it got into the hands of somebody that was connected to the globalist, and they told me I couldn't reveal the information in this book because it was just, it was exposing all of their workings, and and to me that was okay.
Obviously, they have something to hide, right?
Yeah, apparently. So that's when I knew that I was onto something, and here I am, 14, 15 years later. Been working so hard to re-release it, republish it. And it's only $24. I know that some of the people have been trying to order this book for the last 2 years, ever since I came to the scene. And that book has been selling for $500. And believe it or not, there's people out there that really wanted to read that book. So they ended up buying it for $500. But I'm letting everybody know that this is a better version that has been re-edited, restructured. And again, if you guys really want to know about what's been going on, not just here in the last few years, in the last centuries, but over a period of thousands of years, this is the book to read. It's definitely a mind opener.
Yes. Did it come up?
Yeah, there it is. I see it.
Yeah. And then this is a picture from Amazon. And so his book's available on Amazon. And I just wanted to put that up there so people could see it more closely. And I can switch the page too, and on the back it's about you a little bit. And do you and there it's talk, this government unveils most eye-opening revelations. Now, is that the SCS or is that something else?
SCS, what do you mean by that?
The secret, that is another.
Oh, yes. I actually renamed it to The Secret Government, Invincible Architects, Secrets, Powers, and Lies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's the right one. Make sure that, if people are wanting to order this one, which is only $24, all you have to do is type in The Secret Government, Invincible Architects, Secrets, Powers, and Lies, and you will get the new edition.
All right. So, and there it is. That's what you can look for.
Yes, yeah, it's on Amazon, but it's also on my website, ourcosmicorigin.com. If you guys go to my website, ourcosmicorigin.com, you can also access the book there. There's a direct link from my website.
Yes, I have in the description of this video when it's complete. It has his website as well as the some of his other links. So the information is there for you to.
All my platforms, all my links to all my real social media accounts, because there are a lot of pirated channels that are pretending to be me. So if you guys really want to reach my real platform, go through my website. All of the proper links are there. And this book is so much. There is so much knowledge in this book. It is as mind-blowing as our cosmic origin was. That's how good this is.
Awesome. Well, guess what? You got a question already. Somebody is asking you where. Ask him how he researched and found all this information about the Dark Cabal 17 years ago.
Oh, that is a very good question. So ever since I was 16 years old, I was, addicted to finding the truth about everything. So when I was 16, that's when I first discovered the truth about secret societies and how our world is being run and how it really operates. And so that's when my journey began, when I was 16 years old. And I started researching. The deeper I would go into the rabbit hole, the deeper I wanted to go into the rabbit hole. So it was an addiction at first, I guess it still is, because I'm still trying to figure things out. Even as much as I know, I'm always learning.
Seriously.
That's the beauty of life, right? There's always going to be more to learn. Nobody, he or she who says they know everything is full of, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So my journey began, in my adolescence, and luckily I was born with a photographic memory, so I was able to read over 200 books, each one just, revealing one aspect of the shadow government, or talking about this perspective, or just focusing on this perspective. So I was able to read all of those books and consolidate all that information into just one manuscript where you don't have to read all those books. But I did put the references in the back. This one actually has references. I was also able to read documents, a lot of classified information that I was able to remote view through my abilities. As a super soldier, that was one of my abilities that I was able to do. So just like the that mechanic guy who hacked into the government server when he discovered that there was a secret space program, I was also able to confirm a lot of the information that's revealed in this book on top of the 200 other books that I read. And believe it or not, some of these people that wrote these other books unfortunately had a disappearance, or they said, oh, they killed themselves. Of course, that's what they do. But back in 2000, you know, in the early 2000, everybody that was talking about this was getting taken out. So what I did in my book is I dedicated this book to all of those heroes, all of those way showers, all of those defectors from the cabal that decided to leave the organization to expose them. You know, I wanted to thank them for what they did in the past. And now, you know, it's all captured in this book. So I'm sure as they are looking down upon me from a higher realm, they're thinking, okay, at least our work didn't go to waste. At least somebody captured it and put it together in one manuscript where everything is revealed about the shadow government, everything that people need to know about the shadow government and more. So
that's awesome. And it's lucky that you escaped their knowledge that you had or had discovered too.
Well, they did contact me. They tried to seduce me. They said, if we could get you to join us, we will make you a Hollywood star. And back then I was in my early 20s, so I was, you know, still young and attractive, and they wanted me to be the next Brad Pitt. But yet I had to, you know, let go of information like this, and I said no. You know, when they tried to
good for you. Good for you.
I completely turned them down. And you know, I believe, Gail, that I have special protection. You know, even when I first published this book, my buddies were like, aren't you scared that you're going to like disappear? Because like you're literally throwing everybody under the bus. Like it's not just the cabal that you're revealing, but you're literally giving details. The, you know, people who were involved in the, you know, what happened in 2001, right? With the Twin Towers. That's how I'm going to say it. I don't know if you're broadcasting on Flubtooth. But, you know, I'm going to say.
Yeah, it is. Flubtube is on. I have one left that I had after they took my big channel down. I came up with two, and they already took one of those down. Now I know why people have about a couple dozen YouTube channels, but basically they're the enemy because they don't want the truth to get out. And that's how I see it. And
exactly.
That's why I prefer Rumble, and I try to encourage people to go to Rumble. But unfortunately, on Rumble, you can't ask the guests questions, and people do like that interactive ability to be able to ask questions. So when you found out all this information, I think it is absolutely a beautiful thing that you dedicated it to those who have died in the process of trying to reveal the truth to the masses. That's a wonderful thing. Well, we got another question for you. Okay, and this is from Monica, and she's asking, the White Knights, you said those at the white hats now. Joe, do you connect the two? Joe, it's not Joe. Do you connect the two and explain in your book how this took a turn from past to present day alliance?
Well, I guess what she's trying to say is to make the connection, because in my book, I call them the White Knights. You know, it wasn't until 2020 when somebody first coined the word white hat, right? We had Q, we had Anonymous, right? The Great Awakening in 2016, and people were beginning to wake up from their programming, and they were beginning to understand that there was a counter force that was counteracting the globalist, known as the White Hats. Well, in my book, back in 2008, because I didn't know the term white hat, but I knew that there was a counteract, that there was a counter group that was fighting the globalist, also working from behind the scenes through their own, you know, ways of isolating themselves in secret. You know, the brotherhoods, as I reveal in my book, always operate in secret, right? It's like a chess game to these guys. So in my book, I refer to them as the White Knights. And this has a lot to do with the, who the white knights have been throughout history. Of course, we hear about Lincoln being a white knight who was also assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood.
Yeah.
We hear about Andrew Jackson, who was a white knight who blocked the implementation of the Federal Reserve in the 1850s, I believe, or 1840s, when they, the cabal has always been trying to infiltrate us from within through the central banking system. So this is the fact that they were so successful at the beginning of the 1900s, and what was it, 1913, 1914, with the onset of the First and Second World War, which, by the way, was also fomented by the same people, and I describe it in detail here.
And what are they trying to do to us now?
They're trying to do to us now, exactly. So this effort in taking over America and dissolving our Constitution has been going on since day one. So, like I said, in this book, I describe who the white knights have been throughout history, right? Our founding fathers were obviously white knights. The whole battle between Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton was a battle between the white hats and the cabal. Alexander Hamilton wanted to exercise more central government, more centralized control, give all the power to the federal government and less to the states, which again would lead into a dictatorship. And Thomas Jefferson would fight him and argue with him and say, no, we have to honor the Constitution and give each and every state their own sovereignty, as stated in the Constitution. And so we see this struggle between the cabal and the white knights, and even before the inception and establishment of our own country. In fact, I dedicate a whole chapter in this book, chapter 8, to the secret history of the white knights and their association, get this, with the Melchizedek Brotherhood. So if you want to go back to the fall of Atlantis, well, the white knights back then operated as the high priest and high priestess of the knowledge and protectors of the knowledge and teachings that were preserved throughout the millenniums and throughout the centuries. And a lot of that information regarding this secret knowledge has a lot to do with our spiritual understanding of how the universe really works. So what I went ahead and did, Gail, is that I dedicated the last 2 chapters, step by step, how to undergo the 7 levels of initiation, which was something that was only passed on from master to student, right? Adept, mystic, wizard to apprentice, all throughout the last few thousand years.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. I haven't had an opportunity to read the book, but I certainly will look forward to reading it, because that sounds fascinating. Where do you think we stand now? Is one side ahead of the other side, or are we going to beat these guys? Let me just put it that way.
Well, believe it or not, we are now in a position. Yes, what I mean by we, I mean as in the good guys, the white hats, the Earth Alliance. Now they're in a key position to, dissolve the curtain and expose the big bad wizard. However you want to see that. Now they're in that key position. However, there has been several times within the last 20 years that the white hats had many opportunities to implement and institute the Nasara law and fire all of those traitors, all of those treasonous, Council on Foreign Relation, controlled puppets of the NWO since 2001. So the initial plan was to reveal the truth to the American people right before the September 11 events. And of course, what does the cabal do? They completely orchestrate and foment the attacks in New York. That's all I'm going to say. Because it is believed that the white hats had accumulated a lot of data revealing the crimes against humanity. And they had document after document. And this was over 20 years ago, by the way, believe it or not. It's all recorded in here. It's all revealed in here. It's part of the history of the white hats. They were going to expose the cabal right before the 9/11 attacks. And so the cabal, in a desperate effort to maintain their stronghold over humanity and their corporate America rule over the masses, they completely decided to destroy the towers that had all those documents. So
Yeah.
that's why it's been taking the White Hats a while to rebuild their evidence against the cabal, you know.
And then they stole a whole bunch of money at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain the trillions, right? That you know, what's his name, Donald Rumsfeld was talking about. That all of a sudden, you know, what was it, 300 billion? I think it was about 300 billion, right? They had no track of 300 billion, and not to mention a lot of I don't want to use the word anomalies, because I'm sure that this whole thing was intelligently, perfectly devised. This whole event that took place. But a lot of the globalists were withdrawing their money from the stock market as well, and from I think it was the airline company. I'm not quite sure, but I knew. But days before the 9/11 attacks, there was a lot of shady stuff that took place.
Well,
that's what I'm going to say.
You know, I remember when that happened, and I was staying. Renting a place from someone who had been in the military, and the first thing they said that was controlled demolition. There's no way the building would go down like that. So there were a lot of people that knew right out the gate.
That was controlled demolition. In fact, I know the guy who actually helped build those towers. I was able to use him as a reference in describing the 9/11 atrocities. If you let me read, I just want to give people a little insight, a little preview of what kind of information and much more is revealed in this book. So let's see, where's that part? 1 second, because this is good. Okay, so all right. So another important and very vital reason why the secret government chose the destruction of the Twin Towers was that the North Tower, particularly the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th floors, contained massive documents unveiling the corruption of the Council on Foreign Relations, the Counterintelligence Corps, secret government scandals, and all of the evidence needed to bring down the secret government cabal. These documents had been accumulated over time by the White Knights. I used to call them White Knights. Again, this was back in 2008.
No,
I think, what was it? It was Q, right? Who coined the word white hat back in 2016. So I call them the White Knights. These documents had been accumulated over time by the White Knights in government, who have remained loyal to the original Blue Lodge that gave us our constitutional republic. Over time, even though they have kept their existence private, by the way, the White Hats or the White Knights have also used secrecy to devise their next plan against the cabal. You know, that's how these brotherhoods operate.
Well, it's like you can't tell your enemy the plans, but at the same time, we the people are sitting here. Can we please have some truth here? What's going on?
So these documents, which had gathered by the White Knights, had been investigated by the good functions of the FBI, revealing massive evidence against James Clifton, the CEO of the CFR in the year 2000. And by the way, that's the guy who was in charge of the Clintons and the Bushes. Him and Henry Kissinger, before George Soros came into power. And a major key tool for the secret government. Imagine the type of reformations that would have occurred if these high-level treasonous scandals had been exposed and dealt with by no later than 2001. So that's just to give you a little example, but there's also a section here where I reveal, or at least I share, how the guy who built the Twin Towers went on record to say that the way those towers were built is that they were built in a way where they were able to withstand a collision with airplanes. Okay, they were built that way.
Oh wow! Yeah, and I can't believe how so many people fell for that. You know, those planes crashing in there.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's also believed that the way, and I'm sure by now, you know, everyone who's been out to, you know, learn the truth about what really happened, right, back in 2001. Obviously, that was planned demolition. You know, the way.
And didn't what was it, Larry Silverstein or something like that? He took out insurance on the buildings and he made multi-billion on the insurance after they went out, as if he didn't know. He knew what was going to happen. And they even had people of the Jewish persuasion told to leave or not to come to work that day. So there were some pretty evil things going on, and it's unfortunate that happened. But I like to believe there are more people that are aware that it was a big facade, really. I mean, it was a horrible thing to do, but they fooled us in how they did it.
Yeah, exactly. They've been playing us for centuries. You know, everything that has ever happened was perfectly laid down as a blueprint for world domination in the last 300 years. And those are known as the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. And the Zionists and the Khazarians are one and the same. They're all run by the Rothschilds, the banking dynasties. Let's see, we have a question here. Are the Jesuits behind the cabal or Khazarians and Black Pope? Yes, actually, that is the missing link between the modern day attempt to establish the New World Order and the age-old effort to resurrect the Holy Roman Empire. Absolutely. So, yeah, so all roads lead back to Rome. You know, the secret society that's been running the Vatican has been at the core of what I call in my book the Luciferian Manifesto. Luciferian.
Good question, Monica. Good couple questions. Thank you for that. It's just amazing. Now, I heard, and I don't know if this is true, maybe you can answer this. I heard just recently that they're all run by the Black Sun, the good guys and the bad guys. That doesn't make sense to me, but they said that the good guys were
No, the good guys are not run by the Black Sun.
I wouldn't
the good
think
guys are actually, the good guys are actually, they're part of an ancient brotherhood, believe it or not, that could actually go back to the battle between Enki and Enlil.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, that's how old this age-old plot or this age-old brotherhood, battle between these two brotherhoods goes back to. In fact, we could actually trace the same drama that is unfolding now back to the same drama that collapsed Atlantis. It was the same drama. But, this time we're in a key position where the Earth Alliance and the White Knights are, and also according to the prophecies, right? The prophecies also talked about how this world was given over to the rule of Satan, metaphorically speaking, the dark side. Their reigns of power is done with. All right. So every ancient account talked about a time where the end ring of the dark would end and the beginning of a new era as a result of the transition of power from the dark to the light. A new dawn, a golden age would emerge.
And that's where we're at.
That's where we're at. Exactly. That's where we're at. That's why I think that this book was probably not meant to, come out back in 2008. That's like, 16 years ago. I think by then people were still asleep. People would have just called me a conspiracy theorist. But now,
still do that.
but now people could read this book and it's dense. Like everything that the writers, victors of history that rewrote history, everything that was left out of the history books and more is in this book. So,
did you get more of your information from books in the library or more from things online? Or
I went to both, but just to give you an example of some of my references to show you guys that this book has all the references in the back.
That's beautiful.
I'm not making anything up. And like I said, about 70% of these people had a mysterious disappearing where they said, oh, they killed themselves. They were suicidal. Yeah, right. But,
shot in the back, right?
But again, these people, wrote their documents or their papers back in like 1986. Some document goes back to 2001, 1988. 1984, 1958, I was able to research a document revealing the 50 years in the Church of Rome from an ex-Jesuit priest by the name of Charles Chenique. And Charles Chenique, also with another ex-Jesuit priest, Alberto Rivera, were able to, in 1986, they published Chick publications to expose the missing element of this Luciferian agenda, because most people only knew about the Illuminati, but nobody knew the connections to the Vatican. So I was able to gather all of this information from all of my references and resources to put the whole picture together and in biblical perspective.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Oh, we got another question here. Ishmael, are you in contact with the White Hat Alliance?
Well, I work with the Galactic Alliance, so in that regard, no, not on a physical level, but on an interdimensional level. The Galactics are working in collaboration with the White Hat Alliance. Yes, so we are all working together, absolutely. But I am more connected with the Galactic Federation of Worlds, or now as they are reorganized as the Galactic Alliance.
Okay. Well, we have since every time we have gotten close to being having our slavery abolished, it seems that they do something, and we're right at the precipice again now, and a lot of people seem to think that something is going to happen on the eclipse. What is your take on that?
I just did a whole live about that last night on my.
Oh, did you? Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, my YouTube channel, The Real Ishmael Perez. If you guys want to check that out,
Okay.
you know, it's pretty informative. I was also able to share a transmission that came through from the Galactics regarding the 8th of April. You know, there's a lot of speculation around that date. People think that due to the 7 cities, Nineveh, that, you know, the
And Jonah.
equator, right? That the eclipse is going to overshadow, and then also due to the 7 cities called Salem, right? That it overshadowed what was back in 2017, right? That's when we had the last solar eclipse. I think it was October 21st, 2017, exactly 7 years ago. So you have 7 cities back then, Salem. You have 7 cities called Nineveh, and then there was a 7-year period between those 2 solar eclipses. And then, of course, based on ancient prophecies and ancient predictions, and based on what has happened in the past, every time a solar eclipse, you know, came through, weird stuff.
Weird stuff. Yeah.
Weird stuff.
Well,
But
we have 777, which is a very good spiritual number.
that's actually God's number, which means completion. It stands for completion.
So I like to think that's where we are at as well. Now, I know that I did have one man on Alberto who prophesied that some of the things that the cabal plan to carry out that are in the Bible, the Revelations, you know, all those nasty, awful things are not going to happen. That once we get through this year, the 2024, it'll be all so much better afterwards. It will be really ascending at that point, starting to ascend. So I hope he's correct. Because at some point their plans have to be foiled, and I do think that pulling the financial rug out from under them has a great deal of impact.
Absolutely.
Because back what 1913, wasn't that when they sunk the well, it wasn't really the Titanic, but they sunk the ship because there were 3 guys on there who opposed the Federal Reserve.
Oh yeah, that's one of my references is the Creatures of Jekyll Island, written by what's his name, Edward Griffin.
Edward Griffin. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, boy, he was talking about this a long time ago.
Yeah, he was. You know, and that is correct, by the way. That ship was sunk because there were a few opposers against the establishment of the Federal Reserve. So, who masterminded the sinking of that big boat? J.P. Morgan and gang.
Yeah. They're involved in child trafficking too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Somebody Jay Thought is wondering if her birthday aligns with an eclipse. What should your thoughts be?
Are you saying that your birthday's gonna be the 8th of April?
Really?
I wouldn't think anything about that. You know, who knows, man? Maybe that's a huge indicator that you're probably special. Perhaps, who knows? Perhaps.
Maybe you're going to wake up big time.
Well, I guess it's a good thing to have a birthday on, you know, on a day when you know we are where the Earth is being influenced by celestial alignments. I mean, that's big. That is huge. You know, it's rare to have solar eclipses. You know, it's very rare, and I do believe that they do tie into prophecies. So some people might say, hey, we're in the tribulation. Some people say, hey, that's just a sign of the end of days. Well, it also determines how you interpret the end of days. You know, I don't believe in the end of the world, you know, religious conspiracy or religious propaganda, but I do believe in the transition of ages from the dark age into the golden age. And I describe that very well in this book. So yeah, awesome. Nothing to worry about. However, it's important to have 10 days or 2 weeks worth of food supplies. It's always best to be ready in case, again, the grid goes down, in case EBS goes down, or anything. You know, it's best to have at least a couple of weeks of food supply and water, just in case, and of course a power generator.
Of course, if you're in an apartment, that's kind of hard to do, but so it could be very difficult for a lot of people. So anybody who does prepare can help the neighbors too, and that's what it's all about, is, you know, working together for the good of everyone, or the good guys anyway. Let me put it that way. Now, I wanted to bring up the fact that we were talking about controlled demolition with the, back in 2001. It appears that the bridge that went down was also controlled demolition, because there were, you know, bang points or whatever, flash points that showed that there were, you know, that was but there was talk, and I don't know if you have any insight on this. Was that from the Alliance, because that was a hub of trafficking, human trafficking, child.
Yes, that was actually a warning to the cabal that their time is up. They're about to execute a mass arrest. So that was their way of saying F you to them. And in fact, how can I say this? A lot of the people that were driving on that bridge were actually key members of the Khazarian mafia as well.
Oh, so really?
Their way of also doing away with them. Of course, there were some casualties, but they were pulling off a job. They were trying to pull off a job. And a lot of the, you could say, key players that were driving through that bridge were very dark, and they did a lot of dark stuff in their past, of course.
Well, they're gone now. That's a good thing, right? I hope so anyway. Is something wrong? What's the matter?
I think there might be a little earthquake here in California.
Oh, really? Oh, my goodness.
It's shaking just a bit. It's just going boom, 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 like this.
I was wondering, you're looking around, I'm going,
yeah, because I'm looking at things moving, I'm thinking, this is interesting in the middle of a live.
Yeah, I at first I thought you were seeing an entity or something.
Oh, no. I was just noticing that my house was rattling.
Oh, wow. And where you're in, are you in LA?
I am.
Okay. Is that where you live now?
I've always
just there temporarily. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Linnea is saying that, don't you think the whole world is in pain? Every country seems to have very difficult problems at the moment.
Yes, and that's all revealed in this book. You know, all the suffering, all the, you know, everything that has ever happened that is causing what I call, you know, human suffering. It was all masterminded. It was all part of a narrative. And they know that narrative was only to run for a certain period of time. And that narrative is already, you could say it's done with. It's done with, because a new paradigm is coming. You know, a new paradigm is coming. And a lot of this also has to do with the celestial revolutions, right? As we end the age of Pisces, and right now we are in a cusp between the age of Pisces and the age of Aquarius. So for the last 5,000 years, for 2 ages, the Luciferian Brotherhood was given reign and control over this planet. And even Joshua talked about that in the Bible, that the God of this world is Satan until what? The second coming, preceding the second coming. Well, again, the solar flash is the second coming, when that activates the Christ mind in all of us. And that is scheduled to happen between now and no later than 2025, based on the transmissions that were given to me by the Galactics. But what I also know is that they know that we are in the cusp And that's the reason why the torch of power is being handed over to the white hats, and the dark side knew about this centuries ago. They knew that they had a certain amount of time to execute their agenda, and if they didn't, by the time their clock ran out, that they would be eliminated. And that's what's happening now, because this whole agenda that they've been trying to create goes back to ancient Babylon, and we see it over and over for the last 6,000 years. We see it over and over with the rise of the empires, with the reorganization of the Catholic Church. That was just the cabal reorganizing itself in 2,000 years ago, with the implementation of the Jesuits in the year 1501, 1513, to counteract the Reformation and the Renaissance, which was a move initiated by the White Knights. And guess who the White Knights were in medieval times? The Knights Templars.
Oh, okay. Did they get infiltrated though? Because I've heard some other things about them as well.
Them got infiltrated because, again, the two brotherhoods, they always infiltrate each other.
Yeah.
In like
the good guys infiltrate the bad guys, and vice versa.
And I talk about that in this book. I even named key figures that were able to infiltrate the Vatican from within, that were working with the Knights Templars in opposition to the Vatican, right? They were trying to plot their destruction, right? The fall of the church and their grip over Europe. But of course, that led to other wars. So
it does seem, at least it appears to me, that especially in the recent past, what the cabal tries to do seems to backfire.
Yes.
It's just not going through like they hope it would, or it's not going as planned as they hope or planned. And so that's a really that's refreshing, because I see that going on. Now, Kathy wanted to mention that she thinks P. Diddy being rated as significant with the trafficking. We will be moving forward faster. We got them running. Do you think that's true?
Absolutely, yes. I think that's going to be the beginning of more disclosure regarding the sexual rings and all that stuff.
Do you still believe the EBS? There's going to be an EBS, and they're going to put all this on people's TVs, computers, or phones, or whatever, so that everybody is forced to find out what happened, whether they want to or not?
That's something that Space Force has been working with Elon Musk to do so. They're getting ready to switch the internet from the cabal-run airwaves to the White Hats. And that includes all social media, by the way. All social media is going to be taken over by the White Hats too. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this because I'm revealing their next move. But yes, it is true that there is a project called Odin. And Project Odin is basically it's a military execution of the satellite systems by the White Hats, dismantling the cabal's control of the internet, the airwaves, the radio waves, and everything. So it's on its way.
Q Fay is asking, can humans be angels incarnate without being aware of it?
Absolutely. In fact, there is a huge influx of not only galactic extraterrestrials that decided to come and help Mother Earth, right? But there's also a group of angels above the physical galactics, angels that are just light beings that have also incarnated in human form. You can look at it like this. We live in a multidimensional spectrum, right? In the omniverse, the multiverse. Extraterrestrials are biological entities that exist in dimensions 1, 2, and 3. And then extraterrestrials are also part biological and part etheric that exist in dimensions 4, 5, and 6. And angelics, the angels, come from the realms of the 6, 7, and 8 dimension. And then if you want to get technical, the archangels come from the realms of 10, 11, and 12th dimension. So in that regard, yes, there are some angels, some archangels from the higher dimensions beyond the 5th or 6th that have also volunteered to come at this time and help Mother Earth. So this is what many teachings in the secret prophecies call the externalization of the spiritual hierarchy on the earth. All the ascended masters, that's what we are, right? The old souls have returned back into human form to usher in a new age. to help usher in a new era.
Yes, and they were really needed to bring the vibration of the planet up.
Absolutely, yeah, they were.
Because they have controlled and kept frequencies that kept people down because they feed off the negative frequency. That's really sad, but true. Okay, so here's one more question. Did they ever inspect every shipping container from the last time the big barge got stuck? Oh, yeah. They can read heat signatures, can't they?
They do. They have the technology similar to X-ray where they can see through things. Absolutely.
Somebody's asking at what, or J Thought's asking, at which level does pain not exist?
That's a good question. Well, pain only exists because we have carbon-based genetics. Once we activate the crystalline genetics, which is pretty much our subtle light body, the beginning of our light body, because there's even more advanced, you could say, structures, vehicle structures beyond that, beyond crystalline. That's when we no longer have this meat suit of flesh and blood. We no longer age, and therefore we no longer feel pain. Yeah, the idea of feeling pain, physical pain especially, is directly associated with our meat flesh avatars. But the crystalline body is pretty self-regenerative, and of course we still have emotional spectrum. We could still feel, ups and downs, feel sad, weep. There are angels that weep, believe it or not, even on the 7th, 8th, and 9th dimension, but they don't feel physical pain like we do because they don't have a corporal, physical body of flesh and bones.
And they have certainly learned how to create pain for those flesh and bones in many ways with some of the things that they've done to us and to the planet. So if we're running up on time, and I know you have another interview coming up, so I would wonder if there's some last things that you would like to say to the audience for regarding your book or regarding what to expect in the near future, or what
Yeah, nothing big is going to happen on the 8th of April, but it's always best to be prepared. Definitely not the rapture, right? That's propaganda being pushed by the fundamentalist religious. And if you guys get this book, again, this is the prequel to our Cosmic Origin. This book is as mind-opening as our Cosmic Origin book, or more so, because of the fact that I revealed the whole history of this battle between what I call the two brotherhoods, the White Knights and the Dark Hats. It's an age-old plot that actually, if you want to be technical, it is the same battle that was taking place in the heavens between Michael and Lucifer.
It's an age-old battle that just continues.
Yeah, that is now coming to an end. And you could actually order this book through Amazon. Just make sure you type in The Secret Government, Invisible Architects, Secrets, Power, and Lies. Or what I could do is, did I give you my link? Oh, you could always place it in the description.
Yes, I can. I will do that. I'll place it in the description, the link for the book. But you can go to Amazon and find it.
A lot of people have been waiting for this book for over 2 years, ever since I came to the scene.
Well, thank you so much, Ishmael, and I really appreciate you coming on the show. And
thank you, Gail. Appreciate that.
Oh, anytime. Thank you. And I'll let you go here shortly so you can make your other meeting and tell others so more people can be informed about what's really going on our planet. But we're at the precipice of change for the better.
Absolutely. This is the Great Awakening. It's time to take off the training wheels. It's time to take off the badges and just go deep in the rabbit hole. All right.
Yeah. All righty. Thank you. I'll let you go then. And thank everyone. Thank you for listening. And Ishmael has to go to another interview, and we'll see you all again. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye-bye.
have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And I have a rather a show and podcast icon, I think, in the business, Miss Kerry Cassidy, and she's going to update us on her intel. So let me bring her on. Welcome,
Hi.
Carrie.
Hi.
So happy to have you on. I really appreciate you coming on my show.
Thank you.
And I love your intel and your updates, and you have a lot of really good contacts and a broad base to analyze things from. So
Sure, no problem. How's my sound? I just got a a new computer and I haven't had a chance to check anything. So if my sound is way off over the top, let me know.
You sound fine. You sound good.
Oh, all right, fine.
And I didn't put YouTube on, so we don't have to worry about that being taken down or not. I did manage to get one other channel up, but I'm waiting for him to take me down anytime. But I didn't put that on because then we can't talk freely. So we can talk freely now. And one of the things I have to ask you right out the gate, because I got someone to ask, please ask Carrie about med beds. And do you have any information on med beds? So.
Well, I mean, not really, because there are many different kinds. Personally, I don't think you're going to get the real thing until Trump and the White Hats maybe come back into power in a more formal, upfront way. They're sort of operational behind the scenes. And even then, there are limitations on this sector of the galaxy, and definitely on Earth. And so I don't know how all of that's going to play out. I'm more of a skeptic than most. I think that some people think they're working, they're going and, signing up for these things, and whatever's happening to them in these places, I think maybe is working for them. I just am a skeptic at the moment. I'm not saying they don't work. There are so many technologies. I'm doing this thing called X39, and it is stimulating your own stem cells to sort of revitalize your body. So I'm very much about self-healing, not so much about something external to you coming in and making you different. So I think that there could be even some frequency issues with some of these medbed places, and maybe people won't know the difference between the good ones and the bad ones. But of course, I guess the way people look at it is the results are what matter. So, but I don't have any inside intel. I know that initially I heard, and I don't even know if it's accurate anymore, but Simon Parks was going to be in charge for the White Hats of the distribution. And then I heard later that he was only going to handle a certain part of the world, and then someone else was going to handle other parts. So it's one of those things. It's a lot like the QFS and, the remaking of the financial system. And everyone says it's happening tomorrow or happening today, but where is it? And so
exactly, I'm becoming very skeptical myself, Kerry. I really am. And I'm all behind what you used to say, or have been saying all along, is can we please have some truth? Just put some truth out there. That would help people a lot.
Well, I'd rather have the truth, actually, even, people that are in dire situations in terms of their health, I don't think people understand the complexity. I'm a healer, I don't practice, but I can do healing. Anyway, and I can tell you that when there's something wrong with you physically, there's also something wrong with you on the mental level, and something that is, being accessed by even the negative side on other levels. So you have, many layers of body, and you have a body, mind, soul complex. And the last sort of bastion of what you might call dis-ease or imbalance comes to the lowest level, which is, this earth material level last. So that means that whatever comes forward in your body is actually, in a sense, like you might think of it as a dis-ease, but it's signaling to you that there's a deeper problem that hasn't been handled.
Yeah, and, a warning sign.
I talked to Sean David Morton about this as well, because this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the body is a complex. And even if you go, let's say you go to a med bed and you get some kind of healing, what will likely occur if there is still an imbalance in you is either it will come back, or it'll come back in a different form and you'll still have to deal with it, because this is how, this is actually built into the universe. It's not just a, one size fits all. It's all to do with who you are, what your deeper levels are, your relationship with your fellow humans, with plants and animals and everything else, and the higher realms as well, the spiritual and metaphysical and, paranormal, et cetera, et cetera. So, any of these illnesses come from those levels, and they can go back in past lives. A lot of stuff can be healed just by going into past lives, doing what you call regression therapy, and finding out where did you get it? Where did it come from? There's some really excellent, I think, matrix energetics. It's Richard Bartlett is somebody I interviewed numerous times. He's on my website. You can just search his last name, Bartlett. And I highly recommend his healings. When I was wounded with a scalar weapon, I utilized some of his services, and I think he definitely helped. I think that my understanding of what he was doing helped even more. And I also used Rife. I forget Rife's first name. Not Wilhelm Reich, but
I know
technology, the Rife machine, and that's a frequency. You deal with it in frequencies, and I had a person who helped me start up on that system, and I cured myself of cancer using that and other protocols, including some kind of I don't think it was snake venom, but it was some kind of solution
poison
from Mexico that Sean David Morton helped me purchase. And I did it. I actually had to apply my own techniques into these things, because it's not enough that you just sit there, and think you're going to just accept it and bring it on, and then your body is going to accept it. It's, again, not good enough. You have to go to the deeper levels and figure out, why you're dealing with that, why the impediment to your progress or to your, on your path, or why the challenge is presented. And is there something that you haven't dealt with in your life? And I'm probably giving you a longer explanation than you expected. But as a healer, and the way I look at the world, I don't see it like other people. I see it in terms of energetics. I see it in terms of, that everything around us has consciousness. That includes, the wood of a table, or, the air we breathe, the ether that we're all ensconced in. And that we are also, I'm into psychic perception and signal non-locality, which is used in remote viewing and other things. In other words, that you can be in contact with somebody a world away simultaneously and have an impact from them, and vice versa. So these are the things that matter to me, that I think are really what is about healing yourself, is about learning about yourself, learning where your sorrows are, where your happiness is, and trying to integrate that. So illness would mean that in the path of integration, that you've reached a kind of a blockage of some kind, and you have to work through it. It's not good enough for it to come outside and just slap something on you that's going to sort of make you all better. It's about your consciousness. It's about clearing your consciousness and raising your frequency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, frequency healing is very important. I'm hearing an echo back, but anyway, maybe it went away. The thing I always thought about with the med beds too. Okay, what and a lot of this is really based on what you were saying. What happens after you leave? Do you do the same things as well? And end up in the same condition in a short while. So that can be a bit of a problem.
What happens after you leave what? The planet?
No, after you leave the med bed, so you get healed from the med bed, and then what about maintenance? I mean,
Right. That's
kind
what
of
I'm
thing.
saying. I'm saying you
Yeah.
can have a reversal. You can even have a slow sort of degradation. And by the way, this is also happening with the people that use adrenochrome, in case you don't know this. But because that's they get hooked on. It's like a drug. They get hooked on it. It's basically orgone energy at the root of it, because it comes from other humans. It's basically that, and what I would refer to, having studied Eastern philosophy, as Kundalini energy. So it's stealing energy from other beings and bringing it into your own self. But what happens is a dependency, and then of course you can't handle any kind of shutdown. As I say, it's like heroin or some other drug. So that's, the body is it's a dependency mechanism. So these people that want to do that, they can never stop. Otherwise, of course, you've seen even pictures of where people start,
Deteriorate.
literally aging within days from, let's say 50 to 80, or whatever it happens to be. So I'm just saying, it's because it's not integrated. Okay, it's like putting a Band-Aid on a wound.
Right.
It doesn't heal the wound. The Band-Aid
Superficial healing. Yeah.
it's just it's just a mask, if you will. So the mask is one thing, but the internal, as John Lennon said, you can't hide if you're crippled inside. So it's really that you're going to have to deal with whatever it is, and those beings that latch on to these sort of sick treatments that are out there. There are, other, besides adrenochrome, there are a lot of sick things, Botox, all these kind of things. And what happens is, again, a dependency relationship, a sick attachment, a false front, and the body and the soul and the mechanism that goes between all those, the feedback mechanism, if you will, gets interrupted, and it's getting wrong information from you. Okay, so your body, as a overall feedback, is no longer sending you the right information. It's it's saying, whatever it's saying. And so the thing is that you are the person who's supposed to decipher when you're good and when you're not. If you look at the external image and that's all you see, then you're not getting it. You're not getting the truth about who you are, what you're all about, or where your life is going, and so on and so forth. So again, these are our patches. These are crutches. And people are using those all the time and more, okay? And what also happens is that as a body, soul, mind complex, when you come here, you have things to deal with. So you came here on purpose to manifest whatever it was, and to see that in front of you and to deal with it. And so you could see it in another human being, or you can see it in yourself, or you know what I'm saying? And then you actually have to deal with it. If you try to slide away and ignore it or whatever, it doesn't work. It doesn't get healed. Okay. So when you're dealing and you think, a lot of people are sort of hiding and they're non-confrontational and they don't want to be seen for who they really are. And they're, like I say, they're wearing layers of masks and all this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, it comes back to you. You're going to be who you are eventually. And whether you're going to do it in this life or you're going to do it in several other lives, it's going to come back. And so I think if you realize that, it can affect the way you behave in this life. And you can realize that all these fake sort of patches, they might give you some kind of relief for a while, but because you're not dealing with it, it's not going to help you in the long run. You need to do the work to get the results, so to speak.
Well, everybody says do the work, but people need to know what that means when you say that.
It means going internal, going inside, getting into deep meditation, understanding your childhood traumas, for example. reliving them if necessary. You know, you can get assistance from outside. You can get, like I say, a regression therapist. You can get, you know, I don't know, temporary relief in one way or another. Like a lot of people smoke dope. I can't stand dope. It's gross as far as I'm concerned. I don't think it's healthy for you. I know that's not a popular belief.
What was that?
I do know
didn't.
that. Sorry?
What did you? What were you referring to?
Smoking dope, you know, dope, you know.
Oh, cannabis?
Marijuana, you know,
Yeah,
whatever, all the different kinds.
Mhm.
Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't allow you to sort of be able to heal. It can have some healing effects, is what I'm trying to say. So, but you have to understand the things that it is not healing, the things that it is, the impediments that it may be, let's say, covering over. So you're not ever dealing with them. You know, you go through your life in sort of a cloud kind of thing. And I understand that a lot of people even find the healing things in that for cancer and other diseases. They also allows them to just make it through the day. And all of that is understandable. I'm not putting that down. I'm just saying personally, I see a different scenario there. Okay.
Goes deeper than that, is what you're getting at.
Yeah,
right?
I'm talking on a spiritual level, I guess you might say.
Yeah.
I'm talking if if your understanding is that we come here as part of a spiritual challenge, if you will, to not only help others and work with others, but to sort of to advance ourselves on a spiritual level, then any of these things, again, that you use as crutches, as you know, to put a facade over, to placate yourself. I mean, we all do it. Okay, it's not like, you know, and I'm not saying I'm perfect in that way, you know, but you can monitor this in yourself and see what are you doing that is detrimental to your overall spiritual progress. And we have to be our own spiritual masters, as far as I'm concerned. I don't even think going to another spiritual master is a solution. But I'm, you know, I have kind of a different, maybe you might call me more of a spiritual hardliner or something like that. Because, you know, I think cold turkey, you know, you really, you know, I've traveled in India and I've studied Eastern philosophy, you know, and all over the world I've traveled, and I've delved deeply into various religions and this and that. And I really, you know, I'm not going to be shy about the fact that I am skeptical of a lot of things. Even let's talk about technology. So technology makes your life easier in certain ways, but it can also allow you, you might say, an escape hatch through which you may then again be avoiding some face-to-face stuff that you haven't dealt with. And so it can be dangerous in that sense, again, as any crutch can be, because if you depend on a crutch for too long, you don't develop the muscles to fight whatever it is. And this is all in Eastern philosophy. It tends to be more in the Eastern philosophy than in the West, you know, where you study Zen or even, you know, Kung Fu or all of the different Eastern disciplines. They're disciplines. They're learning how to integrate the body, mind, soul complex, and to make, and to, you know, to bring you to that, you know, to the wall. So, you know, to deal with it directly. And so that you're not living your life in a state of avoidance. And yeah.
Well, it's like the pharmaceutical industry is what's taken over in the Western world, and it never cures anything. It actually causes more problems in the long run. And
right.
So that's where Eastern philosophies are probably much more in the right direction, even though they're probably not perfect either. But I guess that's the search for the Holy Grail. But it's healing is there's a lot to it. And I think, I don't know if we knew when we came in for this job that we were going to be poisoned at every turn. our air,
Right.
our
Well,
water.
that's part of the challenge, you know. In other words, if you don't have adversity, then you don't get challenged. Okay. And if you don't get challenged, you don't recognize yourself. You don't meet yourself on the road at every juncture. So wherever you are challenged is where you need to be challenged. And that may be harsh. Again, people may look at me as having a harsh view of reality, but that's reality. So I don't, for what it's worth, I don't, I have a more spiritual way of looking at, let's say, impediments. And, you know, someone could be born blind, or they could be born, you know, without a limb, or whatever it happens to be, right? And so this is a choice. It's a spiritual choice more than anything. And this is going to force the being who comes in with whatever it is, whatever the impediments are to like a smooth, happy life, right? An easygoing life. When things are harder is when you meet yourself and you have to face come up with the will to overcome the adversities. And I've seen in my own life, you know, some of the things that appeared to be the most negative have been the most positive for me in my
But
development.
not right away, right?
Sure. You know, needless to say, I mean, you would see them as negative in the beginning, for sure.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is somewhere down the road, I've recognized that they have been beneficial, you know, and I think that's really important. And then when you meet a person, this is where it gets a little strange, but say you meet a person and you think, oh, poor them, they have this or that, right, wrong with them, or they might have, you know, they could be very wealthy or they could be very poor. It doesn't really matter. You can feel sorry for them because they're in a difficult position as a result of where they are born. But the reality is that I don't think it engenders, it can engender a certain amount of empathy, but not pity. Okay. So we don't need pity. Pity is actually a very degrading response to these challenges that we are faced with. So I think it's not something that I go around thinking, oh, you know, that somebody needs a lot of sympathy. I could say, what is that movie? Forrest Gump. I can't stand that movie. I hate movies like that. The reason is because they like to take these impediments and make you feel sorry for the character and all this kind of stuff. And I don't think that's accurate. I don't think people with impediments of all kinds are to be pitied. I think that they are to be maybe understood. I think you could even assist them from time to time, but you can't assist them all the time because they'll never learn. They'll never get over whatever it is they brought in with them. And the ones that take the challenge head on and really overcome those challenges, do these miraculous things you read about, you know, that people do with handicaps and various things. You know, this is the challenge that we ask to come in with. And even things that you might not think is a challenge to the being could be a challenge. For example, if you come in, you know, really good looking, and then everyone treats you nice because you're good looking or whatever. And then you find out that you got through that part of life really easily. Well, you didn't learn anything and you didn't develop any muscles. And then later in life, you're like a lot more useless, not only to yourself, but to others, and so on and so forth. In other words, the ones that come in, and those of us that are warriors, fighters, you know, whatever you call us, we innately, you know, and this is built in again to the Eastern philosophy, why they always show, you know, fighting and learning how to do all these things, is because that's learning how to overcome weakness and to again meet yourself at every juncture.
Wow, well, that's good. I guess another.
I'm just trying to answer your question. Maybe I missed the. You know.
No, that was great. I mean, it's true. It was all that's good information about healing. from a healer standpoint and energetic. And that's really where we're at with medicine now, is energy medicine more than anything. Another thing that I think people have to overcome in this realm is the programming that we've been subjected to, either through our educational system, our culture, our TV, or whatever it happens to be. Because I was just looking at this one article here just recently about this psychologist Stanley Milgram found that 80% of the population do not have the psychological or moral resources to defy an authority's order, no matter how illegitimate the order is. Therefore, only 20% have critical thinking capacity. Now, that's kind of depressing. That's a result.
Yeah, let me just say something about these kinds of things where they say that they're doing some survey or analyzing a certain group of people. To be honest, as far as I'm concerned, they don't know fuck all about people. And they don't get it. I mean, even their intelligence tests don't measure intelligence.
That's
they
right.
don't
That's true.
also have any idea what spiritual intelligence is, emotional intelligence. They don't understand the various levels at which we come in. They don't understand the gifts that people bring to the table because they are strange or I think more and more intelligence agencies began to realize this. And so they started hiring people that didn't fit the Ivy League, notion of what, they thought an agent should be. It happened during World War II. They started hiring people that were, what you call round holes that didn't fit into round
square peg and around, yeah.
Holes. Yeah. So they realized that humanity, in a sense, if you think of it as a whole, is got, I was just at the mall the other day and I was looking at every size and shape of body and every different kind of clothing these people wear and all the different colors of skin, like tonalities of skin color and every nationality you can imagine. And granted, I live near LA, which is quite a melting pot of races. So the thing about it is that what you realize is how incredible this amazing humanity is. And so when people come to me and they make blanket statements, and the Illuminati has been doing this forever, they're trying to sell you a version of yourself, okay? But if you accept it, it's just like taking a psychiatrist or psychologist and taking their version of you. It's insane, okay? Anytime you look outside yourself and take someone else's version of you as take it on board, you're basically in self-denial. And the real master of who you are and who you really are and all your different incarnations, you can't judge other people on the face that you are currently looking at any given time, unless you happen to be more psychic perceptive, in which I can have the ability, when I meet a person, I can start seeing their past lives that are integrating into whoever I'm faced with at the moment. So, and that means male, female, everything under the sun, and also talking about ETs and your ET background. I can read that, and more and more I have, I get downloads about people, and I don't know if I talked about this much, but I was at the Super Soldier event or something, and they had this, what do you call it? It was like a group thing where people could go in the morning, everyone got together and sat in a round circle, and people were doing readings of people and everything. And I just went because I never go to that kind of thing. And so I thought, well, I had nothing else to do in my hotel room. So I thought, what the hell, I'll just go down there and just, kind of hang out and see what's going on. And so I went down there and I started getting downloads on all the people in the circle. And I didn't even know why or how it worked out, but I started to speak out about it. I started to do readings on one after the other, and it was just all coming to me like that. Wow. And it's not something I like to do necessarily. It's not something I want to do, but I have had it happen in my life. So I'm just saying, when you're faced with a person and you're looking at them and thinking, oh, they're fat, or they're, this color, or they're that color, or whatever your issue might be, or what you might be pegging them as one nationality, when in reality they might be 6 other ones, because we're all hybrids. So what I'm saying is people that judge other people on just the surface are so not getting it. So that comment that you just told me, about 80% of people, because of programming, have to take orders, that's all bullshit. Could change tomorrow.
That was a psychologist. That's what you get when you go to the psychologist.
Yeah, well, I don't.
And along with a couple of labels, I'm sure.
Yeah, frankly, I think they're all out of their fucking minds. Sorry for my French, but the reality is the worst thing you can do is take their idea of you and try to comply with it and go along with it. I mean, that's what's wrong.
Propaganda too.
Society right now is they bought a picture of humanity that's a lie. You were told you were stupid. You were told you were a sinner. Yeah. The minute you got born on this earth, you're supposed to be a sinner. Now, what kind of logic is that? It's insane. Okay, it is insanity. And it's a reptilian religion that makes people think these things. Why? Because the reptilians look down on you. They want you to be in like a pity party and have a bad opinion of yourself. And they want to have, raise your kid in school and get them beat up by all the bullies and be told that they're not good enough in this and they're not good enough when they could have some amazing gifts that are just completely untapped. And be smarter than everyone else in those areas. So, these generalities about people, I can't stand them. I just really
Yeah, there's a lot of that out there too, especially in the psychological field, which is actually based on
it's very detrimental.
Yeah,
I mean, I know a certain well-known, what do you want to call these people? Influencer like myself who has their own channel, blah, blah, blah. And they got hooked into this particular, it's a psychiatrist or psychologist, his little scale of humanity and where you fit on it. In fact, I know several people that got hooked into it. And so what I found out was that, and one of those people actually went home and told their child that they were, locked into some kind of stupid level because that's what they were born, like based on their birth sign. I mean, how completely deranged this is. But these people buy into this stuff, and it's really like a Nazi mentality, to where you experiment on humanity, experiment on people, you categorize them, you slice them, you dice them. But how do you do that when we are ever becoming, we are eternal, and we are ever changing, and we are incarnating simultaneously into many bodies and all over, not just the planet, but all over the solar systems. I mean, we are as unlimited as the creator who created us. So if you don't get that, if you want to limit people,
that's what
I don't have time for you.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the greatest gifts to humanity that we could impart, would be to get them to recognize their divinity, their real source of spiritual power.
Yes. Yeah, the uniqueness of who each and every person is and what they bring to the table that will enhance the rest of us. Because that's what we all want. We all come with gifts. We come bearing gifts, and we are the gift.
And yeah, and like you said, it's starting off being told you're a sinner and you're this and you're that, and it just gets you on a very low vibration right out the gate, and
right.
And then and then not to mention the jabs and the number of them that our children are subjected to compared to when we were little. I mean, oh my God,
right?
Just more and more and more, and people have been so duped. I don't know if we've been in some kind of a trance or what, but so much of this, we have to be accountable. We let it happen. little by
Well,
little
yeah,
by
that's
little.
why I don't think going around feeling sorry for people that are in bad situations or have lived through, childhood trauma, et cetera, et cetera. There's a reason why a soul will put themselves through these. That's the way I look at it. I mean, I look that we make soul choices. We put ourselves in certain experiences in order to learn. And, it's you learn about the dark and you learn about the light, and you're going to continue to learn about it. I mean, it's not like you can stop it. It's going to happen. It's built into the universe, the multiverse.
Do you believe that people agreed to all the things that happened to them in this lifetime prior to being in this life? I mean, some people say that.
I think there's a soul cooperation, let's say, with destiny. I think we meet our destiny head on, and whether we like it or not, and that if that's going to be your choice, that you make choices. There are choices, and then you bring something closer to you or you push it further away. And a certain choice can either save your life and keep you here on the earth longer, and from our point of view, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, it's not always like that. It's like some people it's time for them to leave. So it wouldn't be a good thing if they stayed. It's not a good, in other words, they are at a sort of stopping point in their growth and development here on Earth. So they need to leave this dimension to continue, or either come back in another form or continue on somewhere else. So I think, again, our view of life and death is very limited. There's a whole codified popular view of what things mean and what's life, what's death, what's good, what's bad, all that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in many ways, these things can be, as I say, something bad can actually end up good. You can break up with somebody. You could think it's a tragedy. You think it's the worst thing that ever happened to you. Turns out it's the best thing that ever happened to you. When you see through your own eyes later on. So things are locked in time and space, and you see them differently depending on where you are in your trajectory, right? So even when I look in the past and I think of some of my choices, and I'm thinking, oh my God, spare me. Like, I wish I didn't make those choices.
I got plenty of those too.
I can't take it back. It happened, right? I chose whoever, these weird relationships or whatever it happened to be. But it's taught me so much, right? So if I didn't have that experience, I simply would be naive again. So it's kind of like, whether we like it or not, life is all about getting rid of naivete on everything. Okay. So no longer can you say, I'm not responsible. I don't know. I was duped. I was, this or that. It's not about that. I just
that could be willful ignorance.
And I'm watching the kitten explore her, universe, right? And, she falls down and she goes, wants to jump too far, and she, she makes wrong decisions, right? And then she learns, and every time she learns, every day she's learning like so fast, I can't even believe it. And I think every human is like that. We're all learning at an incredible speed. And I think it's kind of exciting. What I don't like is when I see people, and this has to do with my sort of obsession with, exposing secrets. Because if you don't know a secret, and your whole world is surrounded by secrecy, then you basically, it behooves you to investigate and find out the truth behind the secrecy. And people that are keeping secrets from you are stopping your growth, their growth, and the growth of the people around you. And this is when I get into a big thing with the white hats, because I'm like, don't be like our enemy, okay? Do not start being as secretive as they are. Unfortunately, that's more or less the road they've gone down. It's their choice. They do it because they say they're in, the fog of war and they have to do all that. But the minute Trump comes back into office in an obvious way in which he acknowledges that he is the president and CIC, and so does the rest of the world, and so does the military, who will have to back him with that, so he doesn't just sound like he's making shit up. Then we will be taking Trump to task and saying, okay, now you're this, you can't get away from it. You can't blame it on Biden anymore. You can't blame it on somebody else. You're going to have to do. And the good thing about Trump is that, at least as far as I've seen, he really does step up. He's
Yeah,
not
he does
make an executive choice.
It appears that way anyway.
And that has been to his benefit, because we have so many people, and especially so-called leaders, who say they're going to do something but never do it. Now, there are things that Trump has not done, okay, that he said he would do. But we have to keep in mind that this is an ongoing war. It's a battle, and we're still in the thick of it. And people that think, well, we won, you can just sit back and watch the movie, that's bullshit. The reality of humanity and freeing humanity is an ongoing, never-ending struggle, as far as I'm concerned, here on planet Earth, okay? And if you don't see the evidence, you're blind. It's obvious that we still have people, dying of hunger. We have unlimited limitation. We have scarcity models that are false. We have good, clean water that comes from within the earth. Oil renews itself. All these things that we realize are actual truths are not out there in the mainstream. They're not how we live our lives or run our planet. So these things are lies, 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 lies. So that a lot of us are faced with people who are in denial constantly, who are lying to themselves and others constantly. I mean, these are things that disturb me, that make me want to do the job I do. I find them challenging. I find them, I'm not going to stop. I am not going to stop. And I don't care who doesn't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, there's a lot out there right now. There's a lot of, some of our best people are still deceived. I see this, they're not copying to the real truth. Some of the white hats are trying to keep like the truth of aliens and the visitation and come on, really, this is all front and center now. It's simultaneous. It's not, oh, you deal with this now, you elect Trump now, and then sometime down the road, you allow people to realize this, that, and the other. It's, I don't know, like living in slow motion.
It's too slow. Yeah, it is slow motion.
Yeah.
It is slow
and
motion.
I think I see beings, humanity, even the seemingly dumb ones, I see us as being, 360 degrees. I don't see us as being flat and only being able to handle one thing at a time. I think that's complete nonsense.
Oh, you mean multitask? Is that what you're talking about?
Just,
Oh.
truths, you name it. I mean, there's an obsession, not only within the white hats and their philosophy, but also in the Illuminati, the way they treat you and humans, is to think that you can only hold one clear thought in your mind at a time, that you can't handle contradiction, that, how people say, oh, what are they doing over here while you're looking over there, that kind of thing. Not knowing that you actually have 360-degree vision, that you're all psychic, you're all remote viewers, and you can see it all at once if you want. I mean, we don't live in a, what we call it a linear world view. That's how one thing happens, then the next thing, then the next thing. That's not actually accurate. Even Native Americans have known this forever. Time and space are simultaneous, okay? Everything is happening at once, right? So it's just how your perception at any given moment, what you choose to look at. It helps us to zoom in to a sort of a linear and follow a through line, because it helps us to see things closer and follow a narrative, so to speak. But it's very detrimental if you think you're going to teach people that way, because you're not. We are not actually built like that. You know, there's a reason why our heads are circular. You know, we are actually, we live on in a, you know, this, I know people want to think we live on a flat earth, but I'm sorry. They're not seeing the other dimensions. This is multi-dimensional. We are multi-dimensional. We are faceted, if you will.
Brain studies have shown that we have like access 11 dimensions, I believe, in our brain's capacity. Let me put it that way.
Right.
Why exactly some of it's been suppressed, I'm not sure if that's from programming or genetic modification or what, but whereas maybe it's just something, maybe that involves more spiritual development. I'm not sure, but that's
well, you know, you can choose to explore other avenues all the time. So it doesn't matter when somebody gives you an order, you know, you can think along different lines.
well, they consider order followers a problem, you know, if they don't think for themselves. In some situations, it's best to, and in other situations, if it's a bad order, you have to have the gumption to be able to defy it. But I'm sure that's not easy to do either, just the way the system is and everything. But don't you feel that more truth is coming out now?
Yes and no, but I kind of see it again as it's always been out there, you know, like the X-Files, the truth is out there. It's been in us as well. And it's always there. It's not like it just started because we started to get involved in, I don't know, MAGA politics or whatever. Some of these things come to the fore, like in more sharp relief, but they're always there. It's just, where are they coming to the surface more? So this era and these actually, you know, these eras here are times of revealing. That's what we're living through, is these revealings. And so I think a lot of what went on in the earth and the trajectory of humanity up to now has been, you might say, learning experiences that have been culminating to some degree at this time, to where we are realizing that all these things are simultaneous, that all these timelines and historical things are still continuing, you know, at the same time that we're experiencing the now. So you can choose to focus on whatever you want. You know, you can, right now, let's say you can watch a period piece and you can transport yourself back in time to that time period and examine it and see it perhaps as, you know, a soul, how you experienced it back then, or you can see the flaws and the inconsistencies and contradictions there. You can fast forward to the future. I mean, in other words, we are time travelers, basically, and we can go and see anything at any time period. That's what remote viewing is about. It's about looking into space and time and picking out certain incidents. It tends to be more material than spiritual. So it's not the only way to look at things. I tend to be more on the psychic side. I have practiced some remote viewing and find that it does work. But again, it's very materialistic. It's very kind of nuts and bolts and here and now on the everyday earth that you might think about it. That's how it's used also by the military and all that. But, you know, I'm just saying it's truth is, it's kind of weird because I think that every era thinks it's, you know, stupendous, right? If you go back in time and you listen to some of the things they're saying, that, oh, the train was being invented and, oh, life, you know, people that went from the cowboy days to, you know, more industrial. They thought everything was changing so rapidly then. We think it's changing now with AI. And even more rapidly, and some say it is more rapid. But the reality is that all of this is simultaneous because time and space are one.
Yeah, sometimes some of these concepts are hard to wrap around people's head, for whatever reason, because we haven't.
Yeah, but you can,
been
in
exposed
other
to
words,
that much.
it's kind of like the hourglass idea.
Mhm.
You can go from the hourglass, so you go from the macrocosm to the microcosm, and you go through the thinnest part where you get very specific and focus on something detailed. So it's really the ability of the mind to do that. That actually, I think, is more than anything the definition of intelligence, is your fluidity with that ability. So, to go from the specific to the general, if you want to be really simplistic about it.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying.
We have, all I'm saying is that we have these abilities. Whether you choose to, exploit them, explore them, is your choice.
Well, all right. Well, we're talking about self-realization and self-authentication, shall we say? And it's a challenge for everybody, and nobody can do it for you.
Right.
And I think the biggest part is being able to clear your mind from all the busyness that you get accustomed to. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I learned to do that. I taught myself that when I was quite young, so I developed that ability. Some people never really spend much time developing it, but a lot of people don't realize they're doing it naturally, even when there's different places and times. Like you could be riding a subway and not realizing that you're actually meditating during that process. Or you could be mowing your lawn and you don't realize you're meditating. Or you could be dancing and not realizing you're in a state of meditation or an altered state, or a Zen sort of state, and
running can be like that too. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
It kind of zen out.
That's right. So we are kind of natural. I know that people like to say, well, you have to follow certain protocols to meditate, so and so. It's not actually quite accurate. We have all these abilities that are natural to us. So it's not something that is unnatural. It's more the way you're looking at it, where you're saying, oh, I can't do thus and so.
Yeah. Well, and that's something too. I used to argue with. They say you create your own reality, and for a long time I didn't believe that. I said, if I created my own reality, why is this here? Why blah 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 blah. And no, I don't. But then when you really think about the programs you got going on in your head about what you think of yourself or what you think you can do, and a lot of times self-confidence and comes into play there, and but recognizing it in yourself and
well, a lot of the things are programs, so if you realize it's a program and it's put into, schools and religious institutions, it's in books, it's in movies, it's in, it's a way of thought that they have tried to capture your mind with. Okay. It's
print. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so,
you have to pull it out of the print.
Yeah, I think it's possible to change your mind and to climb out of these cages.
Yeah, I know it is, because I know that I've my own journey, come a long way. And I started late in life. I didn't start very young. I was older. Already, I was busy into the career thing and a lot of the more socially acceptable ways or something like that. But I found that I even in the field that I work with, I was a natural rebel because I was always looking for the truth. And that's why I do what I do now too, because I really like to bring forward that can help people along the way as we evolve and move forward. So,
Right. And thank you. And that's great that you do what you do, you know.
yeah. Well, you're a model for that, so I appreciate that a great deal because you've done this for so many years, and I look up to you for that, and I think it's a wonderful thing because we need people like you to do that, to help people, to guide people, and I think you're doing a great job. So we just keep putting it out there. Everybody covers things a little differently and so on, and then it just gets a broader group of people and so on. So we've been going for almost an hour now. Do you have anything breaking news that you'd like to share, or should we?
Well, I mean, I could comment briefly on this thing going on with the royal family, and Kate seems to be pretty hot news right now. Some people are saying they're about to make an announcement that she has died. My understanding is that the real police chief, which is a website called buymeacoffee.com/truther, he has actually come out and said she has gone into witness protection, and so probably are the children, by the way. Now, how that's handled by the royal family and how the various speakers out there on the circuit are talking about it is another matter. I think one just did a show with Nino in which he kind of covered the gamut. The idea that William was created as one of the Antichrist figures and fits the billing in terms of genetics and so on. What is really going on there? It has a lot to do with, this is the nest of the dark magicians stuff that they put out. So I think it's only useful to really watch it in terms of what they're trying to do and which direction they're trying to lead humanity. I think more so than for the nuts and bolts of what it really is talking about, which is a lot of satanic stuff. So just to be aware of that, and whether or not someone has been cloned, that could be the choice that they make, and then she'll show up again, Your body doubles, it's the same thing with Biden. Juan says there are 4 Bidens. We're talking about body doubles. We're talking about individuals who have actually died in real, and been verified behind the scenes, and then people are following them as if they're alive. Instead, they're following a body double who's under orders, who basically is given a script and delivers it. Either they do a good job or a bad job. In most cases, it doesn't even matter. And that's what we're faced with right now. We're living in a hall of mirrors constantly. And I don't think getting so hung up on the fact that it is a hall of mirrors is really going to be all that helpful. I think you have to discern if something has meaning for you, if it tells you about something deeper, then perhaps you follow it further. But just the sensation or the superficiality of these moments, there's a lot of this going on. So you can pay attention to your own life, and you can, do something creative for yourself or the planet. Or you can, watch the show, so to speak, that is literally being performed in front of your face by the Illuminati and by all their henchmen and women. Or, you can reject it. You can watch commercials, or you can reject them. They're selling you something. A lot of times you're being sold something. So the New World Order is selling you the New World Order, So these are sales jobs.
Smart cities and so on.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever is the latest thing. And then, trying to convince you that you are one thing or another, labeling people so-and-so. It's we're living in a very mercurial mad time. I think there are still things to be, places to find joy and fascination with what's going on in the world around us. So,
I find the best way to get away is to go out in nature. And,
I agree. That's a great way to do it.
That's the best thing to do. And
yes,
I haven't done as much of it as I should here lately, and I need to get back out there. It helps with grounding. You just feel so much better and everything.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
because we're connected to nature, and they're trying to disconnect us even more than we already are, with a lot of things that are going on. Alrighty then. Well, that pretty much went in a direction I didn't expect, but that's cool. We did. I appreciate what you said, and I think it's very important for people to know those things. That healing goes deep. It really does.
Oh yeah, we're all healing. Everyone's healing on some form or fashion, and we're healing the planet. We're healing the solar system. We're healing, humanity in general.
And that's a beautiful thing. And it can only get better the more people that do it, and the more we get this place healed up, and we can make it a paradise if we focus on that. I like to think, anyway. What you focus on is what you're supposed to get. So we got to focus on the good things. Shouldn't you agree?
Right. Well, I think that's true, and also not necessarily true.
Explain.
Oh, just, this idea that what you focus on is what you're going to get. That's not completely true.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Sometimes
words,
it doesn't happen.
That's also a way of dumbing yourself down to the realities around you and dealing with them. So again, if you don't meet them head on, and if you don't deal with things like child trafficking head on, if you think you can just look away and it'll go away, that's not going to happen. So I think it's you have to be careful of some of these platitudes that they try to sell you every day and every night, because they're really trying to ask you, look away, don't bother yourself about this, don't try to attract it to yourself by focusing on it, which is not true, because you can also focus light on something and destroy the darkness and expose it. And that's what we're doing here as well.
Yeah, and that's critically important in order to expose it so more and more people see it. Because that's the only way you can heal as a result, too. So that makes all kinds of sense. So I see what you're saying. That makes sense. All right. Well, thank you so much for spending this time with me. And
yes, likewise.
I really appreciate it. And it was an interesting talk.
Okay. All right.
So you
take care, Gail.
You do. You too, Carrie. And you keep doing what you're doing. And,
okay, you too. All right.
I'll see you out there, okay? I always pay attention.
Yep.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up. Stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers. Finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Left your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of
Page.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And I have a very interesting guest today who has done some awesome research and has some very interesting things that she will share with us. So let me bring Rainetta Jones on. Welcome, Rainetta.
Hiya, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. I've
Okay.
listened to some of your shows with James Rink, and I was just fascinated with the different things that you're able to talk about. And
Sure.
I indicated that, well, go ahead and, I know you don't like this question, but tell us about yourself, your background and so on. I put some in the description, so there is some information there.
Okay. Well, I was born in the Caribbean. Caribbean life is really, really good, you know. In terms of like spirituality, the Caribbean is very spiritual, and I think a lot of ancient portals are there. They don't call things aliens, but there's a lot of spiritual activity there. I mean, high spiritual activity, right? So I grew up like with that on the periphery,
Uh-huh.
you know. You're always very present of it when you're growing up in the Caribbean. There's that other world, and that other world could always at any point in time come into your world. And there's a lot of people around you. When you're growing up in the Caribbean, there's a lot of people around you that live in two worlds, the worlds we could see and the world that we don't see. So it's very
wow.
present and yeah. So things like mental illness, things like, possession, oppression is very, very like, people take it differently and they deal with it differently. If people hear, voices and that kind of stuff, or they're being oppressed by entities, the knowledge. I mean, I don't know about now, but how they dealt with those things when I was growing up is totally different. Now they just drug you to death and call you a loony bin. Whereas
Yeah, that's
before,
what they do. That's what they do.
yeah, that's not the way to deal with these things, because one, it doesn't really stop it. Two, the drugs only bring on more entities. you understand what drugs are. Drugs are gateway.
Oh,
Mhm. If you understand what
oh,
drugs
sorry,
are,
that
drugs.
was
Yeah. That's
the
okay. That's okay.
psychic drugs you're talking about. They're very strong.
Yeah, I'm talking
I
about.
worked in a
I'm listening.
Oh, I worked at a mental health hospital, and I saw that, and I saw people beg to get off those drugs, and they wouldn't let them get off. And it
I got
frequently was with somebody that was hearing voices or something like that.
yeah. Because the drugs do more damage than good. I can say that with certainty because I got very close to society. The people that society throw away. I got very close to them. I mean, extremely close. And I can tell you 9 times out of 10, they don't want to be on those drugs because the drugs are worse.
That's right.
And what the drugs are there for, based upon what they told me, the drugs are there for to kill their spirit. It's not, it doesn't necessarily stop if they're labeled schizophrenic, which is nothing more than, oppression. Okay. Oppression is when the entities are on you. Possession is when the entities are
Are
in you.
in you. Ah, okay.
You understand? Yeah.
What's the difference? I mean, how do you tell a difference if
Oh
it's
yeah.
in
When
you
you're
or attached
feel
to
it.
you?
Oh yeah. When you're oppressed, you can feel it. You can feel the entities on you because their energy signature is usually colder, and their energy signature is what you would call evil. You can
Oh yeah.
feel a totally different frequency when they're around you. And things like when you get into things like energy weapons are nothing more than pulling the energy from entities. People think that directed energy weapons are just dealing with frequencies. No, you're dealing with what they're doing is they're tapping into life forms in the invisible realm and bringing them into this realm and then directing them at people. So
Oh,
99% of what people are calling mental illness is weapons. Weapons tapping into the ether. Like for example, people just think that the sun is just some giant electromagnetic radiating mass in the sky. No, the sun is an actual entity, and entities give off energy. The water. Water is an entity. And when something is alive, whether it's alive in a way we understand it, because there are different levels of life, right? So there's life in the material world, like you and I know. And then there is life in other realms that you and I may not be familiar with. So when you're trying to understand this whole concept of mental illness, no, drugging people to death is not the answer. Getting to the root of the mental illness could help resolve some of these issues. But one of the things, let me go back to my past. So I grew up in the Caribbean, came here to the United States, had an encounter when I was 13 years old. And that encounter, I woke up in a pool of blood when I
oh
was,
my
yeah,
goodness.
I went to sleep when I was on a Thursday, woke up on a Sunday, and I woke up in a pool of blood coming out my vagina. And
Ooh.
it was in between my first and second period. So I knew I was 13 years old. And I remember being 13 years old because I was the last of my girlfriends to get my period. That's how I remembered, right?
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. And later on is when I realized I was implanted, but that was the first layer of implantation. So, like I said, like the Caribbean, the spirit, what you call the spirit realm or the ether, is very real in the Caribbean. To us, it's not some distant place that occultists go and they just tap into. No, 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 no. It's very real and it's very present, whether or not you engage in that realm. And most people try not to engage in that realm, but there are people who do. Whether or
Mhm.
not you engage in it, it's very real to us. It's very present to us. And it's in some parts of the Caribbean, it's just an unspoken thing. It's there, it's going on, it's around you, people around you live in two worlds,
Wow.
two realms. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? You're from Arizona, right? You're in Arizona?
Right. Yeah.
You're in Sedona?
Yes.
Okay,
I wasn't born here or anything like that though.
right.
I was actually born in Wisconsin, so, and I like the warm weather. I have to
Okay,
say.
yeah. You know, in Sedona, I'll tell you something funny. In Sedona, because my new thing now is rocks, right? And I'm gonna go back to my past, try not to be all over the place. Yeah. So my new thing now, well, it's I shouldn't say it's new. The revelation of this, they started waking up and communicating with me when I went back to the Caribbean. I should say the land started communicating with me before 2015. And then when I went back to the Caribbean, it really started to communicate with me. And then when I came back, it was like, we're trying to get your attention, you know? So
Wow.
whether it's terrain like the flat earth, not flat earth, but the actual earth, okay?
Yeah.
Or if it's mountain beings, you know, and many simple blind people, and they're spiritually blind, they would say that this is mental illness. No, it's not. If you go into indigenous cultures all over the world, all over the world, every indigenous culture,
Mhm.
they have a God who lives in the mountains. They have a God who lives in the earth. And this goes back to the understanding of what mental illness is and what it is not, and the right ways to deal with it. But in our society, we don't have patience, you see? And because we
Right.
don't have, yeah, because we don't have patience, we want a pill to fix everything, and pills don't fix anything.
Anything.
Yeah. What fixes the problem is getting into the person's soul. And I wouldn't advise everyone to just open up and let anyone access them. You know, getting someone who can access them, seeing where the problem is, walking them through the problem and dismantling it. So that's some of the things that can be done very gently. But like I said, I don't advise, you know, people just letting anyone getting, you know, accessing their spirit and their soul and going and looking into their past. You know, people need to be very careful because not a lot of people, you know,
Would
are clean.
would they do that with
Mm.
free of entities themselves, right? Um,
Yeah, and you know,
would a shaman do that sort of thing?
yeah, here's the thing, you know, shamans, there are shamans that can clear entities, right?
Hmm.
But you got to make sure that when they clear entities, they're not binding you to another one.
Oh wow! And how would a person know that? You
Yeah,
know?
you gotta ask them, and you gotta make sure that they, you know, when they speak to you, to tell you the truth, because they can do it. They can clear you. But even your standard religion, they do that. For example, you go and you get an exorcism in the Catholic Church.
Mhm.
After they perform the exorcism, you got to accept the Holy Spirit of the Catholic teaching. You go and you get, you get deliverance in the non-Catholic branches. They tell you, in order to maintain the deliverance, you have to accept Jesus Christ into your body. So it's always some kind of exchange as opposed to the real type of exchange, which is, you know, when you actually read the life of Jesus, Jesus didn't tell anyone accept him inside of their bodies. No.
No, he
What did he
didn't.
say? After he got rid of the evil entities, he said, live a clean life. Live a clean
Wow.
life. You know,
Oh,
don't go back into the pig pen that caused the problems. You see what I'm saying? Live a clean life. So this is something that people, you know, you will never read in the Christian Bible where Jesus said, okay, he cast out demons and he said to the people, yes, now, you know, get the Holy Spirit in you. That's not there,
yeah.
you know?
Um,
Hmm.
he said the kingdom of heaven is within you. um,
Yeah, yeah. It's already in you.
yeah.
He never told anyone, you know, be baptized, filled with the Holy Spirit, and then you get the kingdom of heaven. No. When you wake up and you realize, and I'm not a Christian, I
Hmm.
don't do religion, right? But when you wake up and you realize there's more to this universe than they told you, you realize that you come from the stars. That is what he meant. It's already in you.
Yes.
You know, yeah.
Lenny
Mhm,
is one of our someone that
mhm,
is a regular listener, and she said she had an attachment. She says when I was talking to a shaman to get rid of it, it started strangling me, and a
mhm.
voice in my head shouted, "No, you're mine."
Right.
Wow.
Okay. So let's talk about entity attachment, right? Even though,
Okay,
I totally jumped from my past to getting into the questions, but that's okay because
that's
we're here
okay.
to help people, right? And I'm not
Exactly.
selling you anything. I'm not selling you anything. I'm not asking you to book a consultation. I'm just here to literally help people deal with this, okay? Number one, we are in the 21st century, okay? I believe over 50% of the people oppressed by entities have technology in their bodies. This is how they're doing it now.
Oh, yeah. I've had shows about how they tap into our bioelectric field. We're already, we had that smart dust and all that stuff for
Yeah.
years.
Like me, they got me when I came to the United States. I was already implanted at 13, right? But that was from ETs. So when I came to the United States, the US government, through certain groups, installed even worse technology. So they got me like, I have cybernetics in my eye here. I have Neuralink back here that goes from here to back here. So my whole left side is Neuralaced.
Oh
And I
my
don't,
gosh.
yeah, and they did all of this illegally. Okay. So this is what makes me an authority to help people out of this. Okay. Because I live with this wicked technology and I wouldn't advise anyone, do not listen to these people. Elon Musk is not a savior, but not that I'm getting involved in politics, but he's not the one that came up with Neuralink. They were testing Neuralink in the 90s. Elon Musk wasn't around in the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were like doing these things. And I know one of the first people they tested these things on in the 50s, he died, John Storm. I'm not sure if you know who he is. He was
No,
one of the first. Yeah. He was one of the first, what you call ultras. Okay, where they build these programs, they have these secret government programs to certain missions, and then they build the people around the missions, and then they send them out and that kind of stuff, right? Okay, so let's get to answering your question, Lenny. Lenny, did you actually get rid of the entity? Because I wanna at least assist you in answering this question. If you didn't, one of the first things you have to do is you have to get your body scanned, because the way that entity attacked you, it sounds to me like that's technology. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's the new game. You have to understand that is the new game. That is the new game they're playing. The playing is control. The game is possession. And when I say possession, I mean possession, because possession is what they say is 9/10 of the law, right? So the new game of these wealthy people is not just having you in financial slavery with a monetary system. No, they don't just want to possess you through your bank accounts. They don't want to possess you through.
Oh, let me
Right.
put that up there. Okay.
Okay. They don't want to possess you through, your bank accounts, this and that and the other. No, they want to possess you inside of your body. And the way in which they do that is they do technology. There is body area networks, body area controllers, Y bands, Y backs, WBAC. Then there is the whole nano networks, which is the latest cobweb. And that's a whole other platform that's built around a spider. That is the entity that's around nanotech. This nanotech technology is arachnid technology.
Ooh, that's
That's
yucky.
the end. Yeah, that's the entity, a rogue spider. That is the entity that's around all of this. Skynet, the satellite systems, the satellite networks that they have up. They want to destroy, the concept of build back better, where they destroy and then they rebuild. Okay. They want to rebuild the infrastructure with what they call spider infrastructure. How many people know that? Nobody, because that's the entity behind nanotech. It's an arachnid technology. So one of the things you have to do today, whenever you are oppressed or possessed, is you have to get the body scanned. Unfortunately, or you have to at least get an RFID scanner, and you scan your body, and it's going to tell you the anomalous signals, the spike in the signals coming off your body. When you scan the human body, the human body without technology is at 0.02 hertz. As you're scanning the body, 0.02 hertz. Okay. When a person has technology in their body, it spikes above 0.02 hertz. Okay. Like when they scanned my body, I was at 327 megahertz.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. The guy was horrified, and that was coming off my pelvic area. My ankle was even worse.
What are they doing this for? I mean, what is it?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand they steal your eggs. As a being
Yeah.
a female, they'll steal your eggs.
Yeah.
But what is the purpose? I mean, what is the purpose of doing that to you? Is what I'm asking.
Okay.
Because it doesn't seem like they control you.
No, they don't. Sorry. They don't control me, but they control, and this is why it's important to understand what they call mental illness, right? These wealthy people make contracts with these entities. Okay, this is just the reality. And the entities say to them, okay, well, you want technology, but you gotta give us something. Okay, what do you think they give? They give the citizens of the country.
You get to abduct so many people, right?
You get to not just abduct, but it's okay. They are talking about abduction. Abduction is like, is it happening? Yes. But what they're really doing now is the entities does not want to abduct. They want to possess. Because look at it this way. If I abduct you, I don't learn what it's like if I'm trying to take over Earth and I abduct you, I do experiments on you. I am not learning what it's like to live as a human. But if I put technology inside of your body and I can control your central nervous system, what you call mental illness, your central nervous system governs all of the movements of the body. If I can get control of your central nervous system, run it through a computer, get control of your brain, which controls all of your movements, run it through an EEG, I can now see as you see, smell as you smell, taste as you taste, hear as I could do what? I could possess you and live through you. So the name of the game now is not abduction. The name of the game is possession to replace. You see? You see a lot of, yeah. And this is why people are saying, there's an uptick in mental illness. No, they have to check the body for technology. When we look at crime in the last 20, 30 years is nothing but technological possession by entities who are contracted with your government. Your government goes to these entities, your government, your military, corporations, don't get me started on the wealthy. They've been doing this for years. Okay, they go to the entities come and say, okay, what do you want? They say, okay, we want the latest technology, even though the entities don't give them the latest technology. And in return,
they give them archaic stuff, right?
Yeah, they give them their technology from like 100 years ago, right? But to us, it's like, oh my God, it's so advanced. Yeah, right. So what they do is they say, okay, in return, you got to give us your population. So before, the deal was to abduct, not anymore. The deal is the entities now, what you call aliens, want to live in the body for a period of time. Why do they want to do this? They want to know what it's like to live life as a human, so that if they come here in a human suit, they don't look out of place. Why? Because now they have all of the commands of your central nervous system. Now they know what makes you tick. Now they know how you think. Now they know how to speak. Now they know how to act, so they don't stand out. So the name of the game is inside of the body, understanding how the body operates. Now here's the problem. The host recognizes, wait, there's a foreign entity here. There's something inside of my body that doesn't belong here. So what does psychology call it? Because psychology says, okay, you believe there's another entity living inside of you.
You're totally crazy, right?
Yeah. The psychologist is not going to say, run MRI, let's look at the brain. They're not going to say, run a CT scan, let's look at the brain. They're not going to say, okay, let's test you for parasites.
No, they don't do toxins. They don't do parasites. They don't do any of that.
Okay, toxins, parasites. Okay, so the three biggest ones that are attacking America today on purpose, because the name of the game is possession. How do these entities possess? One of the mediums in which entities, real entities, okay, get into the body is through toxic mold, fungi, Over 50% of America suffer with fungus.
Oh, fungus. Okay.
Okay, and parasites. The parasitic overload in the United States is 70%. Okay, now, even though the crime in the United States, the criminal population, let's make something clear. The criminal population is not the total population. Let's make something clear. Let's do a little bit of numbers, right? So the total population, allegedly, of the United States is 300 plus million. The criminal population of the United States, I think it's the total number of crimes, I think it's let's see, I think it's like 8 million crimes. Okay, so crime population, the crimes is less than 2% of the US population. Now, the crimes, as we just think it's a bunch of lawless people. But how many of those people have technology in their bodies? Do we know what they're putting inside of these childhood? Do we know what's inside of
stickers.
Yeah, the okey pokey, right?
Yeah,
Look at
right.
this. So the schedule for the childhood hocus pocus went from 10 to up to
36.
78.
It's
No.
78. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh, my
78.
God. Yeah.
Now, watch this. Here's where the math gets really
Autism
crazy.
rate, too.
Right? Think about it, right? So one of the hocus pocus, one of it has at least 50 ingredients in it. At least. And they're only testing it for what? Metals. They're not testing it for parasites. They're not testing it for fungi. And they're not testing it for mold. Okay? When mold, parasites, and fungus begin to express themselves in the body, the host feels as if there are foreign entities in their bodies. Where do the parasites go? The parasites go where? They go
Brain
to take over the brain
and gut, too.
and the gut. It goes to the parasites tend to gravitate towards the control system of the body, the brain, and the most powerful control system of the body because of the fauna, the colony, the bacterial colony. It's the stomach.
Wow.
Okay. So mental illness. People are not saying, wait, hold on. A person has mental illness, let's put you on a detox regimen. A person has mental illness, let's check the blood. They're not saying that. What are they telling you to do? You're crazy. So what do you need? You need crazy pills. Doesn't solve anything.
And you know
right?
what? I think they actually drive the soul and spirit from the body when they're in because it's just like this was found to be doing.
Yeah, that's I mean, you hit it on the head 100%. That's what it's for. It's called pharmakia, and pharmakia in and of itself
Sorcery.
is sorcery. And what is sorcery? Sorcery is what? Displacing the spirit and putting in another one. Okay? I used to be around people who were literally what society called, throwaways. And they used to talk to me and they used to tell me, like, they used to show me. One of them had 50 different pills they took in a day. And they said, I want to get off this, pardon my language, is SHIT.
Yeah.
So when we got down to the root, so one day this person confided in me and they told me, and I said they asked me a spiritual question and I asked them a couple of questions and then they confided in me that they killed someone many years before. Okay. And you know what happens when you shed blood? That person's spirit doesn't just leave their body, but part of your spirit dies too. And when part of your spirit dies, when you shed blood, what happens? Something's going to come to fill it. You see?
Oh, wow. Does that happen if it was in self-defense?
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. And this is why I said to people, if an act of murder occurs under self-defense, you still have to, even though it was self-defense and it is justified, you still have to renounce the destruction. You still have to renounce the killing. You have to declare it, okay, that it was an act of self-defense and it's not a lifestyle. Why? You do not want these entities. You don't want to give these entities room. to come into your aura and attach itself to your body. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
The worst thing that they do to people is they throw a bunch of people in prisons even for that too, and then they're just surrounded with.
And then they also use as experiments, because I know people from the prison population, and they told me they use them for all sorts of experiments, especially these weapons, these energy weapons. And, which I tell them, I said, it's not energy, it's entities. The energy is coming from where? The ether. What do you think lives there? They're taking the negative energy. The Egyptians called it the seething energies. When the Egyptians make the cross like this and they hold the two
Yeah.
okay, yeah, they call that the seething energies of the serpent. What do you think is that? That's electromagnetic energy. And this X is shielding when they hold the two copper wires like this. They're shielding themselves from the seething energies. They tell you, they call this the seething energies. It's not just electricity, it's the electromagnetism. And where they're drawing that energy, they're drawing it from the entities that live in the ether. So the directed energy weapons is not just them building a machine and aiming weapons at you. No, it's coming from actual entities that are discharging energy. So that's why people under directed weapons assaults, they feel as if it's a demonic attack, which it is, because it's entities. So all of these things is what surround what they call mental illness. And the mental illness today, I can assure you, from the crime, the increase in crime, what you call crime, it's not crime. These people aren't committing crime. These people are hijacked. 99% of them are hijacked. 99% of them are chipped. And 99% of them are being driven by an AI, or which is what these entities use. And when I say entities, I say getting in the realm of these ETs. 99% of them are being driven by these ETs who use an AI in order to live out their human experience. So I am not denigrating people who were abducted or who are being abducted, but you need to understand that what you call these negative ETs, they've changed their tactics. And their tactics now is to live through the AI. So it's ET, AI to the tech goes in the body, downstream the information, and the ET gets to live through the human. So this is what's going on now. The ETs want to live through the human and experience what it's like to live inside of a body with a soul. You see? And this allows them to do it. And your government said, okay, you give us technology and we hand you over the humans.
And they don't even share the technology either. They keep it all to themselves.
They keep it all to themselves, yeah. And then they use what they get against us. So, people need to understand that AI is not just, an algorithm and you're putting a group of numbers together and codes together. No. Where did it come from? I'll tell you where it came from. It came from a race of arachnids. It's arachnid technology. But it's not just arachnids who use it. Other life forms use it as well. And they use it to build solar systems, build planets, build parts of the universe. They use it for all sorts of stuff. But they also use it in order as a platform which goes with technology. And then the technology goes into the body and it allows these ETs to live life knowing what it feels like to have a soul. Now, let me tell you where people begin to go crazy. These ETs, many of them, because they have no soul, they have no connection to source, the supreme creator, the all, okay? The great one, the great spirit, okay? However you want to call it, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, whichever one is your shining one and the one that brings it. Source, yeah, whatever you want to call it, right? So a lot of them, because they don't have a soul, there's a disconnection, right? So let me show you where mental illness can come in. So if the person has a connection, because I notice a lot of people who go into the churches, into religion, they end up severely oppressed. Why are they oppressed? You're supposed to be free when you go into religion, right? Why? Because these entities the entities, remember, so entities, AI, this is the new way they're doing it. Entities, AI, technology, human body. And then the entities get to live life as a human. Then we go ETs, which are entities, but material form. AI, technology, body, they get to live life. Now, these ETs that don't have a soul and don't have a connection back to source, when they begin to feel, because the energy goes like this, because that's what they want to use to feel what it's like to live in this realm as a human, right? So when these ETs begin to feel the energies of what they call the creator, the source, the prime one, the all, they go crazy. Now, what happens to the person who's in that body? Two things can happen. They either go crazy or they get oppressed. You see, these are things that these psychiatrists, they don't talk about. They don't talk about. A lot of this goes to entity attachments using an AI inside of technology inside the body. But there's a two-way transfer of energy. When the energy from the creator is coming down and it's moving, these entities begin to pick it up. Now, it's a language and it's a level of emotions that these entities are devoid of. They don't have the complex neurons in the brain, and they don't have the living soul to process the information from the creator because they were cut off. So, what do you think happens? And we just label oppression and possession as craziness. We just label crime and criminal behavior as craziness, when sometimes it's not that they're crazy. They're either being hijacked, oppressed, or possessed by unseen entities.
Now, is it possible that one of the things that happens to most of these people is they have missing time?
Yeah, that goes back to the realm of when the entities begin to abduct, and also when the entities begin to impose. Because if, let's say they're going into they're using entity, AI, technology. AI goes into the technology, technology goes into the body. If the entity wants to live through the person, they're not going to impose their realm on the person. The information is going to go this way, and the entity can then live through the person. However, this is where I think the missing time comes in if it's not your classic abduction, right? So if the entity begins to impose their ether, their realm, their timeline, their dimension onto the physical body, the person then begins to experience what? Missing time. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should answer this one question from
Yeah.
I Am. What happens to our guardian angels or guides? Do they leave the body? Also, what happens to the soul of the person who got possessed or has an attachment?
Yeah, I Am. Great name, by the way. Yeah, so let's start with the guardian angels or guides. I think they're always there. They remember in the beginning we said that we have the material plane, and then we have other dimensions, and there's life everywhere. There is even I'm learning there's even life in rocks. The rocks are alive, and I'm not just talking about crystals that we know is alive, but no, the rocks are alive, but they're alive in a different dimension. We have to stop this notion that the indigenous people all had it wrong. No, the indigenous people had a lot
You're
of
right.
things right. Yeah, they really did. They had some things wrong, but they had a lot of things right, right? And one of the things they had right was the earth, literal dirt, the rock, the mountain, the sands, the dirt, was a living entity.
Yeah.
But it was a living entity alive in a different realm. This is why we have now, I do rock acacia or rock acacia, where you communicate with the rocks. There's water acacia, where you draw out the library, the knowledge that's stored in water. Okay, there's a whole library that's inside of the oceans that we know we have barely even scratched the surface of.
And water holds memory.
Bingo, and
Big
so do
time.
rocks. And so do rocks. We call it the sedimentary layers.
Oh,
Even
wow.
the trees hold memory. We call it rings.
I remember the first time my
Yeah.
my native husband told me that the
Mm.
rocks were alive. I going, okay.
Yeah, they
You know,
are. Yeah,
I
they
know I
are.
did. I
Mhm.
found it very hard to believe at the time, but I don't feel that way anymore.
Mhm.
Everything it's amazing the more we find out.
Yeah,
And
he's right.
yeah.
The scientists call it sedimentary layer, and they can look at that sedimentary layer and they can tell you the period of history, the epoch of history that existed in the sedimentary layer of rock. Like they could tell you that there's a thin line of black silt all across the planet, and they knew that that black silt was because of a flood. There's another sedimentary layer, which is, I think, is even deeper than that. They can tell you that that sedimentary layer was when the earth went up in smoke.
I remember you had said, and I'd
Uh,
like the audience to hear that in one of the shows I watched that you were on,
mhm,
about the African
mhm,
um, natives or
mhm.
people said that there were 7 floods or something like. Is that right?
Yeah, the West Africans, they said, they kind of, laugh because everyone is harping about this destruction, which was the last one, which was water. And they're like, the earth went through 7 of those. And I'm to the rock acacia where I am, and I'll get back to finish answering her question because I don't want her
Okay.
to think I am's question, right? I'm going to come back to I am's question, but
Okay.
where I am, the rock, and it is rock acacia, the rocks will communicate with you. And the rocks in my area left a literal library carved into the rock. And as the sun moves across the sky, you literally see like the pages of a book flip right in front of you. I kid you not. I kid you not. You can, I'm doing an excursion next year, and I want people to come to see this with their own 2 eyes. But to answer your question, the African said there were 7 destructions. Okay, and I think it has to do with that second sun that we come into the orbit in every 27,000 years.
Yeah.
Or
Well, about
some say it's the missing planet, what they call Nibiru. Some say no, it's actually we're a binary star system. And every 27,500 years, we come into the literal orbit of that sun. And this is why the whole planet starts wobbling, that kind of stuff. So
and we're
the
right at that time now.
yeah,
Actually.
yeah. And that's why we have a fork in the road. And this is what one of the reasons why, I tell people, I said, listen, whether you do your religion or not, I said, if you are not cleaning the spirit, okay, purifying the spirit from inside. And, I was like, I tried to live like a pretty, decent life. You grow up and then you start changing and you have a cleaner life, right? And I am still amazed. I've been doing this since 2015. Okay, no, actually, that's not right. I've been purifying my spirit since 2005, right? 2005. And I am shocked that we're in 2024. I am still shocked at the amount of spiritual garbage that still comes out. Okay, it's no joke, people. It's a lot. And this is why we can't fly any longer. This is why we can't fly any longer. This is why we're not telepathic any longer. This is why the unelected rulers of Earth, they want telepathy and they want us to fly, but they want us to fly with a chip in our heads. Why do they want us to do the things that we were capable of doing without a chip? Why do they want us to do with a chip in our heads? So that they can control us, right? So that they can turn us into soulless drones. But back to your question, what happened to our guardian angels and our guides? Okay, so there's this realm and there's that realm. The ancestor realm, what you call guardian angels or what you call your guides. The guardian angels or your guides can be your ancestors. Okay, now let's be real. Myself, me alive today, took 1 million ancestors in order for me to be here. That's just a fact, right? You, Gail, it took 1 million ancestors for you to be here. Here's the problem with ancestors. Not all of them are going to be pure. Not all of them are going to be clean. Many of them are going to be corrupt as hell. If you're alive today, you had 1 million ancestors minimum behind you. Many of them are going to be corrupt. So you don't just want to tap in and call in your guardian angels or you want to call in your guides. No, you want to call in the ones that can take you on the path that you need to go. So if you know you want to go on an elevated path, you need elevated ancestor and elevated guides, and that's who you call upon, and they're all around you. Do they leave the body? They're not in the body, they're already around you. But there are elemental forces. I know this for a fact because of the amount of surveillance I'm under and the amount of entities in the government underground that for whatever reason they are after me, and I'm just like, I'm not going. But for me, I can tell you, you have guardian angels to protect you. You have guides to protect you. You have what they call nature spirits to protect you. I do not call on nature spirits because it could be very tricky. You could end up with a jinn situation. I don't make contracts with them. But what I do notice, which is what I will tell you, is that the more you purify yourself, okay, the more you begin to see them. I show them respect. I don't contract with them. I don't invite them in my spirit, but I do show them respect. Why? Because they're on a planet where everything lives. Because I show them respect, they always look out for me. So you have more than guardian angels here to help you. But I do not, I shy away from conjuring. I shy away from contracts. Don't contract with anything. And worst of all, no shedding of blood. It's the absolute lowest form of worship you could do. It's the most dangerous form.
Oh, the sacrificing you're talking about.
Yeah, it's do not do it. And if you find yourself that you're doing these things, my advice to you is to renounce doing this, okay? Because it's the lowest form of honor and respect you could do, because that's a whole other spiritual science by itself. Do not engage in blood worship. Okay, so do they leave the body? They're not in the body. They're around you. Okay. Also, what happens to the soul of the person who gets possessed? Okay, so when a person is oppressed, their soul is in their body, but their soul is feeling the density of the entities, hindering the soul from proper expression. That's oppression. What you need to do is find the source, remove the entities, the soul begins to express itself. Possession, this is the inside of the body. This is the soul in the body. The entity is inside the body, on top of the soul, and it's pushing the soul down. It's boxing the soul. It's what they call caging the soul. When you listen to people who live underground, the entities, the negative entities, as people call them, underground, they love to put the children in cages. Why? Because it represents something. What you do in the physical happens in the spirit. It means caging the soul. So when a person is possessed, their soul is caged. The entity now has complete control of the body, and the person is not in control. There are two ways this can be done. One, it can be done with an entity without technology. But the way they're doing it today is entity, AI into technology, technology into the body. Okay? So gone are the days where people are natural criminals. No, criminals are being made and created using technology in order for entities to feel what it feels like to live life as a human.
Wow. And they're always after our DNA too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the DNA are key codes. You know, you get someone's DNA. This is why I'm not criticizing any woman. I am not criticizing any woman. I'm just here to enlighten women a little bit. Abortion is not what you think it is, okay? I am not criticizing any woman's right, nor am I telling them what to do. I am not God, and I'm not interested in being God. I'm just here to let you know that when you do the act of an abortion, understand that that fetus is literally 1 million ancestors that came before you. Notice what they do after the abortion. They don't give you the fetus to give it a proper burial. You ever wondered what they do with the tissue?
Well, I've gotten an idea from what I've found out. They use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you noticed now that women today have changed completely? And no one ever says, hey, why is it that, women are so attacked and the nature of women have changed completely? Let me tell you something. You see the fetus? That fetus is not just your DNA. They know what they're doing. They know that that fetus is 1,000,000 ancestors before you. You just handed over 1,000,000 lineages that come from you to people you don't know who they are and what they do. Think about it.
Wow.
So if you do decide to have an abortion, my advice to you is to take the fetus, apologize to it for whatever reason, okay, and give it a proper burial at least. I would not hand over the tissue to these people. Think about it. Why would you hand over 1,000,000 ancestors before you? Have you ever thought about that?
No.
Yeah.
I've never actually heard anybody say that before, about 1,000,000 ancestors behind you.
That's what's in the child.
DNA.
That's what's in the DNA. The DNA in that child is it's 2 million. Everyone who came before your mother and all of the males and the females. That's, I think, over 72 generations, which add up to 1,000,000 people. That's on your mother's side. Let's go to your father's side. That's 1,000,000 people on your father's side, all in that one fetus. So that's 2 million ancestors. You just hand it over to a medical facility and you don't know what they're doing with that tissue. And you just think it's just a piece of tissue. They don't see it like that.
Yeah, you think they discard it, but they don't.
No, they don't. You know what they do? They tap into that genetic code. How do you think these people get rich? You just handed me over 2 million of your ancestors' DNA. Not just your DNA. Your DNA are key codes. You just handed me the key of life to 2 million ancestors. How do you think they get rich? They tap into the genetic code. You wonder why you're poor and why they're rich. You just handed them over 2 million of your ancestors in the form of a tissue. You think they're going to bury that? No, they're going to make money off of it. And they're going to harness the energy from 72 generations, 72 plus generations, maybe even more. They're going to harness the energy from 72 plus generations, which is about 1,000,000 people. And they're going to convert that energy towards them. And you're sitting there wondering, hold on, why am I poor? Why is there mental illness in my family? Why is it I can't keep a husband? Why is it for many women I can't give birth again? You think they're just putting that fetus into a nice little burial? That's not what they do. They know what they're doing. They're occultists. Think about it.
Wow, that is very interesting thinking. New England Dirt Roadie says is getting off psychopharma it can be far more dangerous than going on them.
Yeah, especially especially if you've been on it for a long time. So I always tell people one of the best things to do is never go cold turkey, but detox baths. Detox baths. Because you can, when you go through the stomach, right? So let's say you go through a detox through the stomach, okay? First of all, is the stomach ready for a detox? No. Okay? You got to remember that our stomach has been altered. Okay? No matter how organic you eat in the Northern Hemisphere, you're still eating GMOs, right?
They got it in everything, yeah.
It's in everything. And if you're not eating it, you're breathing it. The air is GMO. The air is fake. So if you try to detox through the stomach, you got to understand that your stomach is not what it was 30 years ago. So, but one of the things you can do, which is the largest organ or the second largest organ on the body, is detox through the skin. This is a reason why your ancestors used to bathe instead of shower. Why did all the ancient civilizations practice baths? And why is it that the baths bathing was not just about immersing yourself in water. They connected baths with repairing the spirit. Why is it all the ancients? It's called balneotherapy. Balneotherapy. Let's see if I can write this here. I'm going to write it in the private chat, okay?
Okay.
Balneotherapy. And I used to do this for people. Let me know if you got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. So balneotherapy, right?
I never heard of it before, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, that's the art of spiritual bathing. So they still practice this in Japan. They practice this in Turkey. The ancient Greeks did it. The ancient Romans did it. If you're religious and you believe in the Bible, it's called ritual baths. The ancient Africans still do it today, and you don't bathe with soap. Okay, no saponification. Okay, which is the bubbles. No, you bathed in herbs, right? Because bathing to the ancients, and the most famous person who taught about water rituals was Jesus. It's called a baptism. What happened when Jesus was baptized? Allegedly, when Jesus was baptized, and he was baptized in salt water. You want to know what, and I'm not religious, okay? But you want to know what salt water is good for? Removing the...
Oh, yeah.
The hocus pocus. The salt water is good for disabling the myocarditis. Right?
Right. Wow.
Right. Yeah. So one of the most famous ritual bathers was John the Baptist, right? And he bathed the Christ. And he baptized him in what? Salt water. So people, one of the best ways, and what was that bath? They told you the bath was a ritual purification rite. Right? So if you want to understand detoxing, study balneotherapy. Balneotherapy. Why? Because going through the stomach is going to take some time. First of all, if you're trying to repair your body through your stomach and you haven't dealt with parasites, fungus, yeast, mold, you're wasting your time. If you're trying to go through the stomach and not understanding after you deal with those four, okay, which is like, oh my God, then you got to go into the blood. You got to go clean up the blood, push oxygen into the blood. Okay. Got to you don't just go into the stomach. You got to go into the blood. There's ways to go into the blood. Okay. And one of the best ways to go into the blood is aloe, the aloe plant, right? But there is an easier way in which you can detox. And that is what the ancients did. And they used balneotherapy. Balneotherapy.
That's amazing, and I've never heard of it.
Which is
I knew about salt baths, but I didn't know. I haven't heard that terminology before.
Yeah, it's the art of ritual bathing, which is bathing in herbs. And here's the most powerful thing about herbs: herbs and water. Herbs and water. All of the ancient spiritualists, all of them, including in your Bible and in your Quran. David, for example, in the Bible, when he wanted to purify his body from evil actions, what did he do? He bathed in an herb called hyssop.
Hyssop, I've heard of that.
Hyssop. Hyssop. What do you think he was doing with hyssop? That's balneotherapy. And what does hyssop do? Hyssop does two things. Hyssop pulls out toxins out of the body and pulls out toxins out of the spirit. When you take a real herbal bath, and I used to do this for people, literally, okay? When you do an herbal bath, when you get out of that bathtub, you literally feel an entity lift up off of you, and it's like, okay, I can't stay here. Because there's a language in which herbs communicate and herbal formulas communicate. It's an actual language, okay? It's a light language that they communicate with. Then you have the language of the water. When you combine the two, if you know what you're doing, you can get rid of oppression. You can get rid of what they call sickness. You can get rid of what they call dis-ease. You can get rid of possession. You can repair the body, the skin starts glowing, you reverse aging. Don't get me started on cleaning the colon. You don't just want to go through the stomach. The number one thing you want to go through if you really want to repair the body is that colon. The colon, the blood, and the skin. That's the best ways if you want to detox. You want to detox through colon, blood, skin. That's my advice. And for the skin, balneotherapy. Look into it, and the right combination of herbs, you'll see the difference. You'll be off those drugs in no time.
What are the, if you don't
Mm-hmm.
mind, what different kinds of herbs are used for that?
Sure, let me see.
Check this up.
Yeah, I can give you guys a list. I mean, I can give you some of the herbs that I used to use, okay? Spearmint and peppermint, okay? Spearmint and peppermint on the body, what it does is it literally, the auric field, okay? When you want to lighten your auric field, you want to open up spearmint, the mint family, okay? So that's good. It's like spearmint and the mint herbs is like a cool breeze. Have you ever smelled mint?
Oh yeah, I love mint.
It's like a breeze, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like a breeze, like passing through. Okay, so spearmint and peppermint, that's what it does for the spirit. So that's a combination you want to use, okay?
Would essential oils work in the water?
Yeah, essential oils are good, but trust me when I tell you herbs is what you want to use when
better.
you want to. Yeah, it's a totally different level. Like essential oils will clean the body. We're talking about changing the whole human constitution. Okay, you're changing the whole human spirit, the whole human body. Okay, that's when you get into balneotherapy, right? Okay, so some of the herbs that I use are spearmint, peppermint, so the herb family, oregano. You want to use your astringent herbs is when you want to deal with things like yeast, parasite, mold, fungi, right? So that's when you use your astringent herbs, things like your ginger, things like your I just said it. They just literally wiped my brain. Let me pull up my list for you, okay? They literally just like zap, and I don't remember anything. Hold on one second.
I have that happen to me sometimes.
I mean, they just literally zap my brain. Oh my God. Hold on one second here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay?
That's why one time I felt like somebody punched me in the throat when I was doing a show.
Oh my God. I believe you. Because usually they like to zap me in my head. Let me see. Is it this one? Hold on. Let's see if I can pull it up as a photo. I sent it to some. I don't make it anymore, but I'll give you guys the ingredients, okay? Hold on one second here. I'm just going to try to pull up the card here. Hold on. Found it. It's your lucky day. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Okay, great. All right, so mint leaves, coconut oil, black seed oil. Okay, black seed oil, according to Muhammad, there's nothing black seed oil can take care of. And black seed oil is really good for the C word.
Okay.
When the cells start splitting way too much and you need to slow down mitosis.
That turbo thing they talk about.
Yeah, TurboTax. There you go. Yeah, okay. So turmeric, bathing with turmeric, okay? Drinking turmeric is good for what? Neurology, okay? But what allows your neurons to fire off? An active central nervous system, right? So turmeric. Okay, bay leaves, okay? Bay leaves are one of the most famous leaves, okay, for spiritual cleansing, okay? They call it bay leaves. Yes, that's you put your intent into the water. You're right. You're absolutely right, Lenny. So bay leaves is something that you want to put in. Bay leaves is famous for spiritual baths. Many people believe that bay leaf is like they call it I think they call it herba santa. Bay leaves, the holy herb, okay? Because bay leaves is it gets you close to God. That's what a lot of ancients say, right? So bay leaves, that's one of the things. Remember, I told you about your
burn them too. Bay leaves they burn them.
Yeah, yeah, they do. Yeah, because for whatever reason, the ancients believe that bay leaves are like it gets a person closer to God. Why, I don't know, but there's a very, very spiritual pathway between Bailey's and the divine, right? So I told you about oregano, the astringent, one of the astringent, right? Okay, so rosemary, eucalyptus, eucalyptus is astringent as well. Okay, eucalyptus leaves, arnica flower, okay, linden flower, cumin, chamomile. Chamomile soothes the body just like linden, the linden flower. These are soothing, okay, soothing herbs. Annatto seeds. Annatto seeds are the little red seeds. Okay, annatto seeds, they are zapping me in my head and erasing my memory. Okay, I'll just tell you what it's for. Okay, it's probably gonna come back. Okay, rosemary. Okay, holy basil. So you have bay and you have basil, bay and basil. Okay, and holy basil is the holy herb, and star anise and linden tea. Sorry, they're just zapping me in my head. So that's the old formula that I was using to bathe in. Now I'll tell you how to do it. Okay, what you want to do is, if you can get all of those together, you got to blend it into fine powder. You want to blend it into fine powder, okay? Or you can crush it, but it's more potent when you blend it, right? So when you blend it, you put like a cup in a large pot, put it at the bottom of the pot, you fill it with water, and then you boil until the aroma is in the entire house. Smelling it. When I used to make this and I used to bathe people, okay, meaning they would literally come get the herbs and they would bathe, right? You can go read up about it on my website. And no, I'm not selling anything. I'm telling you how to do it because people need this, okay? The smell alone, if you're oppressed, will make entities run. Okay? I'm being serious. If you're oppressed, okay? Boiling it in your house, the entities run. I don't know why, I don't know what, but this formula does that, okay? Yeah, basil. That's basil and bay leaves. These are the two god herbs, okay?
Is that holy basil or just regular basil?
Holy basil, basil, holy basil, and bay leaves. These are the three that are very close to the divine. Why, I don't know.
So regular basil is okay too.
Yeah, basil. Okay, but dried people, dried, not fresh, dried. Okay, if it's fresh, yeah, if it's fresh, you drink it. If it's you need it dry, right? So when it's dry, so it's your dry herbs, okay, you blend it into a fine powder, or you could just buy it as a powder, right? Buy them as a powder, right? Okay, so then you put it in a pot, big boiling pot, and you boil it and let the aroma fill the house. That alone changes the frequency in the house. If you're oppressed,
don't like certain
they
frequencies.
run.
They don't like sage either, do they?
No, they run. Not only do they run, your energetic field starts changing. Then once you bring it to a boil, the aroma will fill the house. It will change your brain. Okay? You fill the tub with hot water, and then you pour the boiling water into the tub. Okay? You can cool it. Make sure it's a temperature. Don't burn yourself, okay? Make sure it's a temperature that you can go into the hot, but you want it warm to hot, not scalding, but enough for you to lay in the tub. Then you go into the tub. Do not use soap on your skin. Do not use soap on your skin. Do not use soap on your skin. Do not use soap because it is a different frequency. Okay?
Okay.
Do not use soap. If you want to bathe, you bathe before. You do not bathe after. So if you want to use soap, you bathe before, then you take the herbal bath. You go down in there, you get if you can get your head under, and you stay. Don't stay under 45 minutes. Don't keep your head underwater 45 minutes. But if you can go down and get your head under there, okay? When you come out of that tub, I guarantee you will write me and you will say, Rainetta, I'm a brand new person. I guarantee it. Try it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to try that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll send it to you.
Salt baths,
I'll send it to you.
Oh, please do. I've never. I've done salt baths before, but I haven't done.
Salt baths. Yes, salt baths are great. The only thing salt baths will do is relax you. They'll pull out a couple of toxins. If you want to become a new person with a new spirit, and you want your abilities to come online like that, Do it.
Well, I'm going to have to try it. I'm going to do it.
Yeah. If I still had it, I'd send you a pack and just, whatever, but just buy it. But make sure you buy it the right way. Make sure you buy it as a powder or buy it dry and then blend it. Follow this. I'll just send it to you. Okay? Because I need people to start taking these baths. When you get out of that tub and you stay in there 45 minutes until the water cools. Okay? It's a little bit messy, but it's an herbal bath. Okay? So when you're done, you're going to wash out the tub. It's a little bit messy, but it's an herbal bath. Okay, it's not a big deal. You clean the tub, yada, yada, yada. But when you get out of there, and then the next day when you wake up and you're like, okay, I'm not the same person in my body. I'm a totally different person. Okay?
Wow.
When you'll see. Your spirit is different. Your skin, you reverse aging. Okay? I'm almost 50 years old. Okay? You don't age. I'm telling you. Yeah, you don't have to take these things not to age. I'm telling you. You don't want to age, you just do 3 things. Clean the blood, clean the colon. You have to clean the colon every night. That's a whole different formula. The easiest way to clean the colon, if you want to keep your colon healthy, is at night you get mangoes, okay? And you eat the mango rind. You eat the mango skin, okay? By the next day, your body will flush, and your body will literally flush out so much waste. You're like, hold on. I didn't even realize. I'm not trying to be gross. I'm telling you.
I can't believe I had all that in me, right?
Literally. No, I'm being honest with you. I was shocked, when I started to, we used to do it as a kid, but I didn't, when you're a kid, you're like, your parents tell you to do some crazy stuff. And you're like, really, the best way to just keep your colon clean every day is just eat the mango with the skin. Your whole body will begin to regenerate. Okay? I'm telling you, it will reverse age you just cleaning the colon. The second thing you want to clean, which is with aloe, is the blood. Okay, not too much aloe. And if you're on pharmaceuticals, I don't advise this. And if you're on blood thinners, I don't advise this. This is not medical advice. Not medical advice. Okay.
Yes, so that's our disclaimer.
Yeah. So if you want to reverse aging, you reverse aging by cleaning the blood periodically, not all the time, periodically. Okay?
And you're saying aloe for cleaning the blood?
Yep, aloe.
How do you drink it, or you put it?
Yeah, you can put it in tea. You can put it get a fresh aloe. Okay, real aloe.
Yeah, that's one thing that grows really well here.
You're in the desert.
Aloe plants, actually.
Yeah. Aloe. So you get aloe. Yeah, you cut it up. Okay, you blend it, and then you could just a tiny bit. Okay, but I'm gonna get a little bit fresh here, and I'm not being vulgar. Listen, I'm not trying to be vulgar. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. Okay, so you take aloe, right? The aloe will flush you like the mango. It may flush you even more. So you take just a tiny bit, not a lot. Okay, you don't need a lot. Because when you start flushing, you're going to be like, oh my God, all of this was inside of me. So this is what I mean when I say you can't go through the skin, the stomach, okay? Because the stomach there's a whole different way you go through the stomach when you purify the body, okay? Here's the thing with aloe. If you're a woman, your vagina is going to get extremely wet. Okay? So just be aware. That's why I said take a very little bit, not a lot. And I'm not trying to be vulgar. I am telling you, okay? That's what's going to happen when you take aloe. So a lot of people in the Caribbean and a lot of people in Africa, a lot of women, that's why they take aloe.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's fascinating.
Yeah. So aloe, but little at a time. Another one you can use for the same effect is okra, but not a lot of people really like okra. I like okra.
I don't like okra myself.
That's the thing. Not a lot of people use okra.
It's too slimy, but I guess aloe's kind of slimy that way too.
Aloe is slimy too, but you put it in like a tea, so you don't really, you don't really taste it, right? So you can put it in like a really like a spicy tea, so you don't really taste it. And just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit, because I'm telling you, it's going to start working the next day. You're going to flush, but it's also going to leave your vagina extremely wet. Be aware of that. That's why I said tick a little bit. Okay. But here's what aloe does. So aloe cleans the blood. And in the Caribbean, they say when you want to clean the blood, you got to use bitter herbs. Bitter herbs clean the blood, right? And yes, you can clean the blood. You see, these are things they don't tell people.
No, they
What do you
don't.
think? Yeah, what do you think these wealthy people, when they go and they pull all the blood out of their bodies and they have it pass through light and then it filters back into their bodies? What do you think they're doing? They're cleaning the blood. So, a lot of people say, oh, no, you can't clean the blood. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Right?
Wow.
So aloe is one of them, and aloe combinations. That's what.
And what's nice about this is it's not something that's that expensive.
No, it's not. And if you have a boyfriend, he'll be really happy. Well, if you take the aloe, my advice to you is if you take the aloe, okay, you're going to want to do something like a fruit. Because remember, you're dealing with plants, right? So your body. Once you start cleaning out your body, whatever you put in comes out, right? Aloe is a little bit bitter.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you want to do? You want to do something like cranberry juice. You want to do something like a non-acidic juice. You see what I'm saying? And if you have a boyfriend, he's going to be very happy. Yeah. I hope that's okay. It's okay if I talk about that?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, okay, good. I hope I didn't embarrass anyone. Sorry.
No. It's life. I mean, it's part of life. Why can't we talk about it?
Yeah. I mean, we're adults, right? Yeah, so if you want to reverse aging, you don't have to do all this foolishness. 3 things. Clean the colon. Try to clean the colon every night. You will see what I'm telling you. Try to clean the colon every night. Try to clean the blood once a month, once every couple of months, and take herbal baths. These are the 3 things. You will see your body reverse age. And you have to do it because we're living in, especially in the United States, Canada, Europe, we are bathing in radiation, and radiation is known to cause cells to split at a much faster rate, which causes aging.
Okay? We're being microwaved, basically. We're radiation poisoning. So we have a lot of detoxing to do. And you go to a regular doctor, they don't even talk about that. They make it sound like that's something woo-woo,
Yeah, oh, you're crazy.
Yeah.
The whole medical profession, I learned this the hard way. The whole medical profession was changed. If you go into the hospital and you tell them you're suffering with pain now is classified as a mental illness. They will claim that you're crazy. You need to understand that.
I didn't know that.
Do not go into a hospital claiming you have pain. The medical code now for pain is mental illness. They will put you in a hold and they will write you down as crazy. And they will try to drug you. Mental illness, pain, they say pain cannot be proven. So they're claiming now that it's mental illness. And there's a reason why they're doing this. And I'm going to tell you why. The reason why they're doing this is because of all these damn towers, which is causing people excess inflammation. And excess inflammation and free radicals in the body does what? Create pain.
Yeah, wow.
So they have the medical profession lined up to label you a nutcase. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I like this super patch that I carry. There is a pain patch, and it's got nothing in it. I mean, it's just a brain code. That's a whole different thing. But
and if you start taking it, it's going to go away. I'm telling you. If you start bathing in the herbs I tell you to bathe, it's going to get rid of your pain. I'm telling you. Pain is caused by 2 things. Inflammation, free radicals. You get rid of those 2, your pain goes down substantially. I did it with myself. Listen, you are talking to the person that they hit with that bioweapon in 2016. Okay. They unleashed it on you guys in 2019. They hit me with it in 2016. They hit my friend with it in 2012. Okay.
You're talking about the biosensors?
The
bioweapon?
The thing that caused the planet to lock down.
Oh, yeah. You mean he made you do this?
No, I didn't take the hocus pocus. The thing that was before the hocus pocus.
Okay.
That led up. Okay. The C19.
Yeah.
The Coca-Cola 19. Right. So They hit me. It's a bioweapon. They hit me with that bioweapon. Okay. In 2015, sorry, not 2015. I wasn't in the United States. In 2016, when I came back to the United States, the left hemisphere of my brain was like this. My face was like this. I'll show you the pictures.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Okay. I was paralyzed on a bed for 2 months.
Wow. Okay. And they did this with frequency?
They did this with spraying me with a bioweapon and hitting me with weapons. And I had third-degree burn marks on my legs from radiation burns from them hitting me with a weapon in New York. Look at my face. You see? Perfectly aligned. You see? Mm-hmm. Right? I have no scarring. I'll tell you how to get rid of radiation burns. When you get burned from radiation, you have to bathe in baking soda. Look at my skin. There's no makeup. Except for my lipstick and my liner. Look. Okay? Okay? My face was like this.
There were other people that had that happen to them too, and I don't know if they got rid of it.
And I told them how to get rid of it. I told them they have to do herbal baths. Balneotherapy. There's a reason why the ancients did it. And there's a reason why they don't want people bathing anymore. Get into bathing.
They stop. Now they don't. They just have showers. A lot of times in apartments, especially. And Lenny says that. Look what she said she did. She put herbs into a gauze and put it over the shower head. It's not as good, but it's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing, but you got to get into the herbs. You got to bathe. You got to get under that herbal water. Trust me when I tell you what to do.
Yeah.
And you're going to start reverse. I had someone who was severely reverse aging because of the weapons they had on them. And I gave them the herbs. I stopped making it now because it's a lot of work, but I gave them the herbs. And after a week, okay, they suffered with debilitating pain, and they suffered with impairment, like they couldn't walk properly. Okay. They called me up the first day they did it. They called me up the next day and they said, Rainetta, I can't stop running up and down. Okay, partially, I don't want to say crippled, but partially crippled. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I told them, I said, listen, don't follow your body running up and down. I said, your brain has to catch up. They said, Rainetta, they went from being literally partially crippled. Called me, Rainetta, what the hell did you put in this thing? I said, I told you. They were running up and down like I have not been able to exercise like this in 20-something years. I am telling you what to do. And I'm telling you for free. And I don't want your money. Just go out there and do it. Bathe in the herbs. Thank me later.
Wow.
And it reversed age. They were suffering with severe wrinkles, aging, but it's artificial aging. Okay, women, the aging is artificial. We're being bathed in metals and we're being radiated. It's artificial aging. Okay, and I'm telling you what to do. She called me. She said, Rainetta, I'm 20 years younger. I said, I told you. She started to reverse age.
Wow. Was she bathing every day? Or?
I gave her the herbs. She would bathe in it every day. Every day. Every day she would bathe in it. I'm telling you what to do. You don't need to do all of this hocus pocus nonsense. Just clean your colon every night or every other night. And I told you how to do it. It's very simple. Clean your blood every couple of months. And once every couple of weeks, bathe in an herbal bath. That's it. And you will start to reverse age. I'm telling you.
Try that.
Yeah, do it. And thank me later. Look, I can, look, let me just show you here. Let's see. Let me see if I have it up, okay? Let me see if I have it up. I'm not selling you anything. I just want you to read. Okay, this one is the internal. All right, let me go back to the old formula. Hold on. If you go on my website and you go herbal internal wash, okay? I'm gonna give you the webpage. Just go under the herbal. Don't buy anything. Just on that formula, the internal wash is new. Okay, let me give you the
Okay, if you put it in private chat, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. You don't have to buy anything. I don't want you to buy anything. Just go back to page like 34. Let's see here. Page 34. Okay, start at like page 34 and go back 34, 33, 32, 31. Read the comments of when I used to sell it. Read it. I don't sell it anymore. I'm not asking you to buy anything. Just go and read the comments. I told you how to make it and do it. Thank me later. All right?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
You know what? This has been a fascinating topic, but I think what we should do is I should have you back on and we can talk about the rocks.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because one of the things that I did a show with Thunderbeat, Deborah Thunderbeat, and she's Native, and she has written a book and taken pictures. She had faces. It's called Faces in the Rocks, and the rocks spoke to her.
Yes, they do.
And she's identified a lot of them, and they tend to be Egyptian.
They are
people.
She's telling the truth. Yeah. You want me to show you one of them?
Yeah, sure.
That revealed. Okay, I gotta share my screen. Let me see. Can I share my screen here?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let me show you. Okay. Let me show you this one. Photos. I'm gonna show you Akhenaten, who came to me, who revealed himself to me, his resting place, right where I live. Yes, she's telling the absolute truth. Let me find Akhenaten for you. Okay. Let's see this one here. I gotta share my screen. I gotta find the right one. Hold on. Okay, 1 second here.
Have you ever been to Sedona?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you about. So I went to Sedona up by the airport, right? And you know me and these mountains and these rocks. I took some pictures.
Yeah.
I have I call them the Sedona Giants, right? So you go up to the airport and you look. Pharaoh, if you look at 12 o'clock, you're up by the airport. In front of you is 12 o'clock. Okay, look 2 o'clock. There is a giant Native American skull. Inside of the skull is an Egyptian pharaoh staring at you. He's at 2 o'clock. Okay, you know the lookout point in Sedona, up at the airport. Okay, yeah. You go right where they put in the what do you call this thing? I forgot what it's called. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what they're called either, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Lookout, whatever, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 12 o'clock. That's 12 o'clock. You look 2 o'clock. I have his picture. There's a huge native skull with a traditional Native American nose, because you know they have the bridge on the nose here, right? And inside of him at 2:45, you gotta go there, 2:45. He comes out and you see Pharaoh staring at you. I have this picture. I have to go dig to find it, but I have it, right? Now, if you look 12 o'clock, when you go up there, because I'm gonna do the Arizona Titans. 12 o'clock, there is an entity carved into the rock. I have his picture. At his bottom right is an owl. My friend found the owl. I looked at him, I said, oh my God, what is he doing in Arizona? He, in my country, is called Papa Bois. He is the guardian of the woods, and he's carved into a mountain in Arizona, in Sedona, and he's red. I kid you not.
Wow.
Yep.
Thunderbeat and you have quite a time talking, I guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Okay, I'm going to pull him up for you. I want you guys to see him, right? So he revealed himself to me. Let's see if I can find his video. Hold on. Okay, I think this is the video. Let's see here. Yeah, this is the video. Okay, oops. All right, let me share screen. Okay, window. Okay, let me share the screen. Okay, let me know if you're seeing my video.
Okay, there, I just brought
Okay,
it up.
do you see?
Oh,
Okay, you
he's
see him,
laying
right?
there, right?
Yeah,
He's laying down.
yeah. Let's see him.
Yeah.
Watch this. This is his resting place. Okay. It's 3 of them. Watch this. You're gonna see Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their child. Do you see them? You see him? Let me show
Yes,
you.
I do. Yes, I
His
do.
eyes is well.
Yep.
Akhenaten's eye is up here, and then he has the makeup, the eyeliner, right? Nefertiti's eye is here. Do you see her? Okay, hold on. Let me turn it a little bit more. Do you see them? His
Wow.
nose.
How did they end up in the rocks anyway?
But remember, what do you think the pyramids are? The pyramids are what? Stone mountain. Stone mountain. The pyramids are there to represent mountains. Mountains always represent the gods, and mountains always represent kings.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah. Mountain is always a sign of the ancients, kings, and the gods. So that's one of the things the ancients did is they carved themselves into mountains. Do you see his pharaonic beard? The beard? Right here.
Oh, yeah, right there. Yeah, I'm pointing at it.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at this one, right? Maybe this one might be, let's see here. This one might be better. Let's see. Okay. I have to stop presenting and share again. Hold on. All right, let's look at this one. Okay. Okay, you got to let me present.
Oh, yeah, I just got to put it on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this one better? Do you see him?
Yeah, I see him. I still see him. I
Yeah.
saw him before, though. Yeah. Well, I started looking more closely when I did the thing with Thunderbeat because
Yep.
there's a whole bunch of them here in
Yeah, they're
Sedona.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they kept their secrets. Now, in my area, they're not just mountains. They have books telling ancient history. They have literal books carved into the mountains. And as the sun moves through the sky, you literally see this story unfold in front. It's the most spectacular thing. You're like, oh my God, this is a book. Incredible.
Wow.
Yeah. It's not just a carving. It's literally what they did is they literally hid their history in the mountains because they know that people wouldn't pay attention. And the people who would see would say, oh no, I'm crazy or I'm making stuff up. And, they know most people wouldn't take it seriously. So they hid the ancient knowledge carved into the mountains. And there's so many books. I call it rock acacia or rock acacia in my area. So many books telling an ancient story in my area. And as you sit there and you watch the sun move across the sky, you're like, oh my goodness, this is a book.
Yeah, as the sun moves, you see more.
Yeah.
Depending on what time of the day it is and so on.
Yep. And they come alive. You got it right. Yeah. You got it right.
Destiny.
So it's really, it's really a fascinating, amazing, like let me stop presenting.
No, I remember there was also some I'm referring back to the show you did with James Rink and on those stairs that you showed and how big those stairs were. Huge. And then I remember he was trying to guess about the size of the people. But now I just read from someone else that there were people that were as tall as 300 feet.
Yeah, that's what's in my area. So here's what I think from what the rocks told me, okay? When they were revealing to me the ancient history, right? They said to me that this was in the days of the Titans. The Titans gave birth to the giants. Not all the giants were going around eating people, okay? And I can come back on and I can talk about that story, but it's a really
I think we should. And does that include Tartaria? Or
yeah,
or is it different?
I have to look into Tartaria. because from what I gather, the Tartarian buildings are built for giants. They're not built for titans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree. From what
Yeah.
I've seen, they're not as big as
No, they
Titans
can't
would be.
house.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
you know, a Tartarian
They were just
building.
regular giants.
Yeah, that's for giants, not titans. Titans, you're looking at, you know, the titans are the size of mountains.
Yeah.
Like the titans in my area, the size of mountains. Okay, let me show you the latest titan. You want me to show you the latest titan that I who revealed himself to me last week?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So let's take a look at him. Let's see. Yeah, I downloaded him. Hold on. I'm just gonna show you this one so you guys can have an idea. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. I gotta get a good picture. Hold on. So I've been going to this mountain for years, and he finally revealed himself to me. Let's see here. Okay. And then my friend in the area, he told me, "Oh, that's a Mohican."
Really?
Yep. He said, "That's the Mohican." Okay. All right. Do you see him here? Look at the nose. Flat, broad nose.
Oh, I see now. Yeah.
See his eyes?
Sometimes I have to back up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to back up. Yeah. See his eyes here?
Yep.
His nose. He has a broad, flat nose. This is a Mohican. My friend said to me, "Oh, I know." And he's indigenous to this area. He said, "Oh, I know this tribe. That's a Mohican."
And I see his lips. Yeah.
And his lips. Yeah. Let me tell you the fascinating thing about these titans, right? So he told me his story, and he said his story was he was a prince and he was killed by the god in that area. And the people, he said there was an artist that carved him into the mountain, and this was 5,700 years ago. But I said to him, I said, "Are you sure these because this whole thing, I call this the indigenous Mount Rushmore. This one here, he comes out when the sun is out. But notice it's cloudy here. When it's cloudy, he goes to sleep. You can't see him. It was cloudy this day and he came out. Okay, now look at this. There's one here. This is a profile. Look, you see the eyes, the nose.
Oh yeah, now I do.
The mouth, you see it? Do you see him? Eyes. Yes. Let's see if I can draw him here. Edit image. It's gonna be a little small, but mark up. All right, let's see. So you guys can see, right? I'll tell you the story really quickly because I think it's fascinating, right? So his eye is eyes, and then his nose, right here. It's a profile. You see it?
Yep.
And then he has a beard. You see him?
Yep. Well, you made it a lot easier.
Yeah. Right? I have videos of them, but really quickly, I'll tell you the story, right? So his story is he was a prince in the area, a Mohican prince, who was killed by the gods. And it was some kind of love story between him and his lover, right? This whole region are the ancient kings. But it's done in a way like a book. Okay? It's like the pages of a book. But what turns the book is the sun, the clouds, okay? And I haven't been there when it's raining. Okay, so as the sun moves across the sky, it tells a story. Different ones come out. When it's cloudy, when it's cloudy, different ones come out, right?
I've seen that here in Sedona. Yeah.
Yep. So when you see them with your own two eyes, you cannot say this is pareidolia. No, you're like, this is something very intelligent that did this. So you're the first person I debuted this mountain of the Titans for. But they told me their story. When I come back, I'll tell you the story about these incredible mountains and what happened to them and the warning. Not just the story, but the warning they gave to the human race. And I'll tell you the story in short because, yeah. So basically, one of the mountains, the queen of this area, and she's by herself. So this set of mountains are male. It's all the male rulers going back thousands of years that was in this area, okay? There's a female ruler who once ruled this area. And she told me the story. She said, tell the people of the earth. She said, your problem is not with people. She said, your problem is with the race of shape-shifting serpents. Okay?
The
She said,
reptilians.
yeah. And she said, this shape-shifting serpent, they killed her. Okay? And her spirit now lives in the mountain, right? And she told me, she said, tell the human race, this is what they do. And she said to tell the human race that we're at a pivotal point in time, because the way they come in is they come in looking like people you know to get the DNA. She said, once they get the DNA, then they exterminate. She said, the human race is at the extermination phase. She said, the way in which you tell when this serpent race infiltrates a group is that they try to bring the group, the nation, or the people under a blood covenant. And she said, tell the people of the earth, they must abandon bloodshed.
Oh,
Bloodshed.
the
The blood
sacrifice,
sacrifice.
like they're going to sacrifice those heifers, that kind of thing.
That
The
is,
red heifers, yeah.
and that is,
That kind of
and what she said to me, she said, the race of the serpent shapeshifters, which Jesus also said. She said, the race, the stronghold where that serpent race dwells is among the people who want to sacrifice the red heifer.
Yeah.
It's among them. That's where the stronghold is.
Yeah. The head of the snake, so to speak.
The head of the snake. She said it is among those people. She said, she said, tell the human race they must abandon blood sacrifice. But when I say blood sacrifice, not necessarily eating. You eat meat, you die, insects eat you. That's the cycle of life. Okay. What is not the cycle of life is taking a human life thinking a deity is going to pardon your sins. No. That's not the cycle of life. Okay. That's a corrupted ideology. Or using blood to shield yourself, or using blood to get money and power, or just killing for fun because some of the people on the planet are sick. So she said, listen, she said, the human race must abandon. We must abandon this blood sacrifice. She said, because we're at a precipice now where they got the DNA and now they're doing the extermination.
PCR tests. I read that that test gave the DNA to China.
And
for almost everybody that had it done. That's almost the entire
6 billion
planet.
People.
Yeah.
6 billion people. 6 or 7 billion people got their DNA harvested. But let me tell you the real truth about where that DNA went. China is a front.
Okay.
China is being blamed for stuff that goes back to the red heifer people.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Okay. I mean, I know the people are good. It's just the governments is where the real.
No, the people are corrupt too. No. The people are corrupt.
Oh, really? All of them?
It's the people who put in their governments.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the people who put in their government. So the people are just as corrupt as you get the government that you choose. Government reflects the people and the people reflect the government. If the government is tyrannical, you put them there. If you don't want a tyrannical government, you get rid of it.
Like right now, why don't we get rid of what we got right now?
Because we allowed them to become tyrannical. They didn't become tyrannical on their own. We saw them becoming tyrannical.
So many people are asleep.
But we didn't care because they were doing it to people outside of the United States. It's when they started to do it to us, we were like, whoa, you're not supposed to take away our rights. You're supposed to be doing it to those people over there. We did it. But people don't want to be
accountable for what the mistakes we made.
Yeah, so this is why we need to purify from what Sleetsy said. You cannot want oppression for people in other countries and want freedom in yours. That's not how the planet operates. A tree doesn't just grow in the United States and then no trees anywhere else. What does that mean? Rain doesn't just fall in the United States and it doesn't fall anywhere else. So you can't expect freedom in the United States and oppression everywhere else and think the oppression is not going to come to your doorstep.
Right. Yeah. And besides, it's really here at this point, it's an illusion of freedom. and I don't think they're brave. People are brave anymore. They've been cowed down something awful in many ways.
Even the brave was misguided. I'm glad they're not brave anymore because they were taking their bravery and using it for what? To oppress other people. That's not bravery. Remember, a tree doesn't grow just the United States. We cannot want freedom in the United States and then have the whole other planet living in poverty.
Yeah.
You understand?
I just meant bravery in the sense to take down what we know is happening right now.
Yeah.
Right before our eyes, and people are just accepting it when they should.
99% of people, if they had a choice to be brave or comfortable, what do you think they're going to choose?
Comfortable.
There you go. And that's why there are no brave people anymore. Yeah. Think about it. When you got nothing to lose, you become brave.
That's true. That's true. It changes your whole attitude. I mean, if you get knocked down in society and everything, that's when you start getting, you're absolutely
that's
right.
When you start, and when you've lost it all, like myself. I mean, they took away everything from me. They used my body to build the coming slave system.
Thank God,
which
I
is
didn't have that.
Yeah, I didn't take the okey pokey. No, they got me years before. My body, I'm hacked, tracked, sold, owned by corporations and the government. They buy and they sell, like they got me. So I have nothing to lose. So what do? I fight. Why? Because I have nothing to lose. But when you're comfortable, you have a lot to lose. Most people will choose comfort over bravery until they take away their comfort.
That's going to happen, I'm afraid.
But you know what? Here's where we are. So Sleet, that's her name, Sleet Lapaka Clackle. Sleet said, she said, tell the human race. Now, once they get the DNA, after they get the DNA,
they got it.
Let me tell you, they got it. But you got to remember, China is a front. A lot of people are blaming China. But the DNA supercomputer is in the land of the red heifer.
That figures because that's the land of.
Right. Okay. And it's not Sinai. It's not Mount Sinai. They lied to you. It's Mount Sin AI. What do you think runs that genetic supercomputer? Sin AI. Now do you see why they wanted that land? So when people say it's not the people, I said no, the people put the government there. It's the people. Now it may not be all of them, because some of them may have a conscience, but the majority of people, no, they don't. Why? Because they benefit. So people are saying China this and China that and China this and China. No. China's a front.
Yeah.
China wasn't organ harvesting their people until China became a first world nation. Who taught the Chinese to organ harvest their people? They weren't doing it before. The Chinese Empire is 10,000 years old. Nowhere in Chinese history were they organ harvesting their people until China became a first world nation, and the red heifer people told them that in order for them to become a first world nation in America, in order for America to become a first world nation, they had to institute abortion. What is abortion? Abortion is a certain group capturing 1 million of your ancestors on your mother's side and 1 million of your ancestors on your father's side.
Wow, that is absolutely.
Right? Okay, so what's organ harvesting the Chinese DNA? The Chinese people were organ harvested, 400 million. One child policy, 400 million. One child policy, murdered. Okay, what happened to the DNA? They just captured the entire 10,000 year history of China with that policy. People don't understand what killing other human beings, entail. So the Chinese made a deal. The deal was done through Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski. They said, you want to become a first world nation? You got to give us a tenth of your population. The United States did the same. The United States did it through abortion. The Chinese did it with one child policy that caused 400 million Chinese people to be exterminated, babies to be exterminated off the earth. Do you think those children were exterminated off the earth? No. So when they come to tell me China, I said absolutely not. China didn't build themselves. It was the red heifer people who built China, and they told them, You got to give us 1/10 of your population if you want to become first world. The Chinese gave it to the Chinese one-child policy, and they handed them 400 million Chinese. America handed the red heifer people 65 million American babies. Now, multiply 65 million American babies times 2 million ancestors. Is it beginning to make sense?
It's scary, is what it is.
That's what it is. So now, when
Wow.
Sleet says the human race needs to wake up
I
to
know.
blood covenant, this is what she's talking about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, well, this has been absolutely a very enlightening information and important things to know. Thank you so much for coming on my show.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I can't wait to hear you guys. Guys, go out there. Try what I tell you to try. Enjoy the benefits. Your body will reverse itself. Okay. So I can't wait to hear back from you guys when you do the baths. Make sure you get under the water, let it pull out all the junk, and it will change your spirit. It will change your life. And literally will start repairing your DNA. Okay. And the herbs are like, if you buy it like individually, it's like 10, 20, but like maybe $20. $20. Okay.
Maybe I'll have an herbalist on or something like that and see. But anyway, thank you so much. And,
yeah, sure.
We're going to have you on again. As long as you'll come back on, I'll bring you back on because
and the next time I'm on, we're going to do a purification. Let's do a purification with your audience so they can experience what it's like when we pull out some of these things outside of the body. If you
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Yes.
Okay.
We'll do that. We'll definitely do that. So
all right.
I can't thank you enough. This has been very fascinating and very interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Guys, love you. Love yourself. Love each other. Show love to someone who needs love today. And have a wonderful evening, guys. Bye.
Yes. Bye-bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas and we have wonderful guests. And you all know my wonderful guest as Michelle Marie. But before we get started, I'm going to tell you a little bit and read a little bit about what we're planning on talking about today, because we called it Spiritual Contemplation and Eclipse Preparation. And we're going to be talking about an entirely different kind of preparation than the commercial one that you've been witnessing. So anyway, a deep connection to spirit is our path to our highest destiny, which is about to be enhanced and upgraded with the new cosmic energies which are being ushered in with the upcoming solar eclipse on April 8th. We've already been gaining an upward positive traction with waves of incoming cosmic energies during this era of transformation of our human consciousness. The alchemical processes that we are experiencing are profoundly beneficial as we continue to direct our attention on our inner light and our soul-spirit unity. Today, we will explore ideas and inspiration that will help us prepare for an even greater shift in consciousness and unprecedented gifts to humanity. Preparation requires receptivity and attunement to the higher vibrational frequencies provided by our very own soul. And Michelle is going to be sharing her light alchemy project. And let me bring her on and she can explain exactly what that is. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, Gail. How are you?
Hi, always happy to have you on. We always get some good spiritual food to eat. Oh, to swallow.
It's definitely an honor.
Yes. Please explain about your light alchemy project and what the word alchemy means and so on and so forth.
It's called the Alchemy of Light project, and it's a project that brings in new holistic education, and it's education holistic in that it's spiritual in nature as the foundation, and knowing yourself and discovering your true gifts, qualities, and potential is the basis, and it's called Follow Your Heart Education. So I have Follow Your Heart Education. I have 6 programs with that. I have 3 books that have been published. I have 48 stories for awakened awareness that are not yet published, but I have put a lot of them in audiobook format. And since they're not available to the public, sometimes I upload them and share them with your audience. And I did that with one of those for your audience today. And we're going to be looking at choice point and sort of dissecting the messages within that and how it applies to right now and our current evolution and how it applies to the new higher consciousness that we are bringing in and anchoring in, and to really maximize the potential of the new energies coming in from the eclipse. So we've already done a lot of work, but, you know, and we're going to be gifted, but we're going to have more work to do, because we're going to, you know, hold the space of unconditional love. Our missions will be activated. Our powers will be activated. And that's why it says DNA activation below, because we're going to be activated. And, you know, we're sort of feeling changes inside. I mean, I've been feeling it for a long time and getting intuitive messages sort of, and feeling different, you know. And
I'm
so,
having more clarity in that regard.
Right. And see, that's the alchemy. That's the alchemy. The alchemy is we're shifting from a head-based, ego-based intelligence to a heart-based, more encompassing right-left brain balance and joining with the heart and soul, this holistic intelligence that is deeper, broader in scope, and raises our awareness to make the highest choices, discern the truth. And so we're releasing old programming and beliefs, and that's part of the alchemy. Alchemy means transformation, and light is what consciousness is made of. So alchemy of light means transformation of consciousness, and we're going to notice more and more the changes, how we process information, and what we're drawn to or magnetized to or what we resonate with. And that's the heart vibration navigation. So that alchemy is a shift in how we manage our life and information, and our it really boils down to our concept of self, which is, spirit and whole spirit and connected, to divine source and all. So we're all connected, and using these connections in an interdimensional way, we can realize that, our star family, the angels, archangels, ascended masters, sages, souls never die, so, we can have communication, amongst, in between, all the dimensions. And so this is going to be not like just a few people are gifted, but everybody is stepping into this new higher perception. Everybody's a potential seer, intuitive, and but then still has unique and distinct gifts to share with the world. So this is really an exciting time. And I think that we can, rise above all of the, different types of fear-mongering and victim consciousness and what they think and what they're going to do and what might happen. That's old paradigm consciousness. We are the builders. We are the architects of the new paradigm. We came here to serve, to help, to share, to unify, and to be powerful sovereign souls. And there's a lot that goes into that. People have taken different aspects of that and become sort of like knowledgeable experts or something like.
See, Michelle, I see people creating these new inventions and products, and I believe they're getting it from above. I really do.
Absolutely.
And it's designed to help people, and we're getting more of that. Whereas in the past, a lot of it was not designed to help us. It's designed to.
And I like how you said they're getting it from above. Within is above. Within is the center point of consciousness and creation. So we get it from within, we get it from above. And so when we focus within to get our information or to check information that we may have come to us from, like the outer world, then we can discern and run that through our heart to see, is that truth or is that not truth? Does that feel funny or does it sound like a crock of BS?
Yeah, really. Well, actually, when I mean above is our connection to source is being strengthened, and it is within us, but it's also with source because it's in us because of source. Anyway,
you're right. It is in and all around, and it's above as in a higher frequency as well. So our divine spark, when we connect with that, we have that umbilical cord, to God, to source, to the cosmos, that connection to all. It's like an umbilical cord through our divine spark in the core of our soul.
And it just seems like it's getting more and more solid and
stronger.
Transmitting, receiving, transmitting.
Yeah. It's like the bandwidth, like on the internet, we kept getting increasing bandwidth. And so the internet got faster and more efficient and so forth. That's the same thing with our
That's a great way of looking at it. Really, it is.
Well, and we increase our bandwidth or the strength of our umbilical cord connection to God, source, all that is, everybody, everything. within. But also when we unify, we are way powerful when we put our minds together, our intentions together. And that's why I believe what's going to happen naturally and organically, and we can do this all consciously, is that people who have been on this trajectory of coming in to raise consciousness and helping, our brothers and sisters and being receptive to that information, we're going to join together with intention that, we're claiming our right to be free. We're claiming the truth. The truth is setting us free. And we are claiming our power to take back planet Earth and remove the old guard. We're going to finish up this cleanup on planet Earth once and for all. Our power is coming in. We're using it, each one of us individually. Like I said, we're each playing our part. This is not a spectator event. We're using our energies consciously to download and focus attention on the highest vision of the best possibilities for each of us individually and for humanity. And realizing the receptivity part is we are going to get gifts. I'm telling you, the gifts that are coming in and lighting up with our DNA activation and our shift in consciousness. A lot of people have been working very hard, even just to overcome everyday problems. That's doing the work as well. When you rise above your everyday problems, you are doing spiritual work. And that's where the rubber meets the road, isn't it?
And yes, it is. And I tell you what, you have picked out some awesome, and some of them you created yourself. And I don't, why don't we share one of them? I love the one about the scrolls.
Okay.
But what one you want to do first? I think
I'd like to start with, let's see. I think I'd like to start with the new light. It's a short one, but there's something really important on there. So I'm going to hit share screen, and I think this one's it. And let's see. The Alchemy of Light. Choice point. Here it is. Okay. You see it?
Okay. Yeah. Now I'll bring it up.
Okay. I'm going to stop at a certain slide that really makes perfect sense right now in our world. But just watch this. This is based on the book by Christine Mercy, and it's called Sons of God.
It's fascinating.
She gets hit in the head. I think the story's on here, but she basically goes unconscious and gets this vision.
It's kind of loud.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it went real loud again. That's weird. It might be better if you shut off the music. I don't know. It seems excessively loud. I'm sorry about that, but it's kind of distracting, unfortunately.
Okay. So this is the one I want to talk about. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Very loud and clear.
Okay.
I don't know why the music got so, it was very loud.
Okay.
But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So this one right here is really important based on what we're going through in humanity. It says, the light is taking the usurped power of God and placing it back where it belongs. The great power that flows unrestricted between God and all mankind, unless blocked by usurpation and bigotry of leaders. So our attention has been drawn away from our source in terms of where we get information and where we check information. And the great revival is people are going back to God, back within, seeking the truth. And, they stopped, for the most part, paying attention to mainstream media, understanding how consciousness creates reality more and more, and how to manifest. This is part of our ascension into higher consciousness. But this right here with the solar eclipse This new light, they're talking about this new light coming in. It's taking the usurped power of God and placing it back to where it belongs, the great power that flows unrestricted between God and all mankind. That's where the new light is. That's where the gifts are coming from. That's where a major shift and upgrade in consciousness is coming from. So being receptive and realizing that we are all receiving this gift from God, this light is a gift. Okay, I'm going to continue.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that the connection seems so much stronger.
It is. It is. That's the reality. That's the reality. Absolutely. And this is interesting because it said very few people whose lives have been so evil, so filled with shame, so enfolded in darkness, so corrupt and wicked, that when the great revelation came, they pleaded for non-existence, the second death, for they could not bear the burden of their sins. So even that was compassionate. You know, if everything comes into balance and we pay back the karma and we serve, you know, good for, you know, mistakes we've made or whatever, you know, because everything is mathematical. Energy is mathematical, and it's like an equation, and everything equals out. So some people just got so lost that they just would rather go out of existence. And, you know, that's what that is.
Maybe we could read what it says.
Yeah. For them, there was no forgiveness because they had not sinned. Oops. They had not sinned from ignorance. Sorry.
Or weakness.
I didn't find the pause fast enough. I keep missing the pause. But from knowledge, strength, knowingly and wantingly. Like, you know, pure evil is loving it when other people suffer, for example, right?
Right. And so there is no forgiveness for them.
Right. They just went beyond. So right now we are getting the great outpouring of the Spirit of the Lord and bringing all things to a speedy fruition. For those people who have been getting, impatient about things happening, well, there's going to be a big push now with this light. And how exciting that is. Nothing remains hidden or unrevealed. This is the time of revealing all the truth. Those that are responding to the light, even in the least degree, are instantly noted. Great doors are opening wide for each of us. Just pay attention to the light and be receptive. Know that you're getting gifts. So the great assembly of the mighty ones poured out their love, inspiring, directing, assisting in every possible way, giving constant help and encouragement, though unseen. This is, again, why receptivity is so important. This is like receiving divine intervention.
You know, I've had a lot of things going on in my life, and I've been seeing repeating numbers. And it was interesting because I had a son saw the exact same 4444.
Yeah.
And I looked it up, and it's all good. and
those are the signs. Those are the signs of that connection. See, the individual's power to receive. So all the comfort and strength depends a lot on receptivity. And there's also the light that's talked about in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And so I watched a video one time, and it was years ago. I would have to say it was 20 or so years ago, between 15 and 20 years ago. And the guy was saying that these things are oppressed. They didn't want them coming out. And it was on, like I said, a VHS. And, you know, they try to scrub that stuff all they can. The Dead Sea Scrolls are very, very oppressed and suppressed. And they really don't want people to see these. But I made the video. I actually hand transcribed everything I got. I kept having to stop the video and write it down. I hand transcribed everything that he wrote, that he said on the video. And then I made a YouTube video out of it called God's Promises for the Awakened.
That's awesome. We're going to watch that too. You'll really like that.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to stop this right now and stop sharing. Okay. So that was that.
Okay.
Oops. So new light has been, you know, a lot of people have known this new light is coming in, and that was a vision. It was like a prophecy of saying the new light is coming and all of these things are going to happen. And the connection usurped from God, our divine connection, is going to be reinstated. And it's interesting because I saw this, you know how Dolores Cannon has the QHHT hypnotherapy, where she puts people into the somnambulistic state, and a lot of people have trained under her, and they do the QHHT hypnotherapy, and it does a lot of healing work and clearing work and stuff like that. So I saw one, and it was by Allison Coe,
yes.
C-O-E. She has a YouTube channel, and it talks about the Essenes in the title. And the person who was regressed, the soul at that time was living as an Essene, and they were talking about how they were blocked from their light. Their umbilical cord to God in their home and their light was severed, and there were people trying to have power over them and basically limiting them, diminishing their light, diminishing their connection. And it's just like what that other one said about, you know, the direct connection being usurped by man. She was describing that in her hypnotherapy. So they had this knowledge that they protected. And so that was the Essenes, and some of this knowledge is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, and they have very, very positive messages from God. So it's like scripture, really. And it's really heartwarming and uplifting. So
you're going to love it, audience. You really are. I did when I watched it. I'm going, oh, wow, I'm so happy.
Yeah. And any one of these that touches your heart, we're going to talk about the contemplation part later. And if you, the links to these videos, the new light and God's Promises for the Awakened are in the description box. So if you want to go back and look at them and then stop on any certain slide or anything and contemplate, because that raises your vibration, it touches your heart and soul, and it opens you up to receive your gifts. So this is part of the preparation for April 8th. We're preparing in consciousness to receive gifts from God and to be upgraded in consciousness. And, you know, it's going to be awesome.
And you don't have to pay for it.
No.
Yeah. It's
and
not
even
commercialized like they're doing right now.
Yeah. Well, anyway, should I go to that next, or
yes,
do you want to talk about? Okay.
I like that. That's there's a lot of discussion points too, because you can see how it relates to this time period. Just at least.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if I'm going to stop it at certain things, but if you want me to stop on a certain one, tell me stop.
Okay.
If you have a comment.
Mm-hmm. And audience, feel free to comment along, and we'll
Same
get to
thing. Yeah. Comment and you know, ask questions. Okay.
Okay, let me bring it up. Where's my mouse? Got lost here. For pity's sake, here it goes. I couldn't find the little arrow for the mouse. Okay, you're good.
Ready? Okay, this one's going to have the sound on, but I can turn it down if you need to. Oh, I know where to do it. I know where to do it right here. Okay. Okay. I did it from the YouTube. Okay.
Okay.
Oops.
It's just
Can you
music
hear it?
anyway. Yeah.
Okay. The Dead Sea Scrolls. You want to really feel into this information with your heart and soul.
This is from scroll number 1.
Scroll number 1, section 1.
I think we should read them, or I should read them, or you should read it. Even though people can
why
read
don't you
themselves, but
Why don't you go ahead and read?
I would be delighted to. Okay. This is from scroll number 1, section 1. I have spoken to my prophets because I did promise that I would not perform anything, nor would I prophesy anything new unless I so informed my prophets.
And, you know, we can really discern the real prophets because things have already come through, like Kim Clement and people like that.
Yep.
Oops.
The sound got loud again.
Really? Oh, wait, let's see. It's low on everything I have that I can.
It's okay now.
That's weird. Okay.
Is this
so this talks about the timing, and it can oh, I'm sorry, you go ahead and say it. Just say it.
Okay. These words are not confined to any time frame that can be calculated by man, because I do work in mysterious ways to bless my people.
And that's from scroll, also from scroll number 1, section 1. These are going to feel really good to people's souls. You're going to get really...
As my people, those who have been called by my name, commune with me through prayer and meditation. They shall be the recipients of vast blessings that the world cannot contain.
I'm telling you, this is why I'm feeling so excited. Like, you know, when you've been doing the work, the inner work, through communing or talking to God, through prayer, meditation, self-reflection, contemplation, just going within in any way, or going in nature. People have different ways to commune with God. But listen, if you're paying attention and you're on the side of light already, we're going to be recipients of vast blessings. This is what's so exciting about this new energy coming in. Go ahead.
Yet my own words have spoken for the benefit of my children, because they have elected to do my perfect will at all times.
That was also scroll 1, section 1.
You have already heard these words in the past. However, I recite them again to you, that you may remember and benefit from them. I do not speak words that they may fall upon deaf ears.
And that's same scroll 1, section 2. And it's like really, you know, understand the significance of these messages in the scrolls.
But I speak words that will be heard with your spiritual ear, and will retain those words which are designated to build you up in the most holy faith. Yes, your trials will be many, but my word is sufficient to sustain you in all of your ways, providing your ways are my ways.
Yeah. So we know through our conscience if we're, you know, aligned with God and attuned with his will or not. Everybody has a conscience. The truth was embedded in our hearts and souls. We have the Holy Spirit of truth within us.
And when we know it's untrue or not true, we need to say so.
Exactly. Go ahead.
This again you have already read in my word, but I feel you need a reminder, because many of you are still weighed in the balances and still are found wanting.
And the truth about this is, you know, we always have some place to grow. If we're our own worst critics, they say, but in a way that's good, because we want to scour our behavior and our souls and look for blind spots and shadows, and, you know, create new patterns, and, you know, transmute old energies and blockages, and really be the light and attune with the light. So this has been a constant process for each of us in our own lives. There's just always, you know, something to improve upon or work on. And I remember somebody in one of my groups said, well, how do you know if you still have work to do? I said, well, if you're still here. And I'm like, yeah, I can always find things I need to improve upon.
Yeah, everybody does. I mean,
yeah.
We've been so conditioned and programmed that we need this kind of contemplation to recognize that.
Yeah.
And delete it. The time will come when man's human intelligence will cease, and he will look to himself in order to solve the problems of the day.
And my interpretation is, when they're talking about human intelligence, they're not talking about the soul intelligence. They're talking about the ego mind intelligence, which is limited. And that will, I think that will be evident, you know, by another message, another scroll. This one's still scroll 1, section 3.
We'll be moving to heart intelligence, don't you think?
That's it. That's it. Heart and soul.
This time will come when mankind will excel in human intelligence, just as the words of my prophet Daniel warned. It's coming.
Also, yeah. So human intelligence can be used for good or bad.
His knowledge shall increase, and he will seek to rule not only this earth, but also the moon and other heavenly bodies, which I have also created.
Scroll 1 has a lot. That was section 3, though.
Once again, I just remind everybody, this is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So,
yes.
When that day comes, many of you will look upon their works with great dismay. You will see how far they have departed from my word and my love. That's happening right now.
And you know what that makes me think of? All of those critical race theory, the push for transgenderism, the things they've done to children. It's shocking. It's shocking the amount of, you know, lack of morals and ethics, and then beyond that, the pure evil that have come to the light recently. Talk about great dismay. Oh my gosh, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. For me, it's like, oh, it's so hard to hold. And yet that makes us grow in spirit also, because, you know, we have to process that as energy and transmute the energy and put a stop to it and raise our vibrations.
Think it not strange that these things shall come to pass, because as they come to pass, it will be for a sign of my soon return. When man begins to forsake his first true love and departs from that love in order to love another, times will grow very difficult then.
Yeah. When the earth, when the planet gets at the worst, a messenger or Messiah always comes in to bring truth and justice. And it can come in through the Christ consciousness of the collective as well. And each person plays their part, as I mentioned. It's not a spectator sport or event, but we're all playing our part. We're all instruments of God.
But those times and seasons will continue and cause those who are called by my name to exceedingly prosper and succeed as your soul prospers and succeeds.
And you think of all the people like the starseeds and light warriors and light workers and so forth, who have had very difficult lives. And yet all those things have been in preparation, you know, all those things that have been overcome, all of those things that we're doing to break cycles, all of those soul assignments that we've taken on consciously and knowingly and overcome, and then received God's help, God's grace and forgiveness, and the ability to forgive others. So then comes the gifts and the rewards, this energy coming in. And it is time now for prosperity and success. And we're on our soul's mission. It's our soul success, our soul mission. And, get ready for prosperity and success. That's what this is all about. The new energy, yay. Open to receive.
We will answer your questions after we go through all of this.
Yes, thank you.
This I have spoken with the words of my own mouth, and it shall come to pass because it is true. Again, this is from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yep. This is what was found at Qumran, where the Essenes lived, and they've tried to suppress these. And where I got these was a very obscure source. And, I personally, I don't know where you can find all the Dead Sea Scrolls. They have a building. They've tried to shut down the release of information and suppress things that have already come out. So this is hard to come by, really.
Yeah. The censorship is on steroids right now. So anyway, my children in whom I've entrusted my spirit will reap fortunes and riches from totally unexpected sources.
So, a lot of us have foregone the materialistic path, and it's been difficult in the material, physical realm, paying bills, making ends meet, because, we pursue things of the spirit, and we, follow our intuition, and we stand in our integrity. And I know for me, I have been building this Alchemy of Light project, including books and programs, for over 20 years. And at the same time, I've had paying jobs for my bread and butter, 3 already, of which I've had to quit in order to remain in my integrity and not do something that my conscience said was not right. And yet I just had to have that courage and faith in God that I'd be taken care of. And so even if I got by the skin of my teeth financially, well, I'm still alive today. But that's the thing, eventually, the spirit-led life, we're going to reap fortunes and riches from totally unexpected sources. And this is really good news. I mean, this is the truth. Trust God, because this is the truth. That was scroll number 3. We've moved on to a different scroll, number 1. They might not be in order, though.
Okay.
Open to receive, open to receive, open to receive.
This because the lack of such wealth has prevented you from fulfilling and performing your ministry to the fullest. Boy, is that the truth ever.
Isn't that the truth for so many light workers?
Oh my goodness, yeah. And then I had someone who I thought was a light worker who wanted to charge me for being on the show. I don't pay anybody to be on the show. I'm lucky I'm able to do the show and pay for what needs to be paid in order to do the shows. So,
absolutely. That's where the rubber meets the road and your discernment, comes in. I told you, and I love this story about when I was invited to go to a prosperity event seminar. And it cost $2,500 at the time. And I told the person giving the event, the prosperity, become wealthy or whatever event, I said, I don't have $2,500. And she said, just put it on your credit card. And I said, well, I don't have any debt and I don't have a credit card. So do you want me to come, learn about prosperity when I don't have any debt and go into debt for that? That doesn't make sense. But obviously she was doing it for the money, not to help people.
You see that here in Sedona as well. Some of these conferences, I mean, I thought when I actually lived here, it wouldn't be an issue. I could go to the conferences because I wouldn't need a hotel or a place to stay. But they changed the registration fee is frequently so high $500 and up, it's going, I can't pay that.
Yeah.
So,
And the thing is too, if you're seeking the truth, there's so many free things online. I mean, I have 3 websites, and I mean, one of my websites alone, you could spend a month on and not spend a dime and get all kinds of spiritual information and downloads. And, I highly recommend people go to my website, especially now during these times, because it's easy accessed. It's already there. You don't have to send for anything. It's free. And there's just a wealth of information, very much inspired information.
which is why I have you on the show.
Thank you. We really, it's everything comes through. It's from God. Now this one's interesting.
I, the Lord, shall speak to those of my other children throughout this orb, and they, in direct obedience to me, will communicate with you because of your faithfulness of my calling upon your life.
Yep. All of us are tuned in to our particular part to play. And, we have been following Spirit and doing God's will to the best of our ability, and, overcoming things and doing the best we can with the life we've been given. And, because of that, we're going to get these gifts open to receive, open to receive, open to receive.
Yes. Your eyes will be filled with tears, but they will not be with the essence of bitterness or sorrow, but rather with great joy and expectation that you never experienced before. This almost made me cry just reading it the first time I saw it.
I know.
I was going, oh wow. Yeah.
When you're crying from joy, I mean, you're at some, momentous occasion like the birth of a child or the wedding of a child, or, just something that really touches your heart. You can't not cry, and you're just so happy. And, even a burden being lifted or something like that. This is what's going to happen. This is why receptivity, and we have so much to look forward to. This is the best of the best. Talk about the best is yet to come. Here we go.
Yeah, here it comes. And your earthly plans will be altered in order for you to fulfill your own true destiny on this orb. I like how it's called an orb.
I know. That's interesting. So, yeah, with all the DNA activation and with all the information being released, the DNA contains information. We hold that within our bodies. And so we are living libraries.
Well, when you think about, they've discovered that water has memory, and that memory is like unlimited in terms of how much it can hold. And it's just water. I mean, we just think of it as water, but the
And
memory of that,
our physical vessel is comprised primarily of water.
you will leap with joy with shouts of praise and glory to my name.
Now, one thing I love about this one is if you think about the Heaven on Earth video that we did last time, and people all celebrating because of receiving these gifts, being relieved from debt, being relieved from health issues, receiving such abundance and such gifts, and having all of the oppression and the old guard, the old stale government and so forth, wiped off the earth, as earth is being cleaned up energetically. And imagine everybody on earth in communities with music and singing and dancing and, lots of great food and leaping with joy and hugging and love and praising God and, knowing that, this is the glory of God, everybody's, being an instrument of God and, of course, being our Father, Mother, God in heaven of all creation, loves us so much that we're just, it's like Christmas.
Yeah. And Escape mental prison. We'll answer what you're saying when this is done.
Yeah. Scroll 3, number 3.
Your heart will come to life as you realize the blessings which I shall heap upon you.
That's also scroll 3, but number 4.
I have given you power over the elements, and you will learn how to use this power for the honor and glory of my name.
And that's why, again, when we're conscious, sovereign, awakened souls, we're not going to be scared of weather conditions, because we're going to say, this is not going to touch, this area. It's going to stay out to sea. We're pushing it back together. We're using consciousness, individual and group consciousness, and we are changing the weather patterns, the elements, the wind, the air, the fire. And that's what I'm saying. Like, all these people are talking about what might happen, and there's like a lot of fear mongering going on with this eclipse coming, when really we have power, and we are learning to use the power. And the DNA activation is bringing a remembrance to our conscious mind of how to use these powers. It'll be natural. We don't have to wonder, oh, what's my power and how will I use it? With the power will come the remembrance of how to use the power, and to use it for the honor and glory of God, which is love and truth and peace. And scroll number 3, number 4. We have so much to look forward to.
Many of you will feel unworthy. That's a program. But I say unto you, in that hour, your joy shall be complete as you find and direct that your worthiness is in me.
That's like that. Remember that poem that we've read on here? I am worthy. We've read that many times.
Yes.
It's a different kind of worthiness. It comes from God and being a child of God. It's not the same as credentials of, any kind of degree or title or financial status. Our worthiness is in God.
Again, as I have spoken to you in times past in my word, I shall speak in 3 distinct manners: in night dreams, in visions of the day and night, and also by divine revelation.
Yeah, and with that connection, that umbilical cord, that, unity, soul with spirit, heart and soul with God. We see these clearly, and we understand what they mean. We comprehend the dreams, we comprehend the visions, we comprehend the divine revelations, and they're direct and clear. And that was scroll 3, number 5.
Now, divine revelation is like a knowing, correct? Is that how you interpret that?
Yeah, inner knowing. You get like downloads, and they can be very detailed, actually.
This I have promised you, and this will be my bond to you. Believe it and know it, for I speak these words with my mouth.
Scroll number 3, number 5. And knowing it is another aspect of the higher consciousness.
Ooh, like this one. You, my children, will perform exploits in my name. These exploits will include healings, workings of miracles, and performing the impossible.
And Yeshua said, these and greater works shall ye do. And it's going to be natural. It's not going to seem like a miracle anymore, because we understand the physics and all that inner information, that ancient wisdom is within us, and we'll just know it.
And you will ascend to positions of high power and authority. There will rise many who will look upon you as a novice and inexperienced.
Yeah, but when our ancient wisdom comes to the forefront of our consciousness through the DNA activation, we're going to realize, this is not our first rodeo, and we came here with power to do God's will and to play our part. And we're going to do it with power and strength and courage.
But when they see and hear your exploits, they will stand back in complete awe and amazement at the manner in which you act and speak.
Yeah.
Do you know what came?
Go ahead.
Do you know what came to me here when I read that the first time?
Yeah.
Was that, you know how we have all these celebrities and so on that have worked through the spirit of Lucifer and demonic beings and all that kind of. Well, now we're going to get it completely reversed. We're
Absolutely.
technically going to be the celebrities, so to speak. Not that I want to be famous or anything, but that is the spirit of our Creator is going to work through us, and it's going to be visible to others. So,
this is truly the changing of the guard. We're transforming our earth and our planet. Like, we have reached the precipice right now.
They will be forced to recognize that all of your gifts have come from my hand.
Scroll 3, number 7. Gifts from God, open to receive, open to receive.
And again, these are the Dead Sea Scrolls. Also in that day, you will enjoy fellowship and communion with those of my children who dwell in the bowels of this orb.
That's interesting. But you know, like the, Telos and Argartha and, you know, the inner earth people, you know, we're gonna commune, we're gonna hang out with them. Also, we'll have galactic reunions, I'm sure, with our star families.
This is like the gathering.
Yeah.
Which is why I have Gail's gathering chat on Telegram. Because we are going to get to the point where we're going to have a gathering. And I don't think it's far away. Anyway.
No.
Oh, you will be giving such powers as was first granted to those of my people who ascended the stairs of the holy city on that warm afternoon, which was called the Day of Pentecost.
Scroll 3, number 9. And basically, being multidimensional beings, we are star people. And so the powers and the perceptions and the abilities to heal and so forth will all come back into our memory, and the DNA activation, all of the shields, all of the dumbed down stuff that they've done to us, the limitations and so forth, that's being removed. And our powers are going to be known to us. You know, they're not going to be foreign. It's just like remembering. It's just remembering and doing it again, because they're not new powers, but we've done them. We've had these before. Like telepathy.
This is why they tell you, remember who you are.
Exactly.
Okay, now scroll number 3, number 9. I will renew your spirit, and you will operate in my spirit and with my spirit, working together with you.
We are instruments of the living God, the Most High, and we are one with that highest intelligence when we're attuned and connected.
With my twin blessings of good health and prosperity, you will attract many and be gifted with abilities to spread the truth of my kingdom.
Scroll 3, number 10. I mean, good health and prosperity instantly, eternal youth, perfect health, prosperity, open to receive. I keep saying open to receive. Here it comes.
It's good for you to say that too.
I know.
I, the Lord, will gift you with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge of universal truth. Scroll number 3, number 11.
And those are very precious gifts. And I'll tell you, with my connection, one of my favorite spiritual gifts is just that inner peace I feel all the time. It just could hardly be shaken at all anymore.
The peace that passes all understanding.
Exactly. I love it.
More wisdom, understanding, and knowledge and spiritual powers of creation will be heaped upon you, because this I have promised you in my word.
Yes, and that these are all God's promises. That's why I named it this, God's promises for the awakened. We are receiving, 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 and going with the flow. We've made it to this point in time, and now it's time to receive and celebrate. Just stay calm. Everything will be revealed. Our intuition is strong enough to guide us to get whatever we need to get. So all the other material preparations, if there's anything we need to buy or get or have, it will come to us with our manifestation abilities. We'll get it ready ahead of time through if our intuition guides us to do so. We are guided. We are protected. We are in a great space right now. There's nothing to fear. Only be receptive to our gifts and the love and the increase in the light and in our consciousness, our upgrade in consciousness. This is so exciting. Scroll 3, number 12. And there's more.
Your voice of command in my name will break the fetters and the chains of the enemy. Wow.
I love that because you know how, like I have commanded the Christ light when I've had people come against me with evil words or something like that. And, you know, like when I wasn't wearing a mask in a store one day and the lady said to me, I hope you die from it. And I just said, Christ light, stand forth and take command. And she uttered something else quite hateful. And then I said, you know, you're sitting in your own energy. And I was protected by the Christ light, so it wasn't bothering me. And she said, F you. And I said, see what I mean? But I felt completely calm and protected. Her energy didn't get to me because I commanded the Christ light.
It's like I had someone in the chat in the past that was saying very ugly things.
Yeah.
And,
yes.
And then called me something, and then I just immediately blocked them. I just not going to tolerate that. I didn't even read the whole thing. It wasn't worth reading when somebody attacks you like that. I just
well, you know, it's also the darkness attacking the light. So it gives us a chance to, you know, we're getting our powers and we're going to be using our powers. So when we get all these gifts and powers, you know, we're going to be using them for healing and for dispelling the darkness with the light. And we're going to use it in such a way that it brings light to situations and does not back down against any. Well, in fact, just read this one.
Okay. Devils and demons and those angels who have utterly lost their first estate, those who operate their trade in darkness shall flee because of your light.
Hello, light workers. Scroll 3, number 13. Yeah, they're on the run. They are on the run.
And they're on the run and they're on attack whenever they can, because that's part of it. But
yeah. They know they've lost and they're scared.
Right. The light which I shall give you is not of this world and will never be diminished by the forces of darkness.
That's right.
That's beautiful right there.
Just like our soul is immutable light, we are immutable light, and we're going to understand consciously that this light can't be diminished.
Evil deeds will be exposed, and men and women who practice these evil deeds will flee from you.
They can't stand the light. They're on the run. Scroll 3, number 14.
Rejoice, my children, because I have made a way for you where you continuously found you were lost and uncertain.
And that was scroll 3, number 15.
I have provided light and truth where there was none before. We see this happening right now.
Absolutely. And as more is coming in, this is the exciting thing. There we go.
Nobody's going to miss it.
Yep. So we're being activated. We're being transformed. We're being upgraded. It's a time to celebrate. It's a time to be receptive. It is the victory of the light over darkness. We have a world of peace, a world of love, And we are going to live in gratitude, 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 and so much joy. This is it. This is it. And this is a time to celebrate victory, because we are victorious. And we really need to understand that and come from a place of a sovereign soul who's been empowered and strengthened and really illuminated and brightened and enlightened all along the way. So that's the end of the Dead Sea Scrolls that I have. And yeah, I had some little music to go with it. And the end of the video. So let me turn this off, go back here.
That was fantastic. I really appreciate that you were able to get a hold of those and share them.
Well, believe me, it took a lot of work, to keep backing up and trying to get every word from a thing. And then I had them down, and then I had them written down, handwriting, and then I typed them so I'd get an electronic copy on my computer. And then I transposed the messages to PowerPoint slides, and then I made the PowerPoint slides into a video, and then I put the video on YouTube.
Wow. Well, thank you for all that work you did, because it's
welcome.
I'm happy that we can share it with the listening audience here.
And it uplifts me. I mean, I share it, but I look at them a lot for upliftment, knowing, that these times are coming. And when we decided to do a show today, it wasn't specifically planned, and I tuned in and I was like, it's about the new light. It's about the new light coming in. We need to be receptive and get our gifts and, realize that, when Yeshua said, these and greater things shall ye do, here it comes. Here comes the DNA activation. Here come our powers. Here comes our memory. Here comes, all of these things that we could do before we were dumbed down and so forth. But this is really, really, really a great time to be. You want to answer questions for a while, and then I'll just share some more notes.
Somebody, I know why they're asking this question. Are people about to lose their minds, or will it be as a result of what they see?
Well, losing your mind is not really a bad thing, because if you lose your mind and save your soul, that's sort of a good thing. But I think that nothing really will be lost. I remember there was one book I was reading, and Yeshua was just speaking the most wonderful words. And I remembered this one simple thing he said: not a drop of love will be lost. It's like love is going to overtake things. Love is going to lift everybody. Love is going to heal everybody. It's going to just be, these wonderful waves of love. And, if you ever get into that peace that passeth all understanding, you really just stop there for a moment. And you're just like, you really don't want to do anything. You're just feeling it like, this feels so good. I don't want to move. I don't want to move. This just feels so good.
I think one of the things that Escape Mental Prison may be referring to, I've seen some videos where, people are acting totally crazy. Just bizarre. and people they see that and they go, oh my God, what is going on? What's wrong with those people? But I think they're the ones that have chosen the dark, and eventually they will disappear from our existence in time, because they're on the dark side.
People are not going to be losing. They're going to be gaining, and they're going to be uplifted. And it's going to be really a gift to everybody. It's going to be positive.
It's going to go from mind intelligence to heart intelligence.
Right.
And interestingly enough, that's the very first thing that develops once the sperm and egg connect. Heart comes first. Interesting. Well, maybe soul comes before heart, but basically they're connected. Anyway, let's see what else we got. Oh, somebody's asking if they should take a normie job, or are the humanitarian funds coming soon? As inbound and Vietnamese dong and humanitarian plan is the only way I think I can get excited about
I think we're really right on the verge, but it depends on how long you can last with what you have. And what I personally would do in that situation is that I would do a specific meditation and ask for guidance and then let it go, just completely let go, and then see what happens. You know, there might be some new opportunity that shows up, or you might meet someone, you know, just synchronistic events. Just watch for synchronistic events. But when you have a question like, should I start a new normie job? You know, evaluate the pragmatic circumstances that you have right now and what you have and how you can get by. But also trust God, because sometimes I've quit jobs and I didn't know how I was going to pay my bills, and something always came up. So also just trust the universe and the flow. But when you ask, you can go, you're open to receive, again, guidance and a new job, or what you're supposed to do while you're waiting, or anything. You'll get clarity for your soul.
There you go. Does anyone else have any questions? I guess we don't have too many questions. Did I miss
That's
something?
okay. We have that other last little book that I uploaded to go through, and then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, as far as Alchemist goes, on that one question, no one has ever tried to charge me afterwards, and I don't pay people to come on my show. They're coming on the show, takes them about, you know, however long the show lasts. It takes me a lot longer in, first of all, preparation, and then afterwards, processing, uploading, and posting on various sites. And so there's a lot of work involved. I don't think people realize how much is really involved. But anyway,
well, you're going to be blessed with good health and prosperity, so you don't have to worry about that, Gail. It's all coming in. It's
right. Well, yes, and I'm happy. I enjoy doing this. If I didn't, I wouldn't do it. And besides that, Source
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Source has always created a way so I was able to get by, even when I didn't think I was going to make it, or I was going to have to shut down, or you know, things of that nature, that I wasn't going to be able to pay this, that, or the other thing, because there's a cost involved too. And then we got people out there that are criticizing if you even so much as talk about any kind of products. Well, I'll tell you what, if I didn't make a little bit of something, I wouldn't be able to do this. So there's a difference. I mean, there's a difference between, you know, really pushing it for 5 or 10 minutes in the beginning or whatever, and not really caring that much about the message. Here, the message is first and foremost, as far as I'm concerned. So what other, I think you had another show?
Yes. So I want to read a little bit from my notes, because part of the preparation for the eclipse does have to do with spiritual contemplation. And so the little highlights of the messages that I got in meditation today is that spiritual contemplation is looking deeper into our soul's oneness with Great Spirit, the source of all wisdom and truth. So it's just take time to be alone and to go to the zone, alone in the zone, and that's it.
Yeah, nobody can walk your path for you. Nobody can do the work for you. You have to do it yourself. And the best time to do it yourself is by yourself.
Yes. And so you can use scripture, inspired poetry, creative thought processes, inquiry, and inspired messages to attune to higher consciousness. So a lot of times we get guidance from the written word, which is why, you know, part of my mission is to provide written words that were inspired from higher consciousness, because it can raise people's consciousness to read any of the books that I've written, or pieces of the books. And so to get ready for the eclipse and the energies coming in, it would be too late to like order and receive my books, but on my website I have audio books, and so these inspired messages can raise your consciousness. All you have to do is press play, and that's on my website, and it's also on my Rumble, Smile Soul Power with no spaces. Smile Soul Power, no spaces on Rumble.
I
And
put
you've got
your link, your website, and so on is in the description too. Or it's supposed to be.
Yeah. When you go to the website, there's a tab called audiobooks. So that's how you'll find them. And so that's one way, is to contemplate, different books or scriptures or something. And then what's going to happen is, with the new energies and spiritual contemplation, all former programming is going to be suspended and dissolved. All repetitious thought patterns and any kind of downer thinking, any kind of, fear patterns or stuck energy. This
Negative.
is all dissolved. Yeah.
No,
God's
like
grace is coming through. We
the
do a lot of
unworthiness programs. We've been implanted with a lot of different programs that are very frequency lowering.
Right. And so we have done a lot of our work, but along with doing work for ourselves, we get God's grace. In other words, there's some things that are being done for us, actually. We're receiving great blessings at this time. And higher dimensional beings and light beings are helping us. And, we want to really be in gratitude as we open to receive, because these interdimensional beings and these etheric beings and light beings and so forth, so many are helping us at this time. And so just being open to receive, helps us to absorb and integrate those new energies and help with the DNA activation.
Well, Mathis has a question saying, I have connected with a special tree at the lake I run at. Am I crazy, or does Arthur and me have an actual connection? Now, do you mean King Arthur, or do you mean the
No, you're not
tree?
crazy. I want to tell you about my tree connection. So, Mathis, when I was in California, I had a connection with a specific tree at the park that I used to hike at. And I would sit by that tree, and I also named the tree. I named the tree Georgia. And I spent time with that tree for like 2 years. And so then I moved back to Oregon, and Georgia came to me in visions. And we had a conscious connection, heart intelligence to heart intelligence. You are not crazy. This is normal.
We're all connected. We're even connected to, the trees and the water and the land and all of that.
Animals, crystals,
definitely.
Plants.
And I have a meditation tree that I used to go to all the time. I can't get there right now, but I love my meditation tree. it was perfect. Okay. He says, I swear now I see a face carved out on him,
I'm sure.
on the tree. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, Mary Jean. I'm glad you're here.
That's really cool. Okay, so I'm going to continue with the messages. Enter the field often, and life is lifted higher permanently. We're anchoring in the higher consciousness, individually and collectively.
You know what's beautiful about trees, while we're kind of on a tree subject, is I don't know if people are aware of this, but trees are like a family to each other. If there's a tree that's starting to wither and or has been hurt by the wind or whatever, other trees that are in the vicinity will help feed that tree. I think that's absolutely amazing. And sometimes the animals and the trees and other things are trying to teach humanity to come back. Sometimes it reminds me
I was just going to say, they're teaching us lessons, aren't they? Yeah. Well, we're becoming more and more like that. And those are the ideals that we are espousing and living up to.
Another thing that I thought of just the other day, which was interesting, because the sun is throwing CMEs, and those are light codes and so on. And then we have just the idea. It's like, it reminded me of the movie Avatar, where all of a sudden the entire planet is working for the good of the beings that are on it.
Yeah. That'll be natural. So I'm just going to start this paragraph over. Enter the field often, and life is lifted higher permanently. More peace, joy, love, and inner knowing of truth, clarity, confidence, strength, and certainty of one's path and mission. These are all coming in with much higher clarity. The umbilical cord to light and truth and overall well-being is conscious connection to God, a close relationship to Father, Mother, God, the all-pervasive creative principle or source in which we live, move, and have our being. We come to know our true self as eternal spirit, shed all limitations and illusions, opening awareness to ever new, ever uplifting, living light of God. This field is heaven, where our soul lives, and where life and love and light and law are received and perceived in our heart and through our consciousness. And that's how we find our divine qualities and then express the highest and best potential as souls, as awakened beings in wholeness. So this is it.
Beautiful. Now, was there another video or no?
Yes,
Okay.
there is. And yes, if you're ready for it, I'll share my screen.
I'm ready.
All right.
We have a lot of tree huggers here.
Yay!
Yay! I'm a tree hugger too, and I don't care who's looking either.
Let's see.
Oh, that's awesome. Listen, Mathis says,
Michelle Marie Angel. Opportunities in life to do the right thing. A choice point is a decision that evaluates our being. It shows our true character that God is seeing. Situations occur in our life when we must decide what to do. We demonstrate our values and the ideals we live up to. Many times we are not aware of the significance of our election, but unbeknownst to us, we are choosing our soul's direction. These are normal situations in which we don't think much of, but there is certain accountability if we don't come from love. We demonstrate whether we relish money and material things, or if we treasure God above all in eternal love He brings. It may be obvious, like if we trick someone to get their money, we may get what we want, but the consequences are not funny. Or it may be more subtle, like whether we share or not. If we do decide to share, then everyone gains a lot. We may have a chance to take advantage of one who's naive, but woe to the soul who even attempts to deceive. Sometimes our transgression is against our own desire, when we fail to discern motives of the faker and the liar. As we realize and use the power of our individual choice, our inner strength and courage grow, and our souls rejoice. We can't avoid making a choice by sitting on the fence. We must know and stand for truth, or face the consequence. To hear the truth, our soul cries out, "Peace, be still." For each choice begins within, using the power of our will. We can choose the same old tapes that run in our mind, or we can choose new creative expression of a different kind. We can choose what goes into our minds from the outside. Good people, good books, and good news are all from the lighter side. We can choose our own values and reveal them with no shroud. When others try to overlay their values on us, we can say no right out loud. We are not obligated by those with work or family ties to remain engaging in life with them against our heart cries. According to the words of Jesus, all of God's children are family. There is no blood that binds one to another. Only love brings unity. We can say no to what doesn't fit or doesn't suit our needs. We don't have to be manipulated when another one pleads. We can say no with compassion or make a heartfelt compromise. We can blend our will with others for harmony that is wise. Or if we want to go for it and really splurge, we can surrender to God's will and see our true self emerge. Once we fuse our will with God to create divine intentions, even nature seems to conform to the blessings that we mention. We can choose to forgive and give others some growing space. We can also forgive ourselves and petition for God's grace. We can choose to cast aside judgment and drop the stony voice. We can let go of destructive criticism and make understanding our choice. We can check our motives for selfishness or greed. We can consider other people's feelings and needs. By choosing to love and live in harmony with our Mother Earth, we live in peace with nature and cherish its great worth. We may choose weakness as fear causes truth to hide, or we can choose the kingdom of heaven where only true love abides. We can base our desires on material things that don't endure, or we can be our brother's keeper and our love becomes more pure. If we take a higher perspective, we may select eternal treasure, rather than forfeiting true happiness for a short-term pleasure. We claim true freedom when we use the power of free will. As we choose truth and unity, it's peace on earth that we instill. The end is only the beginning when you open your heart. For more inspiration, go to Smile at Spiritual Miracles Intention Living Education, www.smileforlove.com. God bless you.
Oops. Oops. Oops.
You looking for that?
Yeah, stop sharing.
I took care of it for you.
No, I almost shut down this whole page.
Oh, that wouldn't be good.
No,
Okay.
thank you for your help. Anyway, so it's really interesting because it also really speaks to, we can say no to who and what does not resonate with us. We are following our heart vibration. And if we're in higher consciousness, we want to be around the people that we resonate with of higher consciousness, of the love-based consciousness. We can hold the space of unconditional for love and serve all people, but we can also have boundaries and not fall into traps of deception or manipulation. So that's part of our new upgrade in consciousness, is discerning what's good for us and choosing self-love and empowering ourselves to be around people and make choices for our highest good and happiness and welfare.
Well, if someone is deceiving or anything that is negative, it's obviously they're likely on the dark side, especially now. Why would anyone who was a light worker or show that kind of darkness? Unless they're false light. I guess there's that issue too, but that's a whole nother story. But we have great things to look forward to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the last thing I want to do is I would like to have somebody from the audience, the audience participation here, pick a number between 1 and 999. And I'm going to choose 3 numbers. So somebody that's in the chat, please throw out a number between 1 and 999. Any number, first number that comes to mind. I'm going to choose 3 messages for the audience. And Gail, if you want to give the first one to get us started, choose any number, 1 digit, 2 digits, 3 digits.
Oh, well, I'm going to have to do 111. Oh, that's a good one. 717. Yeah.
And there's 777. Okay.
We'll go with the people in the audience.
Okay. Okay. So 777 came up first. I love that one because I get that number all the time.
That's spirit. That's
and I love sevens. All right. 777. Congratulations. And remember, I asked for these numbers. They're for everybody listening now or in the future. 777. Congratulations. You've listened well to your divine guidance and have put that wisdom into fruitful action. You're now reaping the rewards. That's what we've been talking about. Receive, receive, receive. Your success is inspiring and helping others. So please keep up the good work. There you go, Gaia Love 1. Next one was 975. I love these messages. I do these, and they're always spot on. Oh boy, here we go. The changes you're experiencing are part of the preparation for and the manifestation of your divine life purpose. Everything is in perfect order. I think that's the perfect message for today, because we talked about preparation and just to know and to trust that everything is in perfect order. And everybody's divine life purpose, get ready to be activated and go to the next level. It's time to go to the next level.
Great number there, Jan.
Yeah, I'll do both of these, 77 and 742. Okay, so 77 is congratulations again. You're on the right path mentally and physically. Stick to your intentions and stand your ground. That's empowering. And 742, that'll be the last one I do. 742 is have faith and continue on this path that is supported by the angelic realm. The angels want to help you with every aspect of your daily life. Call upon them often. Yep. And we've said before, ask for help and you'll get it. Yay.
So anyway, that is a great conclusion to our show today.
Absolutely.
And I hope everyone has enjoyed it as much as I have. I always love doing shows like this, and I hope you enjoy it too. And when we went through the Dead Sea Scrolls, that's something, like I said, it's in the chat. It's something you might want to go through again and think about it and how it applies to you.
I look at them often. Yeah, you can look at this video again, and the direct link to that video that's on YouTube is also in the description box.
Yes. So,
Gail, I love you. Everybody in the audience, I love you.
Yeah.
And thank you so much. Love to all.
Thank you. And namaste. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. See control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Left your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas. Seems like I have a couple little glitches in the beginning there. So anyway, we have, we graze on one wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And my wonderful guest today is Miss Jenny Lee. Let me bring her on. Everybody knows Jenny, I think, by now. Hi,
Yep.
Jenny.
How are you?
Pretty good, I think.
Well,
Very
that's good.
interesting. Okay, we got people in the chat already. That's good, good, good. Sage.
Well, that's great.
John. Miss Jeep. Hi. And good evening. Welcome, everyone. We're happy that you're here. And we have some very interesting things to talk about. Jenny has some drawings and some important things to talk to you about. And we have a few little things we can show you along the way. So, Jenny, why don't you go ahead and take it away and tell us
Yeah, I
what
don't
you've
know
been...
what subject I want to start with, so maybe we should go into this, something that the media is trying to portray, because everything that they've always put out is always the reverse of what it looks like, or what it is, or what they're trying to hide. So, and I think I sent you it on Facebook. So I did a drawing for what I saw as that original form of what they were trying to put hair on, and then the mouth was probably right, but the eyes weren't, and I wasn't seeing hair on them at all. And
Oh, you're talking about the demon drawing?
Yeah.
Should I bring that up?
Yeah, go ahead and bring it up.
Okay, let me share screen here.
So it's just funny how they always try to make something look like a human.
Let me get it in the right place here. Okay. All right, this is this looks to me, maybe I shouldn't say anything until I put it up, so I won't. Let me share the screen.
And I did that yesterday morning. I drew it yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went in and showed it. So as we're looking at it, the jawline comes out a little further, and then in the mouth, which you can tell it's a serpent type of process.
That the thing in the mouth, I think should, but see that they showed that wide mouth.
And there was I think it's an old shot of an old movie where it shows us girl is in a cave, and it looks like the whole mouth is eating her face, and how the mouth seems to extend, but the thing in the mouth was like a little serpent in the bottom of the tongue. They showed me that. So there, and I was like, okay, what about the ears? They're like, no, those ears are wrong. The hair is wrong. No ears in that way, no hair that they showed on TV. They're like, because we're talking about how this reality is breaking down. And as it breaks down, those mirror effects to cover that up are breaking down. So if they got you focused on looking like, looking for something with the hair on it and bone structure is different, that's what you're going to look for. But you need to, I always tell people to accept things in their original form, what you see. And that way it's important to identify and be strong in what's in front of you and what you're seeing and what you need to accept. They're always, here we can go into the Fabio aliens, everything looks like a human. It doesn't. Okay. So that's the problem. You got to get this focus out of it. This is the thing that's funny. New York is going to turn in to the show of the Men in Black. You know what I'm saying? Where you see the lizard, he's out dancing with the Men in Black, and you're going to see all these. I'm just telling you, they're like, Jen is going to be a Men in Black situation, and you're going to see stuff you didn't think you're going to see. And parts of that movie kind of shows kind of like the city type and everything like that, but how they're hiding, how they hide under certain features, how they, cover their face. And so everybody's around, and because it's easy for the concept of us to look, to expect a demon, but we're not expecting a different species of how it looks. So that's the thing. You've got to get your head around what these look like.
What color was he, Jen?
This had a weird pigmentation because it wasn't just one color. It was there's a gray in it, but there's a light greenish, real light greenish with it. So as you're looking at it, if you focused on for a while, would that change colors? Would it do some type of mirror effect?
Would it be kind of calico-like? How?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. And the thing is that the thing that you need to, before you even see something like that, is really pay attention to the soul. That's the whole thing that's really going to tell you a lot how things are changing, because if you're not sensing the soul, if you're not sensing, then all of a sudden you see something flash and change like you've seen on TV 100 times. And then you think your mind's making, but the eyes go back, the mouth extends further than they're saying. And
then, better to eat with.
Yeah. Like I said, reptilians and demons, they want the same thing, to consume you, to, and that's not something to be trusted in any situation, in any form. There's enough evidence out there that you've seen these shots that they're not welcoming vessels at all. And so your power is to stay in that light. Your power is to identify. Your power is to push it away. Your power is not to be in fear of it.
Rebuke it.
In the days to come, you're going to have to stand your ground. And that's what's happening. Just like, and I think I told you, I told the Signal group, which is an amazing group. They're so strong and independent, and they're just ready for it to rip. And that this is a week where you're going to put your shield up, because the shit is going to roll. It's going to fall on you. It's going to call you names. It's going to do whatever it can to take you down. You know, this is a tough, you know, we're going to go into a tough month of being tested, because you're seeing things right now. I don't care if it's in the truther community. I don't care if it's in the UFO community. I don't care if it's your neighbor down the street. You're seeing their true intentions, their true self, what they're here for. The light or the dark. Are you serving the light or are you serving the dark? And you're seeing those true intentions. You're feeling that true energy of what's their intentions here. And that's the thing. It's to occupy you. And this is what I say with this whole eclipse thing, is don't go into the fear process. Don't follow what they want you to follow. Don't, you know, I'm not saying to get outside and look at the eclipse. I'm saying look at the sun after that process. Look at how the sunlight comes in, how the sky, I keep hearing a green color, different colors that you will see in the sky that you've seen before. Like I've always said, I don't feel the actual space is that color, and it's not a colorblind color. So I think you're going to see a lot of different stuff that you're not prepared for. And so a lot of people are going to be in that fear process. So then I just sent you, you know, I think that picture that I did, and it's like when you look at that, you don't feel a soul. You feel a entity that is waiting for opportunity or fear to play the game with you.
That's how they mind control people.
Yeah.
Is with fear.
And that's why when they put that out, when they showed the media, you know what's funny? Just like the cell phone thing, everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. Well, this is what they look like. And you notice the truthers and all of them, they cannot think on their own not to look at this in a different way, not to say, hey, is this true? Or we're just going to go with it and follow through with it. That's the first thing I don't do. I'm like, I want to see it for what they say the form is, not for what something is trying to push onto me that form is. And I said, no, that's not it. So why are they pushing it that way? So you won't see nothing like this. You'll just walk on by. You won't ignore it. You won't. And this is another thing, is I always get smells with things. Really bad, foul smells.
I've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
That they have a smell.
Yeah,
they do have a smell.
So
and I think a complete and total lack of compassion is a big teller,
right? Too. It is waiting for weakness. It's waiting for opportunity. That's what it. You know, that's basically what the deep state does. On your vulnerability, no empathy, no sympathy. It's just opportunity. So that's why I said when I saw those pictures and they're like, does that look right? And I go, no, it doesn't. That's right. It's not.
He looks like a reptilian.
Yeah.
The pictures that I've seen, and or it could go, well, a snake's a reptile too. So it's got kind of features of.
But that's both. Too extreme to use that word to go and put that on public. They can't adapt to that. You know what I'm saying? So a demon word is a common word that people think, well, you know, but, you know, again, I didn't see these big ears. I didn't see the hair, you know. So this is what I came up with. And you know me, I want it verified. I want, if I draw something or write something, I want to get it verified. I don't just put it out there. I'm like, I gotta wait for it to verify itself. So we'll see if people see stuff like this, or, you know, you're seeing, and I wouldn't say maybe the military chasing down something in New York that looked like this, you know what I'm saying? And all I'm gonna be thinking is in my head is the Men in Black song, you know, just, yeah, you know, because it's one of those movies you should watch again to see if it's coming into one sort of reality, because I actually think that was started in New York. So I mean, it's just another movie that's trying to put things out there. So So yeah, it's going to be interesting when this unravels.
I just want to let Lynn know that I smudged just before we did this show because we've had some people come in the chat that just are not very nice.
Yeah. Well, like I said, put your shield on because it's going to be showing.
So here's another one that Kathy wants to know. What does it smell like? Garbage.
Well,
I don't know.
The way I describe this, in a hot day, not the completely as the potent of trash, but it feels like rotting shit.
Oh, lovely. That's worse.
Well, that is the way I would describe it.
Well, it is what it is.
So yeah.
Oh, somebody's saying, I don't think, wait a minute. If it's benevolent, then I can't wait to meet them. Those, they're not benevolent.
Well, I am not going to want to meet these ones.
Me either.
Yeah. So it's a.
Kevin says they smell like a sewer. Maybe that's a good description.
Yeah, that's a good term, but if you add heat to that and it just makes it worse, that's the smell. And when I do see things and then I get that potent smell with it, and I do have a gag reflex on certain smells on things when I get spiritually. But yeah, it's the whole watching. What I did the effect on is doing a larger, seeing the mouth move out further. That's what was freaky. And like I said, there was a skit movie that they did in some demon movie, and it looks like this girl's standing there in front of one of these, and it's just devouring and putting its mouth around her head, and that's what it looks like to me. It's not pretty. And that grayish, greenish,
oops,
nasty.
Wait a minute, I missed something here. Oh, here, this one here. Carla wants to ask, will they be out on the eclipse?
See, and what I think, the trail of that dark light, anything that cannot survive in the light will follow that trail of darkness. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why you see a lot that wants you to focus on that trail of that eclipse. And I'm just like, no, just stay in high vibrations, high tones, high frequency, and don't be occupied by that dark eclipse process. You're not going to get anything from it. So that's why if you don't give it its strength, you don't give it the energy, you're going to be fine. It's just these ones who are fascinated with this program that hits you and tells you what you need to do, what you need to fear, and then they're all of a sudden they're fascinated with all this dark eclipse process. And then again, you have certain communities that are following that through. I call them pushers. They're paid to do that. And then you see them pushing it because they're paid to push it. And you just got to, this is what I talked about, is people need to sit in their own instinct, sit in their own capability, sit in their own light, and just be calm in it. Walk through the fire. Be calm in it. Not to be reacting in a 3D process with this.
Well, if you stay with your connection with Source, that'll give you strength.
Yes. Right. That's the whole thing. It's like
walk through the fire with you. I mean, it's even.
Yes, exactly. Walk through the fire. And the whole thing, and that's what, the way I describe this is I tell people, get into the right brain on this when you're going through this process. Disconnect anything that's personal emotion. You're just this warrior energy and you're not connected to anything emotionally. Just stay in the boundaries of the light. Stay in the boundaries, not letting anything push anything onto you, put fear into you, because you're going to see that enough around these normies reacting out. And I did a picture today. I think I gave it to you. You can go through another one that I put how the normies are gonna Jeep help me with this one.
Let me see, which way do I go? I think I go this way, maybe.
That one.
That one.
Where
Oh,
it
good. I went
has-
the right way.
Yeah. So what it has is the white hats, white rabbits, and then this is the
Wait a
cities.
minute.
Yeah, that's part of it though.
Where did it go? It moved. I didn't mean to make it
It's
move.
that one.
Did it?
Okay.
Oh, I see. That's why.
Okay, so it has a normal person
Ooh,
hitting
got
the
music.
pavement. Yeah. Hitting the pavement hard with their puke bucket on the side of them. And now the reality is hitting hard. And in the back is the military fence in the cities. And there's a white bus, and then the military helicopter in the back. So then all of a sudden their crash, their existence of what's going to happen is just falling in front of them. That's what that's about. That whole picture.
Yeah, they're
So
going to hit. We were talking about that the other day. They're going to hit the pavement hard.
Yes. I'm thinking about doing T-shirts that says that.
Maybe this will wake you up.
Yeah, just someone's face crashed on the pavement, and then it's like, "Are you awake yet?" And their face is on the pavement, So that's what's coming, and then their whole reality of that.
Is there another one that you want to show here, or you want to wait on those?
Well, then I've already seen. You can go to the other one, but that's still in formation of what.
The one with the white hats, or the good guys, or the other one?
Good guys.
The good guys.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, so this is what I've talked about. Now let's go into the spiritual energy, and I said that there will be regions. Of course, one's the ambassador, which is the shepherd, and then the other ones, I don't know all their names. There's Putin, and then you got the other ones at the bottom.
Oh,
that
three
are
of them.
highlighted. 4 of them. There's 5.
Well, I mean, at the bottom, I was talking about the 3. Because
So I always said that there would be regions that they would be in control over. There were certain leaders that would have a region area, and Putin and Trump were the main ones, and then you would have China, and then Iranian,
India, and Saudi Arabia.
Yep, exactly. Those are the ones I see. And those are when I see those angels in the corners, and represents our world. And like I said, I don't feel that these are the same vessels that were here when they first born, and that's what things have changed. And that's what I feel. I've been saying that for a while. But I, like I said, the ambassador and the shepherd is the one that's leading the flock.
So we go to this one.
That is the New York with the fence and the helicopters and the isolated areas and the buses and everybody that didn't think they'd get caught or getting caught.
Yes.
So
there's some shenanigans going on behind the scenes in the whole political arena too.
Oh yeah, it's coming to. Like I said, I think we're going. The whole election thing, I don't even pay attention to it because it was always a dismantling phase of going into a higher council that are higher beings. That I've always said that's going to be part of it. So I mean, that's just we're going in these dismantling phases.
I got 2 little clips that I could share.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, and we can come back to this because I know there's one more, but we'll save that one for now. So let me share again because that's how you have to do it. And I'm gonna. I just ran into this guy, and there's one other guy, and I really like what they're putting out, and I'm just gonna read through it.
Okay.
His post is bringing
Well,
it.
Ariel's one of my favorites, so people know that too. And my Signal group, they love him too.
Yes, facts and conspiracy, and so on. So anyway, here's his red flags: open borders, no patriotism,
Right.
one world religion. And this is interesting too. Who here follows Sasha Stone? Who in here follows Clay Cart? You should know by now these two are in the same circle with Michael Flynn. Now you can see where they are trying to push the right wing. Now you can see why they had to infiltrate the mega movement to do it. Now you see why Michael Flynn created the Reawaken America tour. All of these people on stage are Democrat liberals posing as conservatives. The entire time they were plotting to remove Donald Trump. That way, Flynn would come in as a savior of America. People, it's as plain as day now. We all seen how Ivan Recklin, I don't know if they say that in his name right, but I don't care because of what he was doing, was giddy at the thought on Alex Jones' show of Trump being assassinated. I mean, to think that they can just openly come out and
No
say
sympathy, no empathy, and that's the whole thing.
There you
It's
go.
just
a good point.
I think it's a joke. Yeah.
So this is why I had to pull him from behind the scenes slowly until you all caught on. And once you seen that one video, everything clicked. And I'm going to tell you now, there's a couple of very good shows on the Michelle Moore show with Mike Gill. And if you want to know more about this and the things that are going on behind the scenes, I would suggest that you look at it. So that's that one. Now here's another
one.
Well,
Sasha Stone, another Fabio.
I think so. I just I've had him on my show. And I remember something that was said that didn't resonate with me or whatever, was kind of blaming humanity for allowing it. And I understand we have to be accountable, but at the same time, we were deceived constantly. And there were things done to make it even more difficult, like frequency fences and so on. And putting out low frequency to keep people that way and so on.
Fear.
Exactly, because that's how they mind control people.
Right.
So now I want to show this guy. You'll like this guy too. Let me show him, and then we can go back to what we were talking about. His name is Sargon the Great, and he puts out some great stuff. He's on Instagram, and I really like him. I always try to catch him whenever I go there. He's talking here about Tesla energy and how that's going to be our future. They're already using it. I'll let him explain it. He does a really good job of it. So. Okay, are you going to play for me now? I'm clicking on it. It's not playing. That's interesting. Let me try this. No. Wait a minute. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I don't know what's going on here. Hang on. I got to find it again. I thought there's no reason why it shouldn't have played. So, where is he? There he is. Oh, he's live now. Maybe that's why.
Maybe.
Wait a minute.
You should be able to go back to that one.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Clips that he has that you're referring to. So.
Yeah. Sorry about this, guys. Sometimes this isn't as easy as it looks. Now I lost his place again. Look on it. Wait a minute. Oh, great. Well, hang on a minute. I guess I hate it when that kind of thing happens. Go ahead, Jenny. You can talk, and I'll see if I
it's
can
fine.
fix
I mean,
it.
if you, I'm sure they'll give you a minute. I think it's fine.
Well, I'm going to stop sharing for a minute, and I'm going to try to see if I can get it up again. And I don't know why. I guess maybe because it was live, that may have changed things a little bit.
It might have been just maybe. So like I want to remind people, like when they went into this this whole freak out of the cell phone process, and everybody, I mean, they were getting ridiculous on this, you know, and what your phone was going to do. And I think that, you know, it was kind of a test of seeing how people will take it to another extreme. And like I said, they paid some of these people to push it, and then they reacted, and it was a big nothing burger again. And so we're down to some of this process where it's an operation that's has to be taken care of, and you just gotta roll out with the process, with what's going on, and just maintaining your energy and not getting into this whole freak out process. I mean, we've talked about, you know, the East Coast and the West Coast and things that are going to react to that. And then I talked about, and I said it on this show, and I think I've said it in mine, where we talked about Lady Liberty, and that there would be a light that would come and it would go right into the water. But it actually, the thunder actually hit Lady Liberty instead of going into the water. So it might have gone there. But
did you see the lightning strikes on the Statue of Liberty, and one of them was split in two? I thought that was interesting.
Right. And I do. And I mean, that was something I was like, okay, could this be what they were talking about? That you would see a light that comes down and it would be either right by it or right in front of it or in the water. So I guess we're, you know, in the coming days, we're going to know what that means. Because I believe, like I said.
I think I got it. I think I've got it. Let's try it one more time. If this doesn't work this time, I'll not be very happy. Okay.
Earlier with the energy vampire drones, okay?
Yeah.
The Tesla towers that Nikola Tesla came up with, the old Tartarian technology from Atlantis, that free energy where these Tesla coils can just draw electricity straight out the air and transmit it wirelessly to your home, to your car, any type of machinery that runs off of electricity, including yourself. The frequency can be purified and help charge you as well. The powers that used to be will have you believe that they dismantled all of these Tesla coils, that Tesla just died and all his info and inventions and everything were just scrapped. Fam, it's a total lie. They're still using the Tesla coil technology to this day. They're still using the Atlantean tech, the crystal grid, to run everything. This is what I'm telling you about the power lines. There is no nuclear power. There is no coal. That is bullshit. These goofballs all lied to you. They're still using the Tesla coil technology, except in the form of power lines. These power lines draw electricity straight out the air, exactly like the Tesla coil. That whole lie about power stations having to generate electricity is so that they can charge you for it. They know they're full of shit. It's also their way of terraforming the planet, the realm. You guys understand? They can use nuclear waste as an excuse. Oh, we have to make electricity with nuclear, so we have all this waste. Bullshit. It's so you can pollute the ocean. We have to use coal to generate electricity. No, you don't. It's so you can pollute the air with that smut, you goofy bitches. We're not sleeping anymore. You sleep now and we're up. Straight up, and there's no stopping this spiral. You understand? Because Nagas like Mystic Youth and the 144 are here as the counterbalance, and we're going to teach the people the truth. It's all free energy, family. They're still using it to this day. They use it in their secret cities, their underground bases, their underwater bases. Anywhere where they have their little enclaves, they're using all this technology for their own benefit. They're still using it here in the slave pen Cabbage Patch, except they're telling us a whole different story so that they can keep charging us, keep us tethered to their grid, to their system. And how do they do it? Mind control. Knowledge is the key. Knowledge is power. Knowing is half the battle. Once you know, you could chop. You guys understand me? So all of this foolishness is going in the trash. We want all our free energy devices back. We want all our energy back. And we're calling it all home. This is New Earth and this is the free range. You fuck around and you will find out. Let's go. Bang, bang. Ow.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, he does a lot of good ones. I like him. Oops, wait a minute.
Yeah, that was interesting. I had a dream last night too that was weird. So they were showing me, you know, with my feet on the ground. You know, when you were a little kid and you would take your feet and rub it against the carpet and go back and forth and you would shock somebody?
Yeah.
And then they're like, why don't you try that now? And I'm like, why? Why do I want to do that now? Yeah, I don't want to try it now. I mean, so the energy just showing the grid is different, how things are different. So, you know, and we used to do that as a kid. You used to rub your feet against the carpet and see how static would create so a current and all that stuff. So it's interesting how that was put in front of me recently of having a dream about that again, saying, you know, it's your whole spiritual system is going to recharge.
You know, so, I was starting to get shocks just for no reason. I didn't even have to rub my feet on the ground or anything at different times.
Yeah, so maybe if people want to experience with that, let me know, because I don't know if I want to find out. You know,
Mandy.
Yeah, exactly. So
Mandy has a question for you. If you want, the question is, any thoughts on them during the eclipse, for them targeting heavy metals within all of our bodies we have, from food, water, medicine, etc.?
No.
We all have them. Not sure how I feel about it.
No, I don't believe that's going to change anything. I believe that might have been an old regime, but I don't believe that now.
There are a lot of things that they wanted to do and they were planning on doing that they're not going to be able to do. I mean,
well, they said that 3-4 years ago, and it became all these threats, and we would be in these Walmart institutions.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen, so
yeah,
they're just replaying the same program.
I would think Creator wouldn't let that happen, but what do you think? That's what we think too. Yeah, it's not going to happen. A lot of their plans have been foiled. I mean, part of their playbook is in the Bible. You know?
Right. We didn't come here to get to this point and all of a sudden everything fails.
Really?
That's what you need to look at. I mean, did we get all through? Did people that sacrificed and got there to a certain level, and then we get through this in all the generations, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's just going to fail? No, it's not. So, and that's the thing. That's the whole process. But it gets you to do research. It gets you to focus on things. It gets you to listen up too. But yeah, this just stay your in your own light. I mean, that's literally telling you these people that are awake, they're literally going to walk through the ashes and fire, and it's not even going to faze them. You might have a lot of neighbors face planting on the gravel, but the ones that are awake that did the research, they're not going to be in shock in anything anymore.
So many spiritual people are traveling to specific cities in the path of the eclipse to see this. So is it about energy harvesting? What do you say about that?
Well, the negative.
Yeah.
If you're feeling that you're having to follow this energy in an eclipse way, then you're following the wrong light.
This is I'm going to put this up here. This is a very difficult question to answer. Hi, Jenny. Do you have any idea when things will start happening in the public? Any idea over how long a period of time? I'm looking to find out, when will our everyday life start being affected?
I think Tuesday and Wednesday you're going to start to see, I think a chess piece is going to hit. So yeah, affected. It's been effective, but now a major, instead of these smaller chess pieces, you're going to see a big chess piece. I think that this week, that you're going to see an impact, especially the banking. I would say the banking format, the banking guidelines, the banking process. At some point, someone has to be that first one to step into that light of pushing and understanding that this is what's the new process. Okay, they can't hold on forever anymore. There's no reason to anyway. So I feel like this week is a new phase that's going to be put in your face, and that acceptance part is going to have to come to the truth. I mean, this whole process with this whole eclipse is just a background situation that they're able to implement and use, and everybody else is like, squirrel, eclipse the squirrel, and I'm just like, I thought we were past everybody playing this game and the big nothing burger. I thought they were, literally looking outside the box and paying attention to the right things now, but they're and you can go back to my book, and I put it in 2017, and I'm going to say it here, and I'm going to say it again. It says it in my book about the spiritual community that only 15 to 10% are legit, that are not bought and sold. And I'm saying that again, and I'm going to say it again. It's in my book, and that was in 2017 that I put in there, and I still say it to this day. It's just more evidence what they're bought and paid for on this. But the thing is, like I said at the end of this, the master that you serve is going to be known. It's going to be known. And I've told people from the beginning, it's going to be known who you serve, what's your true intentions of this process, if you're really serving humanity, or you're just reserving your own ego or your own pocket, because it's going to come to a halt, an end process. And I don't change my mind on when they put me on a path. I stay on consistent of that pattern until I see it come to pass. And that's the thing. They said it in 2017, and I still say it to this day. 10 to 15% of the spiritual community you will see have been doing the work from day one. The rest is going to fall. They're going to disappear. You're never going to hear from them again after their narrative falls. I'm just telling you, because they get irritated with the truth that's already happening. They're getting irritated to hear it. They're getting irritated, and it's getting under their skin. And that just tells you, this path that we choose, it's not an easy path. It's not set in your life of being refreshed and meditated, and you're great. No, you're tired, you're exhausted, you're wore out, but you keep going, you keep going, you keep going. And that's what I said at the end. It doesn't matter anymore, because the end of this process is going to be seen for everybody to see it and witness it, no matter what.
And there will be
shown.
There'll be some people who are following false light, and then it will be revealed to them that it is false light, and then it will be up to them. Are they going to accept that?
Right. So question, who's following an eclipse? Who would be leading their people to follow an eclipse right now in any spiritual avenue? It's just completely stupid. It's stupid. And I don't have a problem with saying it. It's just this process. I'm like, when I got into this, I was just like, didn't like what they were following here. They didn't like what they were following here on the truthers, and they didn't like what they were following on the spiritual side. And I was like, no, I'll just take my own path, my own way, my own path. And I'm going to stay in that, because that's what's important to me, to see the very end of the truth. Not to occupy you at the end.
This was kind of interesting. I don't know if you had seen this. I just saw it today, earlier today, about Michael Baxter, who puts out Real Raw News. It was reported that red hats, they call themselves red hats, who claimed responsibility for the New York earthquake because they took down a New York CERN.
Well, I believe that things are being dismantled, but I also think there's this last process that they have a chain reaction from. And I believe California, it has not had theirs yet. It has not had that chain reaction event yet. So that's coming there, you know. And so all these different types of programs are being dismantled. And you're going to feel it, you're going to see it, you're going to witness it. And they're not hiding it anymore. They're showing you.
No, they're really blatant now.
And you can't get your nose stuck up in your own life anymore and ignore it like they want to do. Like, that's not something I want to be occupied. That's not something I want to be paying attention to. Well, you don't have a choice. The truth is at your door now. And you're going to see it in white buses loading up people that should have done the right thing but did not. And the people that you think are good, you're going to find out they're not at all.
That's what's going to really shock people.
Yes.
I think that's what these red hats did was a good thing, because it was actually, I think it was protecting Mr. T to some extent, but it also was, it was a bunch of veterans and guys that had just had enough, and they wanted to, I think what they did was a good thing, in spite of it was against protocol. But
I'm expecting the cell towers to come down. I'm expecting massive fire on those too, along with the fact that I said the bridges would all collapse to a certain point, but the buildings are another thing that you're going to see collapse or burn too.
I think it'll be mainly the Santonic buildings too, won't it? Are the ones that
well, there's going to be some government ones that it's no longer
they're pretty satanic.
Yeah, it's no longer a department. It's no longer existing. It's no longer needed. So a lot of that.
Carl was asking if we should stay away from woods or forests and national parks, where many people are
I don't
abducted.
think so. If I can submerge myself in nature, I would right now.
So you don't think it's a problem anymore?
Mm-mm.
Well, that's good. We're taking the planet back.
Yes, giving it back to nature too.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, here, everybody wants to know what time something is, and any idea when the EBS type situation will begin?
It's rolling. It's already rolling. And I've said this from the beginning, it would be rolling. So when you have power outages for a certain amount of hours, and it'll roll out. And then the only thing that's going to change the difference is your different type of broadcasting system is just flipped. And now you will be stuck watching a program for a good 2 weeks, and you cannot change the channel.
You will be forced to know the truth.
Yes.
And after you probably listen for a while, you all of a sudden you're going to be captivated by it. Because, oh my God, I can't believe it. No, that can't be true.
Right. And they can sit in front of that. But then most of the ones that are awake and already know this truth, they're going to be outside watching everybody fall apart. So I'm telling you.
Actually, I'll be there to help. They all need to enlist a conspiracy theorist, what they used to call conspiracy theorists.
Right.
They're going to need one to help explain things. But another area, I have another little clip that's I just wanted to show a short part of it. It shows how much is changing in our world. The whole court system is going to change too. And I have a little clip of
judges, lawyers, attorneys. Yeah.
Do you want to see it?
Yep.
Okay. Now this is, I'm going to suggest that, if you, you might be interested in seeing the entire video because it is good. And let me share it here. And I will play Mickey's part because she has done a lot of really good stuff here in Arizona with Maricopa County and their nefarious activities in 2020 and which continue today. Now, let me start this part. Oops, let me get this down so you can see it. And then
Actually attempting to traffic your person. They're opening bonds in your name. They're trafficking them on their markets that only they have access to. They're drawing money from your SESTA KV that only they have access to. They're actually creating a trust in your name.
Hold on a second. You just step right over something really important. And I know this is, something you're extremely immersed in. Maybe something that it's the first time they've ever heard this concept. Repeat it again and explain what you just said.
Yeah, so when we were born, they basically knew that you were about to pay a considerable amount of taxes as a U.S. citizen. So they basically opened a trust in your name because technically you brought our hospitals are actually foundries. They are human trafficking foundries. So when you have your child in a hospital and you sign the birth certificate, it only has the mother's name on that. And so they're basically labeling that child a bastard child without the father. And they're assuming and presuming that you're dead on arrival, which is shocking. They open a trust in our name, and then it's called a SESTA KV. Some call it a master trust or a social security trust. They create a social security card, and they place that as a bond inside. So they've already assumed that you're going to fall for a lot of their cons. They've assumed that because you're born in America and that you're going to likely be involved in all sorts of things, opening up a bank account, opening up an LLC, having a college loan or a mortgage, something like that. They can open bonds in our name every time we do these things. So you have in this estate, and you have 7 years to claim that estate, or else the Pope claims it. And by the way, they've taken your birth certificate and they took your little footprint, which you call the soul, S-O-L-E, because they want our soul, and they place it under the Vatican. And that's really even the end time prophecy. It says that in the book of Peter that you're going to have to go back to St. Peter's Cathedral, St. Peter, back to Rome, to settle your debts and for the dead to rise in Christ. I find that very interesting, not to get too esoteric there, but so that you have this backpack almost on your back. It's got a bunch of money in it, but you can't access it, but they know they can. So the courts are money changers. These are bankers. These are foreign corporations. Every single court in the nation is supposed to offer trial by peers, and not a single one is. They're supposed to be Article 3, and they're not. So unfortunately, you have 675 courts that have all been infiltrated by foreign insurrection, and they are all operating as if they're your law and order, but they're not. We technically don't have law and order. We have a bunch of people changing, money changing under the table.
Yeah, and without our knowledge.
Yep.
Okay.
We don't need the bankers anymore, and I can't wait till they dismantle the bankers.
Yes, they
because
have.
No one's going to trust. There's no one's going to trust them, especially when there's larger amounts in the bank. I mean, people are going to be like, "You're just a thief," and everybody's going to be watching everything very closely. So yeah, it's
the
going to be
judges are really just administrators of the debt,
right?
And that's why they charge fines, which they get a percentage of too. So they claim the same type of incentives in the court system that they have with the medical system, and even I've seen it in the education system too. So
right.
It's
Which
amazing.
All those institutions need to come down.
Yep, they've been cheating and stealing from us since we were born.
Yep,
and most people don't have a clue about it.
Right.
I've known about it for quite a long time, and I'm so happy to see it coming out. So, this one, Jenny, you spoke about an earthquake by the Great Lakes. Do you think it will reach and affect upstate New York? Did you say that, or was that Kimberly?
I think Kimberly said something about New York. I didn't say anything about. I talked about the water, and I talked about the ice storms in New York, and I talked about the event that New York would be the example of the city of seeing chaos and stuff happening, like the Men in Black. But I did not say anything about the Great Lakes. That was Kimberly that said that, not me. But the earthquakes are, I've always talked about California, that process, and I saw more water for New York, and like these waves, like this is what I'm talking about, because they have to do with the energy in our atmosphere that are charging this, that are moving this. So, and that's where California and New York, you're going to see these type of waves down to Florida, down to New Orleans. Remember, I said all these. It's just going to affect the whole planet. You know, that's the whole thing. So I'd be looking for something like this in the sky to affect this, waves like this. So no, I didn't say specifically Illinois. When I talked about Illinois, I talked about the Democratic cities, but I never said anything about
Great Lakes.
Yeah, there.
Okay. She said, listen, somebody's commented on your drawing. Mandy says the demon drawing looks like Pindar.
Who's that?
He's like the head. He's a bad guy. A big positioned bad guy.
Oh,
I don't know how it's. Yeah.
So.
Used to be.
Yeah, so I want to get to the phase of the futuristic, the future. So I want to go back to the golden cities. You know, remember we talked about that shimmering titanium. They look like straight things that have appeared in the desert and everywhere else, and they all out of the ground that they say they are in. And I think those are the type of a podium of light that's going to be activated, because the inner earth is a puzzle and how the earth flips. And that's the thing I kept hearing over and over. Are you sure you're on the top and you're not on the bottom of this planet? You have no way to confirm that until we see it.
Oh my God, I saw a video like that, a short video about that.
It
and it was
right
like,
here on this.
It says if everything's upside down, like if you were going to look at the globe, it would we're upside down. That's what it looks like.
It's what it says. It says the inner earth is a puzzle, how the earth can flip and turn and flip. So you're not sure of what is up and what is down. Just like they said that the directions of north is south and south is east, and they've confused everything. Certain volcanoes can be at the bottom as well as the top. Like some islands can be at the top and at the bottom, because your mind is like, no, that's what I've been taught. But, really? You better look around how things are changing very quickly. So I've been talking about this. And so, yeah, as they say, so above, so below. But I've seen that the actual directions that we go on this earth, west, and east, and that's actually turned around too. So then I want to go into, remember, they keep saying the whole earth is a puzzle. Dimension doors surfacing around and around like a precious puzzle, like a Rubik's Cube that can put back together. As they are showing me light, it comes from the chairs, which we've talked about, the spiritual chairs, piercing the alignment together in the pyramids and the ley lines. And the big cities stand above everything, and we're talking about the golden cities. So to get rid of everything that is negative off this planet, the city energy has to arise. It has to raise up. And this is where you have this whole black, I call it a black cloud eclipse that they're following, which is wrong to do. Just, stand in your own light. They already sounded the alarm and the conscience. I'm talking about the alarm in your mind and the alarm in that frequency that I kept talking about. And it's going to consistently play until everything is done. So what I would tell you this week is you need to be listening versus trying to see everything and seeing stuff in the sky. You need to be listening to tones, listening to vibrations and sound. you know, because that's what's going to echo through you. So the plates began to be put in action. So, you know, are we flipping? Are we going to this puzzle process? That's what I'm paying attention to. Each mountain volcano that moves into a plate of movement. You know, well, are we occupied on the wrong thing? Are we paying attention to the wrong thing? That's the whole thing. How can something as beautiful as nature, like nature itself, can there be a city that has the interaction that is everything above us, that is suddenly, you know, appears, you know, and everybody says they've seen those. So that's the whole thing. As on top of the pyramids, you know, that circular motion, that circular light will all come together. We need no interference. We need no opinion. You know, and we're talking about these alignment of outer beings that are helping us ascend. All the ascending, we're all ascending on our own. Remember what in the sky, shimmering light, crafts, they were always crafts, you know, for humanity. Dismantling, you know, your 3D process. You just got to put that down. So that's the whole thing. This is about a rejuvenation. The trees of the root, you know, the seed of the planet, to come to the surface and rise on its own. So you want to pay attention to anything Tuesday or Wednesday. Pay attention to what your planet's doing. Pay attention to your waves. Pay attention to the air. Pay attention to the light. Pay attention to the sun, not the darkness. Pay attention to animals. Pay attention to the sky. Listen to the sound in yourself, because you're a tuning vessel. Pay attention to pyramids. Pay attention to volcanoes. That's how you're going. It's all has a chain effect of creation as things change. So don't pay attention to this stuff that they're occupying with.
Okay. So definitely earth changes we're talking about.
Yeah, and it says
in the water, in the air, on the land.
The voice of the frequency is lighter than a monk's voice. Please understand. So you got to be listening. You got to be listening. You got to be paying attention and not occupied in the fear. That's what they want. That's what they're paid to do. That's how they're paid to occupy you. We don't want that. We have to sit in this position of not in fear, holding a podium of light and being calm and allowing to hear everything for once.
Somebody's asking a question about any thoughts you have on Christian 21 info on the eclipse. Now, I'm not familiar with that information. Are you?
I'm not either. So I don't know what he's saying. You would have to describe what they're talking about on the eclipse, because I don't believe that it's.
Now, this woman, Valerie, was saying that in Oregon, she's a member of the Oregon General Assembly, and we get our information direct from the good military. We are returning Oregon to the original constitution, and we the people will be the new government. Mm-hmm. Now, they had a very problematic governor there, what she was doing with the schools and stuff. But right. She's been dealt with by now.
Right.
There's a lot happening here in Arizona, too, and that Mickey Clan has been a real leader in that regard, because she noticed the Maricopa County's board of supervisors, because of the nefarious things they were involved in during way back in the 2020 election. But all these public officials that are bought and paid for are being exposed.
Right. They're dismantling, and we're not going back to that. That's like trying, this whole election is like trying to put air in a balloon that's so damn deflated. There's nothing left to put in it, and it's just like, stop. There's no one to choose from. There's no one. It's nothing. It's not in existence anymore. And then there's another one I have: calm energy forming over the world. You can feel it take over. That's the thing I'm talking about. You have to let it go. Just be in this calmness. and control yourself. And the 3D mindset, the normies, humans are staying in the level that they choose of understanding. Let them go. You have a new path ahead of you. Pay attention to your path.
Very important. Valerie also says, I heard that tomorrow is the Great Awakening event spoken about in the Bible. The energy coming tomorrow is meant to wake people up.
By listening. Listening. Feeling it. I mean, like today I was describing that I felt like I said, like just stagnated, just zip, zip, zip energy everywhere around me. And the Spirit's like, just don't go outside, don't do this. I just feel like you can feel it. You can feel the shift. You can feel it changing. It's overstimulating. You can feel that changing. So, and that's the thing you just got to pay attention to. It would be a powerful, just imagine this powerful thing if everybody just stood in their podium of light for this eclipse. They turn their back on the eclipse. Turn your back and don't feed it. Can you imagine what that does for this existence of this plane? And not giving its power of that darkness? That's what they should be doing. So everybody says these meditations, like what kind of meditation are you doing? Is it for the darkness meditation or is it for the light? So I'm telling you, turn your back on it. Turn your back on the eclipse. Do not give it the power that it's demanding, that you're putting out there. It's a big nothing burger that they're trying to turn into a big burger. So don't give it the power it wants.
Gail, who are we listening to? I don't know what you mean by that. What does that mean? I'm not sure. You got to explain that. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Lenore says, I like to include what people say because they pick up things and it just informs us all. And Jetson White on YouTube has a great info on Tesla New Yorker Hotel. Okay. Oh, here we go. People speak so sarcastically that it's difficult to understand it. Good, bad, infiltrated.
Infiltrated, yeah. But they're in a hurry to push it in front of you. They're in a hurry for you to accept it. And that's why I'm telling people to think on their own, stay calm down about it, look behind the plate of glass in this process, and don't rush to what they're trying to suggest to you.
Thank you, Valerie. I really like that product. I've been using it for almost a year now. And I tell people about it so that I can keep getting it. I really like it.
So for this week, it's just literally, like I said, you wake up on Tuesday and you just tell yourself, I'm going to hold the light in the situation. I'm not going to be triggered, but expect your earth to react from this process in the way that it's going to go through. And you just write it out on this process of this. But like I said, we're in the different days of Moses. It's a different type of eclipse that triggers people, and you saw then how it triggers, and you just need to not go down that road with this process.
Well, Kevin has an interesting comment. He says, as an interesting fact that a little bolt of electricity from your fingertip to the doorknob was between 35 and 50,000 volts. It would destroy an IC chip, but harmless to humans. Wow, that sounds like awfully high.
Right. It's good, though. Energy.
Yeah. Baja girl. I agree. Just when I go grocery shopping in Arizona, I'm constantly getting shocked. It's an electrifying experience. I was getting too. I'm going, oh my God, why am I getting shocked? But yeah, there's a lot of electricity in the air, I guess. Well, like sometimes I think they're
Right.
sending out frequencies.
And it's funny, this week it's been like I've been getting a lot of calls because, and there's just some people they're going to jump on the information at the last moment, and I'm seeing that happen. I mean, I'm getting a lot of orders for, can you look at my energy? Can you tell me, have I been doing the work? Can you tell me that I'm okay for this process? And they're feeling guilty because they felt that they've been paying attention to something else. But I mean, all it is your mindset changing and focusing on what you need to focus on. It's not something like the churches want to Bible belt you to death on, that you're not going to make it. So that's the whole thing. It's a process between the true light and the false light of making a decision with your soul that you want to serve humanity in a good way. So I mean, people are getting there. They're coming on at the last minute, but they're still coming to feel that they are where they need to be in this process. So it's they're doing it. So that's all that matters.
Okay, let's see. I will. The question up there now is, I know won't have any effect on our timeline. Maybe negate. Oh, the eclipse. Are you talking about? I'm not sure what you mean there. You have to be specific.
I won't have an effect on the timeline.
Yeah, Baja Girl, I agree with you on that. What I say all the Jenny. We didn't come this far for nothing.
Right.
We really didn't. Neither did all
No.
these other benevolent beings and so on that are watching us in the skies. And we didn't come this far to get destroyed. So let's see.
Yeah, Alex is right about the nothing burger.
About the nothing burger. Yeah, I was going to put that.
Big
up there,
nothing
yeah.
burger. And that's what I'm saying. Just hold the line is the word I would use. And like the military shuns Biden, they just need to shun the eclipse.
Yeah.
Turn your back on it. Turn your back on it. Turn away from it. Don't even acknowledge it and just go about your day and pay attention to energy. That's what I would say.
Well, I didn't. That's very interesting, Valerie. The background. I didn't know somebody had seen something like that in Inner Earth and Mount Shasta. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. Okay, really.
So I mean, like I said, the main thing this week is that's what I'm just trying to get out with for people. Just stay in the line, stay in the light, stay in the frequency, and then I think the trigger, pay attention to the energy, and not Tuesday but Wednesday morning. You really want to pay attention to that energy changing. How it goes up or down, but I feel like it's going to come in a different way, and you feel a different energy from that you haven't felt before. You need to pay attention to that. But I do feel you're going to see some chain reactions on the coastlands. I do. It's going to react in some way, but it's not something I haven't told you before that you're going to get a response from it. But I do believe California, you're going to hear a kaboom there. And then I want to talk about this mirror effect I've been talking about. In the sky, it's like shimmering mirrors that you're looking at. And I drew these because how I see it, it looks like, dimensional mirrors, and your eyes are just trying to accept it. And because we want to look at things in a solid form here, it's not the same. So this is what I've talked about this. I did this, 2-3 years ago, to seeing a shimmery effect in the sky. It looks like it's partly forming. And it looks like it's a replica of the same illusion, but you need to be paying attention to things like this. And that's the thing. I mean, it's not your eyes messing with you. There's a dismantling phase going on. And that's where we go back to the demonic looking process and it looks like it's melting or it's falling apart, that narrative of how you're seeing that is, it's dismantling. It is dismantling. So,
oh, Kevin is saying that I think the eclipse is a marker trigger point. It'll be game on from here on out.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
It's just, that's why,
very openly, I think I would add. Yeah. Whereas before, not that things have been happening, but we haven't been told about them. Let me put it that way.
Right.
Directly, anyway. Certainly
not only that too, I talked about, I think I gave you the picture too, I told you about this phenomenon energy that's coming into our dimension. I gave you a picture of that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got like 5.
Okay. Let me bring that up. To the right spot. And now I can share it.
Yeah, that one. Then you like the pyramid is the symbol of that light, and then that color of that light, it's an epic. It's going to be epic. Is that phenomenon energy that you feel in a different way of some energies from the past that are here again, and they're going to place their energy that's going to be connected to nature, to that loving energy, that something that they wouldn't want, and one preferably was always waiting for this to happen. And so I'm doing a picture on that person energy, and when I get that done, I'll present it. But you got to feel that in a very sympathetic way, empathy way, and a loving way, that you'll start to notice that too. It's definitely a female energy. Many.
Well, Baja Girl said too that the Native Americans in Arizona here in particular, well, maybe others as well, but all the tribes are different. They say not to go outside or look up at the sun. The black sun will take over, is what they say. Well, only for 4 minutes, but
right.
It's we just got to hold our light and ignore it.
Yeah,
really,
that's what I'm saying. You're going to feel that knowing inside, and you're going to feel that connection in the first place. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Oh gosh, I haven't heard this one, Jenny. Have you?
What?
Oops, wait a minute. I didn't mean to do that. Mainstream media speaks about the cicada invasion happening shortly after the eclipse. The Bible says the cicadas will kill all people without the mark of God.
Oh yeah, isn't that a biblical?
Those are bugs. I know.
Gosh.
They only come out every so many years, but they've done that before. Isn't that every 17? No,
yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the Yankees are God too. Remember that too. So yeah, whatever. The same crap. So I'm just saying this fits in the same crap. So it's just it's all fear mongering process, and you're gonna turn into a serpent, or you're gonna, just amazing. The past has just projected this stuff. So
okay, they're saying Valerie says American Media Group posted that Project Odin was activated for April 8th in the takedown of evil. Now, Project Odin, I know it, but I can't remember what it is right this minute. I could look it up real quick as well. Yeah, that's why Rocky Mountain Skywatcher, that's why I pointed out all the tribes are different.
Yeah, they can project all they want. They can put their false gods out there again. It's just not going to do it. That's what I'm saying. It's all about Creator leading you into the light this time.
Their lies are over. They're being exposed.
Right.
And like you said earlier, it will become very obvious who's serving the light and who's serving the dark.
Right. Very obvious. And that's the thing, I think when we talked about is just the fact I'm conserving my energy. I'm not putting time into something that's not growing or developing. I'm just like, my path is that whole getting to that process. I'm not looking back on anything. And then I'm conserving my energy, not wasting my time with people that just want to replay the whole process over and over again. I'm just done. I'm valuing my time in a different way. And I'd rather be alone and have my own peace versus people twisting the same nightmare over and over in their head. It's just gone. And that's what's, like I said, I'm not trying to push or talk about what's going to happen. It's just like we're at a point that they're going to hit the pavement. So
Clarity comes, says, get your puke buckets out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, when you hear some of the things that they've been,
buckets out.
Yeah, when you hear some of the things they've been doing to our children, you will definitely want to puke.
Yeah.
And
yes.
Things that they've done to us without our knowledge because we were deceived, because we believed them. And some of the people that we thought were so wonderful, we're going to find out weren't wonderful at all.
Yeah, your neighbor down the street.
Even.
Mm-hmm. Just saying, don't interfere. Don't interfere.
Let's see, we got another thing here from Valerie. The military says that the trigger for the EDS is the revaluation of Iraq, Zimbabwe, Vietnam, and silver and gold are starting to go skyward. Yes, and I just heard the Zimbabwe came out with new currency, and Iraq has finally been able to revalue, which there was some kind of restriction or something was. For some reason, they were blocked because of the United States.
Well, I'm just telling the people in the States are going to do an IRS dance when they find that the IRS is done. You're going to see people alone on that end. They're going to be dancing in the streets for that alone. I'm just telling you. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they're going to be happy about and
tell people
celebrating.
to postpone their paying any taxes, but most people won't listen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because they're a foreign company. They're not government.
Foreign entity.
Yep. Well, here's one here for you, Jenny. Any thoughts on how they'll roll out to let us know about our true energy from within our biofield? What gifts, powers will be enhanced?
Because you're going to feel it. This is the thing. You're going to feel it and you're going to hear it. That's the thing it's not a 3D understanding. I mean, the people that have been doing this work for a long time, you're already feeling it. You're already feeling the activation. You're already hearing it. You're already seeing that. We're just going into another whole process of this. There's no denying it anymore. There's no certain program that's coming out. It's in effect. So it's evident, and it's going to roll out more and more and more.
Valerie says that she's
white buses in Portland.
White buses in Portland, Oregon. I'm hoping somebody's seeing them in Maricopa County.
Yeah.
I don't live in that area, so I don't know.
And actually, you guys have seen that TikTok where this guy, he does something wrong, and then the demon shows up and goes, "Get on the bus." You're going to see a lot of "Get on the bus." But I mean, it's true. They're going to be plastered. Their face is going to be drawn. It's just part of the process. Get on the bus. So it's rolling out. So here we are in this process. So you got to understand that people are in the point of relief, point of just getting to another stage. The future is the higher technology, the advancement of that pushed into how we travel, how we take care of ourselves, Especially, I think, in the big
tapping into that free energy, that's big.
education is going to be, anybody right now that's going to get their doctrines or going to get a lawyer, I'm like, sorry, we're restarting over, we're resetting. That whole degree thing has just gone out the window, so you might as well stop now. So so that's the whole thing. It's just a restart point that you're looking at. What's the natural thing that's going to that you are going to take with you from 3D to 5D? Your intuition, your instinct, your inner voice, your inner language. That is going with you in this process. That was your path to listen to. So when you find everything else is untrue and not part of this real world anymore, then that's another face planted pavement situation.
Wow. Valerie says there was 87 Masonic demonic temples in Oregon, and soon they will be dust. They must be doing some serious cleanup in Oregon. That's a good thing.
And that's the thing. I said, you see the wind and you see all this ash coming, you don't know where it's coming from. Like they said, the fog will roll in and they won't be able to.
Look at this, Jenny. The Delaware Memorial Bridge was on fire today. I don't know where
bridges and buildings. What do you know?
The Freemasons too. That's going to be a whole nother expose.
Yeah, it's on its way.
Especially when you get up the 33rd degree, they're going to be. I mean, obviously the ones that are there know, but many of the lower minions don't know.
Right.
Wait till they find out.
Right. I'm telling you, the awakened ones are going to have the biggest smile on their face for a long time. You're going to be able to move it off their face. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And then all the t-shirts are going to come out. I'm telling you, it's going to come out. They're going to have it. It's already starting. It's coming. So.
What was that one? Hold it. What? Where did that go? Okay. Do you know much about Starlink, Jenny?
No, I just think that's part of our important process that's going to happen, and that's why when I say the 5D towers being burnt, don't be afraid of it.
And they find out they're actually weapons. They can they can target people. They can target cities. They can do some very serious damage.
Yep. Exactly. So yeah, I think this was a good review in this week to go over on everything. But like I said, shun the eclipse.
Short order, Kirk. Yeah, I don't know if you were here when I showed the part with Mickey Clan talking about the courts. They've all been infiltrated and there's no justice. They're just administrators of the corporate debt.
Yeah.
And that's all got to change. And people don't. Yeah, Mickey Clan is great, and my hat's off to her. She did a lot. She also served notice to all of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
Oh my gosh, she kicked their ass and just.
Yeah, she did. I didn't have a chance to get it, but Sarge, who's another guy I like to watch on Rumble.
I'm telling you, a lot of those educators are going to be wanting to leave town. And they're going to move out because they ain't going to be able to have peace. And they chose the negative over everything else. So I'm telling you, they're not going to have peace.
Oh, here's do you think some of us are still targeted individuals?
I think it's the last hurrah that as I said and repeated again, they're gonna take as many as they can with them down. And so there's not much. It's just words now, but It's in process, but it's not a very strong process in that system. So all you do is hold the line and just it's gonna pass. It's gonna pass, and it'll be gone, and then you don't have to even worry about it.
Exactly. I'm waiting for that day. The whole court system is going to have to come down, and people are going to have to be retried and all kinds of stuff because there's never.
Well, you know, people are going to be at grocery stores and everywhere, and they're going to go, "You're going to jail, and you're going to jail, and you're going to jail." I'm just telling you, they are.
The real that really need to go
you're going to jail, and they're going to
Yeah.
get paranoid, and they're going to hide in their house. I'm just telling you, it's coming. You're just waiting because they know instinctively inside you, they know they're going to hear a knock on the door, and they know why they're there. You know when you've done something wrong.
Let's see. Yeah, the different trusts, and yeah, I've read that Nasara has been activated, and it's going to be implemented through April through June.
Yep.
Oh, Baja Girl says that she heard that the Freemasons rewrote the Bible, which will make sense.
I believe so
because
too.
They had this all planned, just like the Simpsons.
Yes, exactly. And I believe because Spirit told me, he goes, not everything in there is right. So you just, what we pull and tell you to pull out of there, and then the rest, don't worry about it. So, and that's what I went by. I've never went through reading the whole thing, just pulling what they showed me, what I needed to apply. And that's what I did, because I was like, yeah, a lot of this does not sound right. It's a no-win situation. There's no way that you can win the situation. They make you go in circles in the situation. And that's the whole thing. It's just a browbeating Christian stone and throwing stones.
First, God is all love, and then next thing he wants you to sacrifice your son.
Right.
You know, well, wait a minute. Whatever asked somebody to do that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's built on
so many things like that. And sometimes all it takes is just changing one word.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it can change the entire meaning.
Yep, that's why I look at different versions all the time and look at them on the scriptures of how they're written and how you kind of penetrate through the truth on that and by your instinct.
Where are you located, conspiratary? She says the judge in this county is pure evil. There's a lot of them like that in Maricopa County too. And there was a book by John Harris Thaler called Report to the Governor. And he said there were over 2,000 judges in Arizona, the ones that they caught, that have, that are taking bribes and all that kind of thing. Once again, people they're not getting justice, and they're not getting, they don't really realize what's really going on. Like you said, they're money changers. That's one of the best ways to put it, in my opinion. Like you did, Jenny.
Right.
Baja Girl, I learned a lot from Jordan Maxwell too, and he was around a long, putting stuff out quite a while ago, and he was right. And so many people that were ridiculed and shamed and mocked and so on are going to be proven to have been correct from the very beginning, trying to tell people. I think it's so important to have an open mind.
Yeah, well, this is the thing I tell you. When you understand what's done, there's a sense of freedom in a different way that you have not breathed and felt in your existence of this lifetime. And some of the elders in their lifetime, you're going to feel it in a different way. It's a different freedom that's coming that makes you understand that you have your space now. You can have your freedom and make your own choices, and not something breathing down your neck and telling you how you need to do things. That's what I'm saying is coming. So, but with that, there's responsibility of recreating, like I said, I think we're going back to the villages, small communities, being independent. There's work with it. You're not going to be able to sit back and do nothing. So you want the freedom, you're going to have to work to maintain that and volunteer, be paying attention. So you're going to have to stop. No sloth mode anymore. No sitting behind the TV and doing nothing about it and not volunteering and not putting your energy into something. Those days of what the Democrat has trained Americans to be like in that process, it's over. You have no excuse. The devices that are coming out are going to help you cure all those situations that you have within your body, and there's no excuse after that. So you got to stand up.
That's what we need. We need everybody to standing, and that's why it's so important to keep yourself in as good a health as you possibly can. And
well, and that's the thing. They're going to have that option. They're going to have to be painless. They just got to. And then I'm just telling you, some like, and you know this, they like to play the victim all the time.
Yeah,
and
it's a program.
Doesn't mean because your body is fixed from head to toe doesn't mean you're still not going to try to play that role. You have no excuse anymore. So anyway, so that's what I have for tonight on information.
Wow, time flies when you're having a good time, Jenny. It's already an hour and a half.
An hour and a half. So, and everybody knows how to contact me. Like I said, I've had a lot of emails, and a lot of people are contact me, and they just want to have the one-on-one, figure out where they're at and everything, and it's good. They just want to be in line with everything, and so it's great.
Faye's asking you, Jenny, if you think that the White Hats will use the eclipse as a cover for military operations.
From day one. Mm-hmm. That's what I knew it always was. That's all it is.
Yes, this is Teresa said the system will be changed to councils of light.
Right. Exactly.
We got a smart listening audience.
So just shun the eclipse, honestly, just no, I don't think so. We need a lot more people doing that. So just move on to the next day and focus on the new energy that's coming in, not what they're trying to get you sucked into.
Boy, I'm trying to scroll through here real fast. And I'll tell you what I'll do with this show is I'll do a playlist like I've done before, and this will be on a playlist, and I'll run it live again, maybe in a day or two.
Right.
And let's see what short order cook. I'm trying to catch as many questions as I can. I guess I missed quite a few, but so if you got time, we can keep.
Yeah, I can go through them real quick. That's fine.
Okay. Short order cook. Number one says, did anyone see the water rise flood map that was over the U.S. that aligned with the lands Bill had bought? Not sure of the source or if it's verified, but it was interesting. Bill, I don't know.
I don't know what.
You'd have to get a little more. Who's Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. Teresa says too, the solar vortex just reversed its currents. That's interesting.
So you ride out the energy, you stand your ground, and you, like I always tell people, allow energy to come into the left side of your hearing and left side of your brain, and then ride it out to the right side. Don't resist it, just flow with it. Let it ride out. You are frequency and energy. You can ride this out.
Wow. So in this picture, Jenny, that you put up, that's representative of energies?
Of 5 female energies that are projecting out this female energy that is connected to nature, connected to the frequency. And I am doing a picture of the main one that has been here for many times. And And then the song Stairway to Heaven has been waiting. So anyway, that collective energy is here to hold the light, hold the love, hold the it's great. So
yeah, I'm excited. I mean, the female energy has been so suppressed.
Right. And that's men and then that way too, so they don't understand. It's just like it's not overbearing or anything, but it's it brings their process into this caring, compassion, and feeling that energy too. So it's a different nature, nurturing, embracing.
Short Order Cook was talking about Bill Gates. The dry lands were the ones Bill has bought. How convenient for him. It's not the real Bill Gates either. He was killed in India many years ago for causing great harm to many children in India. They hung him and his wife. But they, of course, replaced these people and they either with a clone or a look-alike or a mask or something. So
I just can't wait till the whole play is done.
I know. It's just dragging on and on and on. Okay. Yeah, the Navy map. I've seen a couple different Navy maps. In one, I'd be okay. In one, I'd be underwater. I hope
I would not be looking at the eclipse. I would not be. I would not give it your time and day.
It's not going to happen.
Right. Just
isn't that what you said? I mean,
a big nothing burger. The biggest nothing burger, like Alex Collier says, the big nothing burger. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm scrolling. We would not be looking at it. Well, Jenny is just saying don't even bother with the eclipse at all.
No.
Somebody's asking about wearing glasses.
Nope, don't even pay attention.
Yes. Here, Teresa is on board there. I get the message that all is irrelevant as all is changing. And that's exactly the way I feel. I know Jenny feels that way, and so do a number of people that are awake.
What you can do is flip off the eclipse. They said, fuck you, I'm not doing it. Fuck you, I'm not fair. Flip it off. There. You want to feel better about it?
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, somebody's saying something about there are many of them that aren't here anymore. That's true. They've either been replaced or they got somebody with a mask on. But I like everybody saying, we're really getting tired of this movie. Let's make it real.
Right. So
let's see. Awesome. Okay. Well, I think I'm getting to the end of the questions here. Well, what does she say? Q-Face says, hoping to see the ones in WP to come forward soon. I guess that will be the end of the movie. Okay. Well, I think we're going to, let me stop sharing the divine feminine light that's coming in. That's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
That will bring change from all the aggression and war and all that other crap.
Right.
Okay.
So that's good. So
alrighty then.
All I can tell people is to hold the line, hold the light, and stay in the light. And flip off the eclipse. Nope. I'm not having it. I'm not in fear. I am dead.
Yeah. Let's arrest all those guys and move on.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Jenny. Thank you for your time. Yeah. Thank you for your drawings and thanks for sharing it with.
See, I'm sure there's more coming. So we'll see what happens. But guys, take care and stay in the light, and you know how to contact me. You don't have to.
And I keep putting out as much information out there for you all as I possibly can. And I appreciate it if you share, like, and subscribe. It helps the algorithms.
Yes.
They do try to shadow. They do shadow ban people, especially if you're putting out stuff that they don't really want out there. Anyway, thank you. Stay in the light. Shine
Take
your
care.
light.
Good
And we'll
night.
see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Good night.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And today, my guest is very interesting, and I want to read a little bit about her background so you know where she's coming from. And then we're going to talk about the ACIO, and we're also and things related to that, as well as what we're all expecting here on the 8th. So I will be bringing on Jessica Ariel Morocco, and she was born in the Boston area in 1964. She was a highly targeted and selected to be used in the programs from birth through her entire childhood, because she was quickly identified by the ACIO of having a soul signature of unknown off-world origins. We'll have to ask her about that. Early on, she displayed an exceptional keen psychic perception that exceeded most other humans. Due to her enigmatic origins, she was placed in the numbers group as number 12. At the age of 5, Jessica was introduced to the ACIO and the Intergalactic Council, and then made contact with Peter the Insider in 2016, where she began to uncover her involvement with the secret space programs. As an exceptional psychic of ET origins, Jessica was used heavily in the programs by organizations such as MCC, which is the Mars Colony Corporation, Kruger Mercenary Corporation, the Labyrinth Group, and also worked as a galactic liaison communicating with the Council of Five. Jessica is also active as an asset within the ACIO 6 divisions, Circata 3301, which I will have her explain, where she continues to decipher data from intergalactic activity and their effects on the planet. The numbers group are comprised of individuals with abilities who are closely observed to identify if they are benevolent or nefarious for this reality. At the same time, many others become interested in children with abilities, so this opened her up to malevolent programs, MyLabs, and covert military operations and experimentations. Jessica is an SSP and MyLab experiencer who has been deeply involved in various super soldier projects and special access programs as a psychic and intuitive specialist. Due to being a high-valued asset, Jessica was also abducted and forced into experimentation with the Murkoff MyLab facility at the age of 6 as a part of Project Waldrider. Here, aspects of her energetic signature was reportedly extracted and sold off to different parties to be used for other agendas. One example of this is the real CIA asset commonly identified as Jason Hudson, an individual within the programs who was fused with Jessica's stolen energetic signature. Jason Hudson is also mentioned as a character within the Call of Duty video game series, where the video game character is based on the real person operating in the programs. Jessica also worked with the MERG, Monarch Umbrella Refugee Group, where she was assigned to a mother role to help guide and look after the abused members after escaping the respective programming facilities within Monarch and Umbrella. Today, Jessica remains as active as a psychic, interdimensional seer, Akashic record reader, radio host, podcaster, and owner of Androniti Talks. She does regular shows with Peter on her YouTube channel discussing disclosure, planetary and galactic events impacting the world. And I have all of those links in the description. So if you want to reread any of this, feel free to do so. It's all in the description. So let me bring Jessica on. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you.
Quite the bio there. Quite the bio.
Yeah, I kind of, it accumulated over the years, didn't it? Starts off with one thing and then it evolves into so many others. But it wasn't until I was older that it all kind of culminated and came together and everything began to make sense. So that's what happens with people that are experiencers. Yeah.
So the reason you got with the ACIO was related to your special abilities, shall we say, or your psychic abilities?
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Everyone has levels of psychic ability. I mean, it's something that's humanly innate, for kind of like, you know, how animals have a sense of what the weather's going to do, or are in tune to everything around you. So everyone has some level of it. What differentiated me from some of the others was that the ACIO had identified that they could not identify what my origin was. which put me in this category. There's approximately 300 people or beings, I'll say, entities, so forth. Some of them are humanoid, some of them are not humanoid, and there's about 300 of us. So I'm
Wow.
number 12 of the 300.
So
And,
you have a signature that's different than your energy
according
signature
to
is
them, my soul origin is not recognizable to the ACIO. The ACIO is working and has been around for probably thousands of years, and have been collaborating with the Council 5, which is, a group of ET race that collaborated in a galactic way to oversee the interactions and things that are happening on the planet. And so they had decided that, that there's always a question about those in the numbers group, whether or not that they're going to be benevolent for the planet or not benevolent. And so that's where it started off, where there were some issues, but, observing me obviously throughout the time and having certain people show up in my life in different junctures they were keeping eye on me, essentially. And I have interacted with some of the others that are in the numbers group. Some of them have abilities. They can appear and disappear in
wow.
various locations. Yeah. And one of the attributes that I've been told that I have is multi-locating. So like bilocating, I could be here and somewhere else at the same time. Yes,
Wow.
it's weird.
Are you conscious of that at the same time?
Sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes. I mean, more often than not, I have an awareness. There have been times where I have to watch my temper so I don't get in trouble elsewhere. If I can't release it here, then it happens somewhere else. And there was an issue where Peter had told me to calm down because I was going to get in trouble, and he saw me over in Australia. So that, there was situations where I was having a fit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I also have that super soldier aspect as well. And that's another thing that I got recruited into and have been involved with in various experiences that have been here as well.
Wow. That's amazing. And concerning for you at the same time, I'm sure. So were they kind of observing you because they wanted to make sure you were benevolent and not nefarious, or?
Yeah, because some of the numbers, the ACIO as well as the Galactics wanted to make sure that I was not going to cause any problems. They said one of the things that they noticed is there was some activity in my brain that was not typical, maybe more enhanced in a way, but not artificially enhanced. So that they had that was something else that they were concerned about. And also that I always say that the benevolent ones are the ones that are good, are observing you, as simultaneously the negative ones find you as well. So that's immediately, that's why people that have gifts or abilities are typically targeted and put into my labs and other programs. But they don't necessarily work together. It's like, the good and the bad both find you type of thing.
Right. Well, what is the basic function or mission, shall we say, of the ACIO? I can bring up the
ACIO,
screen.
Yeah.
Should I do that? Let me bring up their website. Here we go. Let me see. Is there a particular place I should go?
You can go to the homepage. We have some basic information there about the ACIO, but essentially, you'll want to, I think, just click on where it says official, see if that opens it up, or there we go.
Here.
Yeah, so it's officially called the Advanced Alien Contact Intelligence Organization. some people call it Advanced Contact Intelligence Organization or alien, but I think they added advanced because it makes people nervous to add the alien part to it. If you scroll, if you scroll down a little, you'll see some more information. And
intelligence reports. Okay.
yeah, there's all sorts of different information that the ACIO covers. So essentially, if you see that history of the ACIO right there, that covers, if you scroll down a little bit more.
Oh, this one
Yeah,
here?
no,
right
there. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a video that people can listen to, and it talks about everything regarding the ACIO and what their purpose was. They've been around for a long time, and they were here at the beginning of humanity, and they have been observing humanity, assisting humanity to grow and evolve and develop. And they have a policy and agreement with the Interdimensional Council, which is an interdimensional leadership or group, collective of other races that are overseeing humanity. And so they have told the ACIO to be the observer and not to interfere, with the exception of some things that could be very destructive. For example, you see those incidences where you have like a nuclear potential or some kind of problem, and spacecrafts show up around that. Well, that's connected to the ACIO. They do things like that. They'll try to prevent.
Oh, okay. Like we've seen several examples of in different news clips of the ships coming over nuclear silos or places where they would launch things and the equipment wouldn't work. Right?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, they'll do that.
Thank goodness. There are idiots out there that actually would push the button.
They will, and I mean, there's levels of non-involvement. One of because they have to answer to someone else. They can't just jump in, because there's a higher wisdom of allowing humanity to grow and evolve into a galactic community. In order to do that, there has to be levels of responsibility. So why do we not have free energy? In part is because, there's those that are lower consciousness. They insist on, first of all, oppressing the people and forcing them to pay for certain things.
Aren't they basically, aren't they, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but aren't they basically an alien group? I mean, that
the ACIO?
No. We have had malevolent, I can't say it. Malevolent. It's just today. Anyway, usually I can say it fine. But anyway, they usually there are groups like that have already invaded Earth and have caused great havoc for humanity. And I don't understand why the Galactics, well, they have intervened to some extent, but not enough to help humanity get rid of these nefarious characters that have been enslaving us for an awfully long time. What would you say about that?
Part of the problem is there's a lot of humans that are consenting. It's almost like, I was watching, and I don't know if this is going to be a way to explain it. I was watching this series called Narcos, which is all the drug cartels and everything. And you see how it starts off where, these cartels are wanting to sell drugs to make money. And then they get the police involved. They pay off the police. They pay off the government. They pay off everyone. So then there's this level of corruption, right? Mm-hmm. It's similar. The ETs come in, they present an idea to make a lot of money. And then there are those that are consenting to it and agreeing to this. So then you have a large group of people that are making money. They're not all aliens, they're humans that are consenting for this. So it's a lower consciousness that have been oppressing us and ruling and controlling, but it's also the same process. We're learning not to be like this. So there's a higher wisdom in some of these things.
Well, what I'm wondering if the human minions, so to speak, also have a much higher level of, say, for example, reptilian DNA, which would probably give them a tendency in that direction more so than anything else, because that's not really innately human, I don't think, to be greedy. But through the programming and conditioning of our society and of humanity by the infiltration from these nefarious groups, I think has had a devastating consequence for humanity. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. There's definitely, we're not going to eliminate the fact that there's high levels of mind control and manipulation. Remember that even though we look at reptilians as being a lower level species, the reptilians actually have a very high IQ. They're very much able to mind control individuals and convince them to do things that they maybe wouldn't readily do, or to become submissive.
Mm-hmm.
And so essentially there is this power and control, and this is a galactic problem. It's not just our planet, but other planets are undergoing these challenges. And so
yeah. So they've done this before with other planets, and then they get to the point where they end up destroying the entire planet. And we're getting real close to that tipping point ourselves right now, as I understand it. But still, at the same time,
this book right here, before I started working with Peter, I talked about the Andronicus transmissions, and you talked about the Andronicus, Andronitox radio and all that we have. The Andronicus transmissions discusses how the reptilians came in to Andromeda. We're talking light years away, and they started and went right through the galaxy and started taking over everything. And even with the galactics, they had powerful mind control. This whole concept of scalar, I believe, came from them.
The only thing, when I was talking about the reptilians, I meant no indication that they were not highly intelligent, highly capable of mind control and things of that nature. It's just that they also have a very nefarious nature, a very, the greed, the lack of compassion, love, and things that humanity used to, excel at, shall we say.
Yeah, one of the things that Andronicus told me was that, and I channeled for from 2015 up through about 2018 or 2019, information. I used to do it weekly. It was a lot of information. I have probably about 6 books worth of conversations with Andronicus. And one of the things that Andronicus said was that they would they destroyed the planet itself. They turned it into, they liked radiation. They liked everything to die. They're very destructive. And you could see that. You could see how our Earth is getting affected by these experiments and things that, under the guise of science, they're destroying what we have.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Double D says they are narcissists. Yes, I agree. 100%.
And what is a narcissist? Narcissist does not care at all. Has no understanding or no any idea of how anyone else is feeling. They're very, very detached of what's going on.
Jennifer's asking if they're in another Jennifer, if they're in inner Earth.
They're in Earth. They're walking amongst us. There's plenty of people that have footage of these weird eye dilations and in some of the effects of you can tell that there's something wrong with them. Strange eye colors, and you could see that, like, their eyes will literally fold up and look more like a reptilian iris. The pupil of the eye.
Then I've also seen people with eyes that look totally black.
Yes.
What is that?
Well, they talked about the black-eyed children. There's black-eyed, but they're also could be grays. I mean, think about the grays. You have those big black lenses over their eyes.
Oh, wow.
And they're also amongst us. Well, we're actually, people say, well, we want some, reveal regarding what's happening with the ETs. And they've been around us for a long time. They're very, very discreet. They know what they're doing. They know how to disguise themselves.
Well, how many of them are, what percentage of them are shapeshifters that if all of a sudden the frequency was such on the planet that they couldn't hold their shape-shifting, I don't know if it's technology or if it's an innate ability. Is that possible to happen?
Yes, I think it has happened. And it's not just the frequency changing, but also the illusion that they put over us. They have veils of illusion. So that's why some people can see it, some people can't. Some people can see right through it. Like I could see through when there's something going on. But some people will have a hard time, and I'll say, well, look at that, and then if you start focusing on it, you can start picking it up. But there was a syndrome that came out. There's psychologists are calling it a syndrome where people are seeing what they refer to as demons. And I'm looking up to see if I can find the article for you. Apparently, these people are seeing these very strange, distorted looking faces where their skin is pulled back, their mouth is like up to here, their ears are like pointed, and they're.
I think I saw some of that. That was totally bizarre. It was on a particular channel. I saw it on a channel. It was just a short 2-minute video of some really, really what appeared to be crazy people doing crazy things that you go, oh my God.
And related to what's going on with the whole eclipse, there is a song called Black Hole Sun, and they actually show that the face is distorted, and they call them demons, but apparently these people that are seeing these demons, they also are they call it a syndrome. I'm trying to find the article.
Oh wow, yeah, I haven't heard that one. That would be interesting.
Here's I don't know if I can.
So have the Galactics removed some of them? Because Dawn is asking, some say they're all gone. Why would they say that? Maybe the full-blooded
some
ones
say
are.
that all these entities are gone.
Yeah.
I don't think we would be in chaos right now if they were all gone.
Exactly.
I think everything would be wonderful if they were all gone. So to me, it's look around you and you'll know. You don't have to be a psychic or anything like that. If you still see chaos and other problems, that means something is let loose. Something is wreaking havoc to some degree. I don't know if you just saw that I just sent over. So it's
yes, I just posted it in the chat.
Soundgarden is the name, and I'm going to see if I can find that article.
Jennifer's asking, when will we start seeing them? Will we actually start seeing them? It's kind of like the movie They Live. That's what I always think of.
Well, this is the whole thing, that some people are actually seeing them now. And we can probably, if we look hard enough, we can probably find something on whether it's TikTok or YouTube where you actually see. This is one of the things from TikTok.
Do you want me to, I would have to open that up. I'm going to give it to the, in the chat so people can copy and paste it into their own deal. Okay. But I could open it and then we could look at, I don't know if is it very long or is it short or?
It's short. It's short. Let
me see.
The key is that, the people are starting to see it, and it is just like that movie They Live. People should watch that. That was a very revealing movie. They try to discard it, but and of course they call us conspiracy theorists, but these things are literally happening. And people have asked me to say, some of the things that you talk about that you see, is this what you've been talking about? And I said, yes, I've been seeing this since I was a child. some people are just starting to see it now. I can tell when there's something like that is showing up.
Okay. Let me share the screen. I got that. It's wow.
I don't know if there's any copyright on it at all, but
I think you were sharing it on. It's been shared on.
Okay.
Already, so I don't think it matters. I don't think. Now where did it go?
You had it and then it just moved.
It
There we
moved
go.
to-
Yeah, maybe
no.
go back. Go again. No.
Oh shoot!
Something.
Where did it go?
Try to bring it up again, maybe.
Yeah.
There it is. Proso.
Oh, okay.
It's PO something.
Let me bring it back to where it was. Well, that ain't gonna do it. Hang on a second. Sorry about this. Let me see. Let me find it again. I don't understand why it just went away. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it wasn't
was
supposed
funny.
to do that. It's trying to hide something. Let me do it again. So bear with us here.
Yeah, she said that Jennifer Dawn said it's calling it a disease. That's correct. They're trying to figure out why people are seeing this. Obviously, it's happening to more than one because you wouldn't base a whole disease off of one individual. There must be multiple people having this experience.
Okay, now you should be able to see it. I think did it come right up? Yeah,
I can see it.
Okay, now if it'll let me play it.
Yeah, I think you have the audio is shut off. So if you just fix that part.
Scientists don't know the cause of PMO.
Can you hear it?
The patient in the study did suffer both carbon monoxide poisoning and a head injury.
So they said
that's a lot
to
take in.
I'll play it again. I'll play it again.
Well,
Okay.
scientists are also using to understand a rare disorder called PMO. In short, it causes people to see demonic. Researchers at Dartmouth, they created a digital representation of what one person has been experiencing. The resulting images just published in a medical journal out of the blue. The man started noticing that people's faces around him looked like their ears, noses, and mouths were stretched back and other things were distorted. Scientists don't know the cause of PMO, but the patient in the study did suffer both carbon monoxide poisoning and a head injury. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in.
If it was one individual that had a head injury, would you put it in a medical journal? I don't think so. It would have to be quite a few that are seeing this as well.
And they call it a disease. It looked to me, it just looks like their original form is coming through because they were somehow disguising it, whatever. A demon, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah.
That is something that's coming through. And one of the things that I've been talking about on my show is the appearance of ghouls. And so, time is something that's happening past, present, future, all at the same time, right?
Right.
So there's points in time where you can kind of view into whatever is appearing or what's coming through. And one of them was these ghouls. And I've had more than one intuitive bring that up to me. And that's like the undead, or some people might want to call them zombies. Some people might want to call them, I don't know, some kind of monsters or what have you. Cannibals is another.
Wow. Yeah, they're talking about cannibal.
Yeah, a group that we don't want around us, but essentially in some of the realities, let's say in our reality, certain things haven't happened, but they have in other realities. So maybe another parallel. And then there's these weird bleed throughs. And then there's CERN that's actually pulling us together with that and creating this crossover. So these anomalies or these things that maybe weren't supposed to happen here, they're trying to bring it in through here through reckless scientific experimentation on the planet, which is creating multiple problems for everyone. And people that just, it's introducing this level of chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So if we get back, if we go and talk about the eclipse, The eclipse has been spoken about for thousands of years, right? Every single society has a reflection of what this means. And if you want, I can share that with you if you want to go in that direction, or you want to hold off on that first.
Yeah, well, I just like it to answer a couple questions. Jay Thought was asking, do we call out the demon when we see it? Is that a demon? Or is that an alien with tech cover that isn't holding up anymore? Or is it a demon? And she's just wondering, would you call them out and rebuke them?
That's more of a demon than an alien from my perspective.
Okay.
I wouldn't call them anything because they might consider that as an invite. And trust me, they do like to find ways to get consent to enter into your space. Another thing I also worked with haunted houses and things like that, where people were welcoming in, doing the Ouija board, doing all different types of things. And, so there's an invite or an unintentional invite. So just to let people know, just say, I disconnect from whoever you are. You don't have permission to be in my space. Don't ask for them to come in. They can really do some damage on your life. They can create nightmares. They can actually take you in places that you don't want to be, through the astral. So no fear, just take charge of your life, take charge of your space. I always tell people, and hold your ground. The earth is your protection. There's levels of protection here. What they're trying to do is get you to leave astrally into their space where they can harm you or take over your body or something like that. I mean, it's...
I had a woman on just recently, and she was talking about the nanobots, the tech, and its effect on the human, making it easier for them to break through the bioelectric field, for one thing, and for another thing, then it makes it, they don't just want to attach now, they want to possess. And so the demons want to possess, and you certainly don't want to give them an invitation of any kind whatsoever.
No, they're really from the astral, so they're looking for a physical experience here, and the only way they can do that is to take over a vacant body or a body that has a space for them to inhabit. What happens to your soul? You get really messed up.
Do people open up the ability for that to happen if they drink?
Drugs, even alcohol. Ayahuasca. I tell people, stay away from ayahuasca or anything, especially right now when all this activity is happening. And, try to keep in a good consciousness. Also, people that are heavily depressed, traumatized, they don't want to be here anymore. People that do extreme spiritual experiences where they try to do some kind of journeying, but they leave the body for too long. It can be dangerous. So be wise about your practices and what you're doing. Remember, this is a critical time right now. There's a lot of activity happening, so you want to guard yourself to some degree.
And so protection is important for personal protection. You're saying
you have to protect yourself. There's no one that can. There are people that we love, and we see that they're having problems, whether it's substance abuse, or they're very depressed, or they're young and they don't know any better, or they dabbled in certain things that they shouldn't have. And so you can send love and protection for those people to help them become strong enough to say that, until they understand what they're doing, to make them strong enough so they're not, taken over in any way. That's problematic, because that's how we lose people. That's how they're getting hijacked, we'll say. That's another version of it.
Somebody's asking Zender's role. I did see something about him in the ACIO site as a new, I don't know if you want to talk about that or not. If you don't, that's okay too.
No. I'd love to talk about the team, because the team was hand selected by Peter. So I'm in Cicada 3301, 6th Division. Also, Men in Black are involved in the 6th Division. I don't really work with the Men in Black, but I'll see them when they show up. They're really not as nefarious as people think they are, but anyhow, Peter works in the 12th Division, which is very military based. He has teams. So he works with Kruger, the Kruger military group, and he also created a specific team through Lincoln Clay called Unit 374. Anthony Zender is a stellar soldier. He's an unbelievable super soldier. Peter has been working with him since I've known him. He's been connected to Anthony, and we have a great deal of respect, and he's very harmonious individual. He also is he also was a fighter, as an athlete. Someone that does mixed martial arts and that sort of thing. So
I could bring it out. Should I open it up? I could bring up see what he looks like in his page. Let me do that.
Yeah, but there's also the rest of the team too. Each one of them brings something very, very powerful. We also have Taino or Tyson that's on Galactic Talk, and he too is very powerful. We have Michael. We have Jerome, and John, Navy John. So there's quite a few there. So if you go to assets, so you have, there, and go down to associates.
Okay.
So there's Anthony Zender right here.
Yeah, I remember seeing his picture. Okay. So he has a lot of super soldier abilities too. He also did the MK Ultra group. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so
he's involved with a lot of different. Plus, he is a true soldier. He, in this reality, he was also a soldier. You see, he was during the Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Oh, he was in. Yeah, he was in the Marines, right?
Marines, yeah. And a lot of people know him, and he's also very spiritual. He does a lot of inner work. He's a meditator. People always say you don't really, become powerful. What does meditation do for you? Well, that's what it does. It helps you to work on these different areas. And Michael is very, very spiritual as well, and he is from Korea, and he's quite an interesting, very talented individual. Was close to Faith Connors, who was connected to Kruger, Gabriel Kruger, as his granddaughter, who I had met Faith Connors as well.
So if someone wants to look up the different people that are involved, all they have to do is come to this section, look at the associates, and they're all the different people there and what their talents and so on are. Correct?
Absolutely. And this is also known as Taino. This is Tyson LeBose. And he came in a little later, but Peter had already known about him. He's originally from Haiti. And very, very amazing people, very interesting. And also they work as a team. There's no ego, one above the other. And these people, Peter has specifically identified as his elite soldiers that are here. Now, there are other soldiers that Peter has interacted with. Some are with us, some have been around us and then left. But for the most part, these are the strongest ones that we have right now.
Okay, and then there's Jerome. Peacekeeper, I like that.
Yeah, and he really means it. He's very committed to wanting to help out people. He is originally from Quebec.
Oh yeah, okay, Quebec, Canada. Oh, he's involved with the secret space program too. Well, I guess everybody
all of them
is.
are. Yeah, every single one of them are involved. And we have individual videos. Navy John came in. Navy John is also someone that both Jerome, Navy John, and Anthony Zender were in the military. So they're had experience in this in the military in this life, as well as the secret space programs.
Wow. Okay. So I think we've covered that pretty well. And if anybody is, you want more information, just go to the website, acio.org. It's, like I said, it's all in the description. And we can move on and talk about some of the other things. Oh, here's a real quick question for you. Let me take this down. Source. So all that. Do you think those going into stores and smashing things are being paid to do that, or are they mind controlled?
I think they're being encouraged to do so by the agenda that's the how can I say, the political system that's involved, that are saying that I think particularly out in California, that they have certain laws that, you know, you will, under a certain amount you can steal or something like that. Rules that would never have existed before, but since this this I'll call it the regime that's in power right now,
It's unfortunate. You know, I can understand that people feel as though they've been deprived their entire life. You know, a lot of these people that engage in that type of activity, and they feel, you know, like they deserve something or something like that. But it's just wrong to go about it in that manner. Like if there had been a way where people would, you know, when they want those things, they actually had a card, you know, and it could be kept track of, but they could get it, kind of thing. So
yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it feels like it's more than that. It's anger, and which is also manipulation. It's a manipulation of our culture to have infighting between, you know, the male and female, between different races and cultures, and to create this, you know, the haves and the have-nots, creating this kind of division, this divisive, because the intention of. So on a political stance, the intention is to forfeit up the United States, or to bring the United States down, no longer being a superpower, and to diminish the effect and get rid of any kind of patriotism and loss of identity, and, you know, all those things that, you know, made the United States very strong. So they're trying to get to this point of self-sabotaging. There's definitely MK Ultra and other forms of mind control, but simultaneously this is happening with also these shooters and other things where the ideas are implanted in the mind. It can be like a quick little statement that can activate someone, and then before you know it, you're doing something, or you're creating some kind of hive mind. And some of the stuff that the government's doing, and they've learned it from negative ETs, how to do these things, or to use certain type of technology to do it, to implant that on television.
Well,
or
just with those towers that they have, the way I understand it, they actually had listed all the different brain waves in there, and so they can send out frequency that makes a crowd angry.
Yes.
They can, and things of that nature, because they basically have already hacked our mind and so
and they
on.
can target it. They can take that frequency and target it to a specific location. Not that it's universal, but, you know, everything's experimentation. So we have levels of ETs that are actually where they're lab rats. They're experimenting on us.
Mm-hmm.
They're experimenting on gender. They're experimenting on so many different aspects of humanity, and what could happen if we did this? What would happen if we did that? They're enhancing people. They're putting in implants. They're doing all these different things that are affecting people. They're creating diseases, you know, in the petri dishes. They're creating all different types of problems. Peter told me they just created 60 new drugs over and above, like cocaine and fentanyl and marijuana. There's 60 new drugs that they want to throw out there to the public, to our youth, to you know, those that already have addictions, and see what happens. It's really bad. And plus then they make money off of it. And I'm not just talking about the pharmaceutical companies. I'm talking about, these
Cartel.
nefarious groups. We need to awaken and understand what's going on around us, and not allow the people to dissuade us from presenting this information, because if Peter says something, we've even if it takes 2 years, it's coming to pass. He talked about the nanotech that was being put into the jab years before it came out. And
they were spraying us with smart dust too.
Right.
Chemtrails.
Right. But the jab in particular was something that the doctors
Really
didn't
bad.
figure out until after the pandemic. Peter was telling us about it before, but we had no reference point. We didn't fully understand what was going to happen, what the outcome was going to happen. He knew about it already. He's able to travel. He travels into our future and sees what some of the outcomes are. And then he comes back and tells us. That's the culmination of what all these shows have been about that I've done with him since about 2017.
Well, Jay Thought's asking, what if there becomes a need for people who know how to exercise a spirit? Once you have a possession, they can, I guess you're talking about the need for exorcism people who can exercise, not exercise, but get
be like an
spirits out of the
exorcist.
body. Yeah. So I don't know. That's
I think the Catholic Church has certain methods for it, but you do hear that there are cases where people are not freed from that and they end up dying. The entity comes in so strong that the person doesn't have the strength to get rid of it, and it overtakes the personality, the persona, who they are, and so the stronger force is in charge.
Would you believe this is true? What Lenny is saying? Jenna, consent can come from your own emotions. Someone has done real wrong to you and you want them to suffer. If a demon is around, they will jump into you. Is that true?
It takes more than that. But yeah, I mean, there's probably every single person on the planet has been angry at someone and wanted harm to them at some moment in their life. So that there's a grace period. There's a point where the soul does certain things. And when you start to cross the line, and this is an individual situation, not everyone is the same, but when you get to a point where you cross that line, that's when you start getting in trouble. Like when you just really don't care. Your consciousness is fighting back, telling you, don't do this. This is really bad. And then you ignore that and you go past it. And that's when you get into like the red zone, of violating your own conscience. That is on an individual basis, I believe.
Okay. Based on that, I want to ask you something. If someone wants to, I don't know how to word this. Let me think about it for a minute, and I'll see if I can ask it correctly. And in the meantime, Jay Thought wants to know about if you could explain more about the Men in Black.
The Men in Black are a ET race or a hybrid group. One of the things that the AC does, people have said, the ACIO are here to create some kind of surveillance of every person that existed, because Peter offers to see the personal records, right? No, we're not surveying all of humanity. That might be the One World Order agenda, but that's not anything that the ACIO has done. They do have a sense of all the souls that are here and those that are not souls. They know the difference, even in like my situation. So one of the things that they do focus on is any type of ET crafts that are coming in. If there's accidents, if there's problems, they know of all sorts of it. One of the things they're very keyed into is who is visiting the planet, who is leaving the planet. They're very tuned into that. So that is the role of the 6th Division. So if there's a crash, there are ETs that need help or whatever, they go there, they try to deal with whatever's going on. So that's primarily what the Men in Black do. If there are ETs here that are misbehaving, they will show up. And I had an incident where they showed up. It was at a baseball game for my son. And there was a being called Semyase, who was part of the 12D Pleiadians and who gets into nefarious stuff. Some people really like her, but I actually met her in person. She is not fully human. She's a type of Pleiadian.
Who's that?
And
Who you talking-
Semyase. So if
Oh.
you know the story of Billy Myers, do you recognize the story of Billy Myers?
Yeah,
Okay.
I know about it.
I met her. I know whether people believe me or not, I met her. I sat down on a bench next to her. She sat down very closely to me. She was talking to me. She was wearing sunglasses. I said in my mind, what's going on with this woman? Why is she, I want to see what, I felt like I knew that she was doing something she wasn't supposed to. And I said, look, she's hiding behind her sunglasses. And then she lifted her sunglasses and front looked at me. She heard me telepathically. So I called up Peter while I was there with her. And I said, Semyase's here. And he said, oh no. He says, there's a problem. I said, I know there's a problem. I said, what does she want? And then he explained to me it was something on a personal level. She's trying to take something. So later on that day, I see this couple at the baseball game. And this is up in New York, right? The couple looked like a husband and wife. They caught my attention. I looked at them. They were both wearing like mirrored sunglasses. I turned and looked, and they turned in tandem, like both at the same time, and looked at me. Like you couldn't have timed it perfectly, and there's no way. It was almost like robotic, the way that they did it. And I knew immediately that they were Men in Black, just the way that they moved. So they appeared like a couple, like a husband and wife.
Wow.
And yeah, and they were right there. And I told Peter, I said, the Men in Black are here. And he said, you're in a lot of trouble. I said, she did like a bait and switch on me. She did something and wanted to make it look like I did it. So this is a problem that I have with the numbers group, that, they try to blame me on certain things. And I mean, I didn't get in any trouble for it, but I remember standing by them and they had this frequency going on. And a lot of times I'll see them astrally, but this was one of the rare occasions where they were there physically, disguised as a parent or a husband and wife.
Uh-huh. Wow. Boy, people are in for a lot of surprises, I'm afraid.
Everything's right here. People are waiting for something to show up. It's here already.
Wait till they realize what the real story is. Well, you know what? That just reminds me of one thing real quick. What was the take on Paradise? I mean, I heard that the city of Paradise in California that they destroyed, they were an alien group, as I understand it. Is that true? And they were good. They were benevolent, but the bad guys didn't want them here. Is that true? Or were they bad and they needed to get rid of them? Which was it?
I'm going to tell you what happened. I was actually there 2 weeks before it happened. I was traveling in California. Someone brought me there. I was headed to Mount Shasta, and we drove right through Paradise.
Wow.
And so when I got home and I saw that they were hit with lasers, I thought, that's terrible. That was really, a nasty thing that they did. And most of the people were older people. But yes, it was a very strange situation. And I think they were just showing their muscle, showing what they were capable of doing. And, then what happened over in Hawaii, and then you look at the after effect of all of these elite stepping in and taking over the property. So that's kind of what they were doing in California as well. They're trying to clear the border of California.
How are we ever going to get past all these nefarious ones doing all this? I mean, what do you see as the answer? Or
they can try to do as much as they want, but eventually their frequency won't hold up here, and you're going to see that there are those that are dropping off. It's like some of these celebrities that look like they were replaced.
Yeah.
And they get to a point at some point where they get extracted or something else happens, and they lose their station of power.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people that'll be happening to quite a few of these characters. We'll hear about them getting sick or being in an accident or different things of that nature, and then they'll just
or
be
looking
gone.
different, replaced or cloned or what have you.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that going on lately.
Yeah, I mean, look at Biden. Biden's been, how many times has he been replaced?
I heard he had 4 clones. And that's not necessarily clones. They could be, masked people. They could be actors. They could be lookalikes. Any of that. So
not the original. Definitely not the original anymore.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. He's not on this plane of existence anymore. Correct.
Not the original one. The original one was very racist and was very nasty as well. But what's going on right now is evil on another level, and how they're trying to control and manipulate everything to maintain that power.
So maybe we should move on to the eclipse and talk about that some more and what you expect or what people are expecting, because they sure have been whipping up the fear for it.
Right. Yeah, they have.
And, I have a lifetime of eclipses coming and going, and not once was there any problem related to it. I know we're in a special time now, but what's your take on all this?
Well, this one is sort of unique. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that whole the Christian perspective that came up, where you have this intersection between the eclipse that happened in 2017. It crosses one way, and then the other one crosses the other for 2024. It creates an X. It goes through multiple towns called Nineveh, which I'm surprised that there were that many towns called Nineveh. They claim that there's 8 of them.
Right? I know, I was rather shocked too. And then one of them's Jonah.
One of them's Jonah, and one of them is also let's see, there's a rapture as well.
Yeah.
And then they bring up Cetus, which is the constellation, which is the whale. So the storyline, for those that are not Christian and don't understand the Bible, it's Jonah and the whale. Jonah was he tried to run away from his responsibilities as a prophet, and then he got on a boat, and then the boat started to capsize and everything, and he said, I know I'm the problem. So he threw himself out of the boat and got swallowed up by the whale that brought him to Nineveh so that he could give them a warning to repent. So essentially the Christians are saying this is a time to repent, is the writing on the wall. These situations are happening right now. So that's one perspective. NASA is doing this, talking about the Project APAP, which is the snake goddess, and who is the nemesis of Ra, the sun god. So there's that conflict. They talk about in the Greek, Apollyon or Abaddon, who is supposed to be like a sun god, but then is then opening up to like the darkness. So Apollyon is supposed to be the bad one, and they usually attribute to Revelations in the end times. It's Abaddon and Apollyon that is deceive the people and bring them into. So a lot of this is coming back as biblical. But there's also the Aztecs called it the jaguar would eat the sun when there's that's their point of view, is when you have an eclipse. The Mayans say it's a broken sun or a sign of destruction, and the Vikings refer to it as Ragnarok. The Navajo suggests that you don't look at the sun like it's bad luck, and they would go into a protected space. The Egyptians said it's bad omens and chaos, depicting when Seth stole the eye of Horus. And then we also have the Nazi black sun, which is supposed to be the darker side of things. And, that's the esoteric and all that kind of activity. And then there's, all right. So then there's also, you're using looking glasses, which is also like the looking glass. It's time travel. Alice in Wonderland, who goes through the looking glass. So it's almost like a transport of things. And there was an article that I had that I could share with you. And some people talk about that there's going to be rituals, satanic, esoteric practices. And I guess NASA wants to shoot rockets at the moon at some place, some location. So that's another weird thing. That's going to be on Wallops Island in Virginia.
Yeah, good old NASA, never a straight answer.
Right. Or instigating, right? It's almost like what, like that whole, I don't know if you remember that old movie where, one of the early experimental movies where they send this rocket that hits the moon and it looks like it's poking him in the eye. It's like NASA's trying to incite something here. But, you look at, there was always a something that brought in, some fear regarding the eclipse. Think about the sun is life. It's our existence. Everything that is alive needs the sun, right? So anything.
Right. And they're trying to block the sun, but that's a whole nother story.
But it's sort of symbolic of that.
Yeah.
And I think the bigger issue here is going to bring me right back to CERN again, because talking about the looking glass, Alice in Wonderland, time travel, goes back to what CERN is doing in some of these facilities that are creating this supposed scientific experimentations to delve into pierce through the fabric of our reality, which then opens up something else. And some people say we're trying to open up a portal into the sun, like the black hole sun that I said earlier in time, where you're going through this portal through the sun and welcoming in the zombies, the cannibals, the ghouls, or what have you, or ushering in the New World Order, which some people associated with the black sun of what the Nazis were bringing in.
Well, Jessica, one of the things that I've thought for the longest time is they're talking about marching in the New World Order. It's already here. It's been here for years. We have the Vatican, we have Washington, and we have the Crown. They've been controlling. They just want to tighten the noose. That's how I see it. I mean, they want total control. Before they had partial, what they considered partial, and now they just want total control. And the other thing about the United States, I always thought that most people wanted to come here or wanted to be able to get here because it was a beacon of freedom, of something that wasn't at other countries, but that freedom turned into an illusion. And then they went about feminizing the men as much as possible. So there was no fight left. I mean, it's all a very nefarious schedule. And sometimes I think the Bible is part of the playbook. But that's just an opinion.
Okay. No, I agree with you completely, because this is not the first time that humanity has gone down this road. That's why we talk about the mud floods. Because here with all of this information, the point I'm trying to make is they have a plan.
Yeah.
They have a plan that even if it's not going to happen naturally, we want to make it happen naturally. We want this to happen. How do they do it? They're going to press it. They're going to do something to the fabric of our reality to try to bring through bleed-throughs of things that they can't even hardly imagine. These are things that I've been seeing and others have been seeing that goes beyond our reality, but is kind of on the other side of that veil. If they break open that veil, this is where this darkness can come through. That's why we have to not consent to it and say we don't want to have any part of it. But their intention is very real. Even there's a lot of people that are depopulation agenda and all that. That has already happened in the past. We're the smartest. We're the wisest to their antics from many other generations of the past that did not know. They had no awareness of these things happening. So there are groups, we say 12D Pleiadians is one of them, maybe the reptilians as well. They kind of want to just wipe out the population, reset it. They had, like, during the mud floods, they had all of these orphans. They can mold children into whatever they want. They want to change their gender. They want them to not like the opposite sex. They want them to be racist. They can mold them in any way that they want to keep a division or a constant war flowing. Meanwhile, completely reset and do whatever they want with the planet, get everyone out of their way. Maybe they want to roam the earth. I mean, if you look at the Bible, what the Bible said regarding, that's just the Bible, but there are other historians that talk about giants. They talk about other kinds of beings that were here in the past. And so if they start showing up and they no longer have to shapeshift, they'll probably be very happy that they can just be and do whatever they want. So we are, in a sense, in a type of war right now.
Oh, that's definitely spiritual war. Somebody said they went to Wally World's website and saw all the eclipse essentials. So they're going to make bank on this fear that they're in, that they're trying. But I also heard, and I could bring this up if I open. I also heard, I mean, I don't believe it's going to happen, but they wanted to they wanted to cause the Madrid fault to actually happen. And let me see if I can find a picture that I have on that.
There was multiple hits of lightning hits that were very abnormal that happened over in Vancouver.
16,000.
Yeah, so obviously they're trying to do incite something. And here again, you know, they're talking about climate change and global warming. Do they really care when they start slamming the earth with all this technology, or, you know, working on the earth's, you know, altering the weather and all of these different things that they're doing?
Yeah, are you able to see that?
I can.
Okay, so there's a couple other ones here that I was going to show you, and there's the two. There's the eclipse and the X, and I've seen them make X's in the sky with the chemtrails here. I kid you not.
Yeah, and who else uses X? Elon Musk.
Twitter. Yeah. And who else identified an X in the tech that they found inside this thing? I kid you not. Yeah. So this is the magnitude of this is 1895, I guess, when this the Madrid did its thing in the past, and they're trying to make it happen again, is what it was.
Yeah, there was another one that just happened in New York and New Jersey. I was talking to my friend today about that, and she sent me a picture where there was, you know how they have trees and they have those metal bars that go around to, like, in the city areas, so that you could have like flowers on the interior. You know, so like in the city, they put those bars around it, you know, like a circular protective area around. She says that was broken, and the tree roots were uplifted, and there was bulbs of like not broken at all. They were like in perfect condition. She said that was the strangest looking thing of what happened in New York.
Well, New York is in for a lot, I think. And then the other thing that's going on with this eclipse is they purchased red heifers from Texas that they intend to sacrifice during the solar eclipse. So there's going to be bloodletting, so to speak, during the eclipse, while they're probably doing all kinds of demonic ceremonies and so on. and thinking about opening portals. It's really bad. These poor heifers are going to die for no reason at all.
Yeah, but they're trying to, like you said, they're trying to fulfill. They're manipulating an agenda that was written in Revelation to fit into this agenda that they want.
Yeah, and CERN to test
$4
4 billion accelerator on the day of the solar eclipse. See, this is just verifying everything you said, Jessica. Yeah. And we didn't talk too much about the bridge, but that was said to actually have been done intentionally to trap the nefarious ones from being able to leave or bringing in more children in the containers and so on.
Yeah, yeah.
But look at from a fiscal standpoint, this is we're going to feel the impact of this. That 28 million in goods crossing annually. The collapse has effectively shut down the Port of Baltimore, which is one of the busiest in the U.S. Last year, the port handled 80 billion of cargo. Many industries are feeling the ripple effect. And the York County Economic Alliance said 40 million tons of freight comes into the county each year from Maryland, while 38 tons heads out. So, yeah, that's we're going to notice that. I don't know what the plan is there, but anyway,
the plan is they're trying to hit us from many different angles to depopulate. It's very transparent.
Yeah.
Anything that they can to cut off the food source, to maybe provide a reason for cannibalism.
They just killed a whole bunch of chickens and destroyed their eggs too, saying that there was some kind of Asian flu. That's a blatant lie. Why? I don't know why the farmers or the cattlemen, ranchers, whoever, why did he go along with it?
Have you looked at how many farms are owned by China?
And Bill Gates? Yeah, it's frightening. Yeah. I mean, I don't think a foreign country should be able to own our prime land. Either
not in the old America, but in the new America, I guess. The United States has become a free-for-all for anything possible that's evil.
That's why these people have got to step up and speak out and stop sitting on the couch. Anybody who isn't aware, it's causing. It's really problematic, because we need as many people awake and on board as possible to get the collective of humanity to change this, to keep this from bad things from happening, and to bring back what we really want instead of what we don't want.
Absolutely. No, I agree 100%. And they've been pressuring people. I know that, like, some of these farm owners, people say, well, why did they sell their farms? They push them to a degree where they're suffering. They won't allow them to thrive in those farms. So they have no other choice.
Well, this is interesting. H2O says only foreign-owned farms are catching on fire.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I'll have to look into that.
Because they're deliberately trying to cut off the food source. They are looking to take over. They don't want to come in a military battle. They want to walk in.
So they buy it and then destroy it.
Yeah, they're pretty much saying we have the food, or the food that was grown by the farmers prior to us, but that the farms are already existing.
And meanwhile, while they're demonizing Russia, it may be the best source of food in the future. They have organic farms. They support that sort of thing, and they're literally ruining the soil.
Well, I guess the Ukraine had beautiful soil. It was like the breadbasket of Eastern Europe, and Peter said they deliberately added radiated soil to it, So it's now corrupted, and then they're selling food grown from there to Europe. Yeah, it's so dark. And like I said, that there has to come a place where there is a separation between the good and the evil. And I know it's not really that black and white. There's not like just good and evil, but there's definitely, such horrible things that are happening, and just the intention of wanting to do something like this is, in my opinion, will not be ignored, will be noticed. I do pray for the people that they open up their eyes, and they start speaking out and doing whatever they can, because they've already tried to shut people down, shut down their voices, those that are in the know. And we know that, right?
Yeah, and they take people down who are trying to put the truth out there for, like, I lost my whole YouTube channel, and I wasn't even that big, so I was really surprised, like, why me?
Yeah, just said one too many things that they didn't want to hear.
And they want anybody else to hear, yeah. Yeah, okay, Alchemist frequency. Yeah, that's what's happening. We're getting a split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. It does create a split in those that are making choices. But those that are manipulated, there's, like I said, there was some grace period there, but we do ask that their eyes are opened so that they have to deal with and see the truth of what's happening.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Ukraine will not be farmable for over 800 years.
Yeah, it's radiated.
Is there any kind of alien technology that can fix that?
And there's also scientific technology that can fix it. It's just they don't want people to know about it. There's technology to clean up our oceans. There's technology to clean up our air. They're choosing to not do that. They're choosing to destroy the planet instead, which they will be held responsible for.
Well, that's not going to do the planet much good after the fact, that's for sure.
They have reversed it. We've had incidences where certain things were done, and I know the ACIO has stepped in to try to help, but I believe the scientific community does have solutions for all of these problems, but they're not implementing them.
Yeah, Warren says I'm on YouTube viewing this, and I probably have said things I don't know. That just makes me mad. I don't like censoring myself or my guests. I just...
Yeah, and I don't want you to get in any trouble. So I do try to watch what we've
already said. I mean, I can shut it off at this point, but we're almost finished anyway. I can take it down from YouTube. If people want to watch it over again, they can go to Rumble. Rumble's a better thing. And please,
Rumble, yeah, it's easier to post something.
Please help me out by liking and sharing and subscribing. It makes a difference. More people will see the shows if you do that. And I do my best not to talk about products, but that doesn't mean I don't have any, because if I didn't make some sales or get some donations, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing.
Gail,
and that's
you shouldn't apologize for supplying products, because people need to have something that they know is safe and that's going to be healthy for them.
Thank you.
So I think it's good that you have products.
They're really good stuff. I use them myself.
Absolutely. I've even learned about products I'd never seen before. I think it was the Shilajit, I think it's called.
Shilajit. Yeah, I gotta put that back up on my...
I mean, that's fantastic that you have stuff like that. And so people should be supporting that. If they don't want to buy it from you, that's fine, but they should not be suggesting that there's anything wrong with you, Paso. You're trying to help them. And that was one of your strengths. Your knowledge and background was in the health industry. Yeah. And if you have products that can keep people healthy, and they don't have to go to, get help medically, I mean, that's wonderful, and these are basic things that are available online.
Well, I really believe that we have people that are being inspired from creator, benevolent ETs, whatever, whoever, but benevolence is downloading things to people in that are capable of creating these products that actually help people.
Absolutely.
And
Getting back to nature and getting back to the things that the body is in agreement with. And we have a lot of atmospheric between the food products, the earth, the chemtrails, and all of these other elements that are being added to our food source and our air quality. We need as much help as we can.
Yes,
Nothing wrong with
and I'm glad that I'm glad you brought that up, because yes, Star's a very good friend. She helps me out because I can't be on the phone that much because I'm doing this a lot. Anyway, and that more Mito, I've been taking it up for almost a year now, and I love it. It's helped my hair, it helps my skin. And then the masterpiece, I like that because that is a detoxifier, like it's going out of style. And then I have the patches. Well, I'm not going to go on that anymore, but all that information is in the description. And what I try to do is I have a show with someone from the company that talks about it. So then you know what we're dealing with. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
I think it's great, Gail. Don't apologize for it. If people don't want to buy it, that's fine. And when people are on YouTube, remember, this is their time and energy that they could be utilizing towards a job or some other form of income. So people have to figure out a way sometimes to supplement the many hours that are spent in doing research and doing presentations.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, somebody says we're all too broke to donate. Well, it doesn't really take very much if everybody did it, but that's the problem, But I understand
think just
too.
People support in different levels. Some people have the money. Some people want to buy products. Some people are just here to support the information. Not everybody is going to be there to donate, and I think that's the important part. I mean, there's so many different. I have people that give me a little bit here, they give someone else a little bit there, and
yeah.
That's the way it is.
I like to trade off too. That kind of helps me to be able to try these things, because if I do shows, it's an energy exchange. I mean, I put a lot of time and energy into every show that I do, because it takes time before the show, it takes time during the show, and it takes time after the show to put it out and around on different platforms so more people see it.
You don't know that until you start doing it.
Yeah,
right, Gail?
Exactly.
You don't realize how much goes into it. Absolutely.
A lot. Well, based on that, we're coming to a close here. Do you have anything else that you want to add or let people know or anything like that?
Yeah, there's someone says, does conflict exist in the higher ups? Yeah, there's disagreements. Remember, there's different races and species and beings that have different perspectives on things. And I think some of that has to get worked out as it does here in this level as well. But they don't go into war. They'll have discussions. But what I want to say in closing is fear is a very, very powerful emotion. Don't add fear to anything that's happening. The eclipses have always happened. If they try to insert an agenda, don't go along with it. Ask for protection over all those who are benevolent and all those that are being deceived and manipulated that can't see through it. And be strong, support one another. Don't get into infighting and disagreeing over petty things. It's not important right now. What's important is being in the greater battle, and every single individual is important. Everyone is contributing on their own level. Highest intention for humanity, that's one of our logos. And so we're just going to ask for that highest intention, the highest timeline, that where we should be, reset back to where we should be, and whatever their agendas are, let them go. And if they really want an apocalypse, they can go have it somewhere else.
Exactly. Yeah.
And figure out a reality where they can live through that, because it's already played out somewhere.
Besides the Matrix being a documentary, the Truman Show was another one.
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll get to see behind the curtain this time.
I think we are, because like I said, they've already done this. They've depopulated before through the mud floods in Tataria, if people want to research that. So we don't have to go through it again. Just everyone just be in agreement. that we are protected and safe, and we're always cared for and loved and heard. And every individual's voice and thoughts and intentions and prayers are heard. So stay strong and stay in a higher consciousness, place of love, and you'll be okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate your coming on, and I think we covered a lot of good material.
It's at least something to think about, right?
Yes, definitely. Now, when I end the show, that for some reason, and I've asked Restream about it, the ending credit, sometimes it goes blank. We'll see if it works this time. It still plays the song, but you don't see anything. I don't know. They don't even know what's going on, because apparently it's not my show's not the only one that it's happened to. So if you don't see anything, that's, just the way it is for now. And in case you didn't know, I don't edit either. So what you see is what you get. And I'm not a professional studio or anything of that nature. I just, we do what we do to get the information out there. And again, thank you, Jessica. And I guess that's a wrap. And we'll see you again soon. And tomorrow I'll have a show with Michelle Marie Angel, which is usually spiritually related. And then on Sunday, I'm having a show with Jenny Lee again. So stay tuned. I'm working my butt off trying to get the information out there. So please, I hope to see you there. And I love it when the audience interacts with the guests. That's always makes it so much more fun. Wouldn't you agree,
I
Jessica?
agree. And thanks for having me on, Gail. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Well, we can do it
Yeah.
again sometime too. So
Okay.
thank you, everyone. And we'll see you again soon. Bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up. Stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, fighting our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up. Stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And today I have a very interesting guest, and we're going to talk about Hollow Earth and returning to our future. I said that wrong, but anyway, let me bring Brooks Agnew on. He's full of information.
Hi, how are
Hi,
you?
Brooks. Welcome. I'm good. I'm good. I used your picture this time from your website and your X2 radio. Is that what it is?
Yep.
And
X
you're on
squared
iHeart?
radio.
X squared. Yeah, that makes more sense. Don't mind me. The other thing is that Birth TV series. Has that started yet?
It has not, but we are getting closer.
Okay.
I can't give any more information out because it jinxes things, but we are moving closer.
Oh,
It is-
okay.
it is taking baby steps forward.
All right. Well, I wanted to start off by talking about Hollow Earth and
Okay.
what you know about Hollow Earth. Now, someone told me recently, I used to kind of follow the Tolosians and what's his name? Adama, and some of his things that he would put out. But anyway, somebody told me that the Tolosians left. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I don't. I mean, I've heard the stories, and I've certainly been to Mount Shasta many times, and I have great respect for those that have made direct observations like that. I'm a scientist, so I'm not really a believer. I'm more of a knower. So I look for corroborated facts, or repeatable facts that I can run experiments on and make sure that they're validated. And the stories I have great respect for, but nothing has been validated so far.
Okay. What about what Admiral Byrd discovered inside the
Well,
Earth?
that's certainly part of the research for sure. I could start at the beginning and kind of get to that point.
Okay.
I was approached by a woman in 2001 whose name is E.J. Clark, and she said, I have an idea for a book. I just got done with a lecture, and she came up to me and said, I have an idea for a book. And I said, that's wonderful. And I hadn't written a book yet. I'd written lots of articles and done lectures, and she said, well, I have a picture I want to show you. And she showed me an image, and she said, what do you think this looks like? And I said, well, it could be a particle accelerator. And she said, well, that's what I thought too. But it comes off a Babylonian scroll that's 5,000 years old.
Wow.
I said, okay, you have my attention. Well, we
Really?
started writing. So in 2004, 3 years of writing, we finished the Arc of Millions of Years, which turned out to be volume 1.
Oh,
We
that's
didn't
right.
know it was going to be volume 1, but so we published it. And one of the pieces of evidence that we gathered as we researched these 44 ancient cultures and their experiments and their attempts to understand man's relationship, not with the heavens, but with Earth, was a book that was called Our Hollow Earth. And I read the book, and I thought it was interesting, and I put it on the shelf and didn't think about it again. But as we finished volume 1, NASA and JPL started making some moves that sort of brought into focus for me what I call sand in the balance. So right now the balance is like this, and it's like, Earth is, we live on a molten ball floating through space, and we live on tectonic plates floating on the surface like cornflakes in a bowl of milk. Everybody knows this. This is what my textbook says, and that's where I'm going to stick with it. But when NASA and JPL started doing experiments, high dollar experiments, to try to discover things, for instance, like the origin of the auroras, both the Borealis and Australis, the balance began to move a little bit. And when they ran the Themis probe and launched it and tried to discover the source of the energy that creates these auroras, it ostensibly was caused by what's called a cosmic bullet, just something that blew up interdimensionally in space. And when the explosion reached Earth, there was the aurora. So NASA published their paper. Actually, it was JPL published the paper and said, that's it. The auroras are caused by cosmic bullets. And that was it. One experiment. And I wrote them and I said, you guys can't do that. You have to have reliability, repeatability. What is a cosmic bullet? They went mum. They didn't say a thing. And then there were 5 satellites in the Themis probe. They took satellites 4 and 5 and they relocated them to the moon. So they're now in orbit around the moon. They've been there since 2007. So that was tilting the balance for me. And the next thing that happened in space was we began to make very accurate measurements of what we call the Lagrange points, because we were getting ready to put a big space telescope out there called the James Webb. It took a while to build. And they wanted to put it in one of these points of equilibrium. There are 5 of them around Earth. One's on the other side of the moon. One's on the other side of Earth. 2 locations on our orbit path, and the one on the other side of the sun. And these are points of equidistant, gravitational wells, we call them, places where you're neither pulled to or from either one of the bodies. It's kind of a spot of equilibrium. And they began to measure these quite accurately so that they would know where to put this telescope on the far side of the moon. And they came up about 1,200 kilometers short. And they ran the experiment again, still 1,200 kilometers short. It no sense, based on the assumption that Earth is a solid ball of molten rock floating through space. We know our diameter. We know how long it takes us to get around the sun. Therefore, we know the weight of the Earth, which we calculated the density. It turns out it was wrong. Turns out Earth, planet Earth, is very much like what that book, Our Hollow Earth, said. We are actually 2 bodies, not one. We have a solid core made of iron and xenon, and we have a crust made of iron and nickel and all the other components that make up Earth. And they're separate from one another. They're orbiting, they're rotating on the same axis, but there's a space between them. And that's where the 1,200 kilometer shortfall comes in the Lagrange points. So the balance began to tilt a little bit more. So then I said, okay, well, let's go get all the information from all the expeditions that have been done to the Arctic and Antarctic, and let's see what we can find. Of course, we run across Admiral Byrd. That's the most famous. And I researched that experiment that he ran, which was where he took his airplane, which was a Ford tri-motor aircraft. He took it apart, put it on a cargo ship called the Chantilly, which he leased, and sailed the Chantilly for Spitsbergen. And when they got there, of course, there's no dock in 1926. There's no dock. So you just kind of anchor off the beach. Now you got to get from the boat to the beach. So they actually build a floating dock, and they start hand carrying all the supplies they need off the boat onto the beach, right? Including the airplane in pieces. Well, as luck would have it, the weather turned bad. Icebergs started coming in. It looked like it was the Chantilly was going to be in big trouble, so they had to hurry up. And they actually lost some of the cargo in the water because the water was getting pretty rough. But they managed to get the plane and most of the supplies onto the beach, and the Chantilly sailed out of the bay so it wouldn't get damaged. They reassembled the plane in freezing cold weather, filled it up with gas, put extra cans, in the center floorboard, and then he and his engineer, Admiral Byrd and his engineer, took off toward the North Pole. And their intention was to fly over the North Pole, circle a little bit, and fly back. And what happened was they could not see the ground unless they were flying at about 2,500 feet, which is quite the challenge in the Arctic, because there are, bergs that stick up 800-900 feet, and you could easily fly into one of them. And this is 1926. There's no nav aids, there's no radios, there's no way to tell where you are other than a compass and a sextant. I don't know if have you ever used a sextant, Gail?
No.
I tried. It takes an expert or a sextant when your feet are on the ground or on the deck of a boat, but it's really difficult from the cockpit of a plane. But that's what he did to tell his position.
Wow.
Now, he says he flew over the North Pole or circled it a few times and turned and flew back. But he arrived too early. Now, he said he had a tailwind going in both directions. I don't know about that. My parents used to tell me stories about walking uphill both ways to school barefoot in the snow. I didn't believe them then either. And I don't think he had a tailwind going both ways. And that was in 1926. Now, the flight was duplicated a few years later by another pilot. And he did make it to the North Pole, and it took him longer to get there and back by a significant amount. A different aircraft, but it took him longer. So there were a lot of anomalies about this. And then, of course, he started making a lot of TV appearances. In 1929, he flew over the South Pole. So in 26 and 29, he sets 2 world records by doing this. And, of course, he's an aviation hero, not a splatter mark on the side of an iceberg somewhere. So I have to give him great respect for that. Then what happened was, I believe it was about 8 years ago, Al Bielek, who has passed away now, but I knew him back then, said he acquired a diary of Admiral Byrd's nephew, I think. Might have been his son, but I think it was his nephew. And he read it and authenticated it. And I said, well, send it to me and let me do a philological analysis on it. Philology is the study of language patterns. So I looked at it, I read through it, and I said, Al, I don't mean to disrespect you or anything, but this doesn't match. This is not Admiral Byrd's language patterns. He didn't write this diary. In the diary, there were much more elaborate claims, like the plane was seized by a tractor beam and it was pulled into the inner earth, and then he actually met beings who were 12 feet tall and saw, mastodons and all this stuff, and then the plane was released and he was able to fly back. And it was some kind of time portal, because they were gone for quite a long time, but they actually arrived sooner than they should have. So a lot of strange anomalies.
Yeah. Wow.
So none of that was corroborated. None of it we could run experiments on and validate. And of course, the philological analysis turned out a failure as far as the language patterns go. So that was maybe not true. It was fantastic. It's been a great rumor around the world, but it wasn't true. But that doesn't take away the next piece of evidence, because in 2006, I believe it was, Dr. Y. Sessions of Washington University up in St. Louis commissioned his grad students, probably for cold pizza, to go through 600,000 seismograms. These are printouts that are done when there are earthquakes from seismometers. These are accelerometers that measure the vibration, amplitude, and frequency and length when there's an earthquake. So they put all these seismograms into a supercomputer and ran the models. And what they discovered and published was the appearance of a body of water the size of the Arctic Ocean, which is a sizable body of water, underneath the Atlantic Ocean, under the crust. They could see the damping waves of the water on the inside of the crust. Now, that was a very powerful and repeatable piece of data. So I like that piece of data. And the next one was modern seismology that's networked. Now, this didn't happen until about 2009, but they started to network the seismometers together so that when there was an earthquake, say, like we just had one in Taiwan, right? Like 7.7 or something like that.
Yeah, it was
That's a very hard-hitting earthquake. And what it does is sends vibrations all the way through the planet, and other seismometers around the planet also picked up that earthquake, but sometime later. And what they're able to do is actually do a CAT scan of the Earth. As these vibrations come through the Earth, they can use the other seismometers and the time delays and the direction of those waves based on reflections. We call them shear waves or pressure waves. And we could take a picture of the inside of the planet. Well, as scientists want to do, we don't like data that conflicts with our theories. So what they did is they manipulated the data to not just have the pressure waves and the shear waves. They added a third wave called a shadow wave. A shadow wave. That's a wave that arrives at the seismometer, okay, but they don't know where it comes from. And the reason they don't know where it's come from is they're trying to fit it into their current theory that we live on this molten ball. And so what smart mathematicians did is they took the data and they ran it backwards. So in other words, the wave that showed up at the seismometer, they calculated backwards to the point of the earthquake. So in other words, they ran the CAT scan the other way. And when they did this, they discovered that the crust of the Earth is actually about 900 miles thick. And it has some mountain ranges and some valleys, but 900 miles thick. And the core of the Earth, we know from other readings from Japan, Carnegie Science, and Cambridge. This is a triple experiment and I'll explain to you what they did. But they determined that the core of the Earth is between 1,200 and 1,300 miles in diameter, and it is solid iron at about 5,000 degrees C, or 5 million degrees C. No, it's 5,000 degrees C. So that means it's putting off white light, not like the sun, but white light like a plant light in the iron range. But if you do the math, the 900 mile thick crust, which if you take both of them, that's 1,800 miles, and the 1,200 mile core leaves a gap because the Earth's about 7,400 miles in diameter. And that gap is exactly what showed up on the seismograms when they were run backwards. So this data started to fit together and started to paint a very different picture in real numbers of what the construction of planet Earth looks like. And it explained a lot of anomalies. One is what we call, don't know if you know what the law of partial pressures is. But the law of partial pressures says that if I had this bottle of, let's say it had some chemicals in it, and I had a headspace, that is to say an area that's just open air in the bottle, that I could stick a needle in the cap and sample the headspace, and I could send that through a gas chromatograph, and it would have the chemicals that are in the solution in the air in the right proportions. That's called the law of partial pressures.
Oh, wow.
And we do that all the time with our ocean and our atmosphere, all the time. It's probably been done this month. What's missing is the xenon. The xenon is missing about 90% of it. It's in the water, but it's not in the air. It's just gone. and we don't know if it's we thought maybe it was leaking out into space because it's a noble gas. It's not really reactive with anything. But it turns out that it formed a crystalline matrix with the core of the Earth. And if you take the volume of the core of the Earth and the crystalline matrix that it forms in 3D, there's the missing xenon. So all these pieces, real hard scientific pieces, started to fall in place. And I said, now we're talking. Now we're really thinking that planets don't form as solid balls. They actually form as hollow spheres, and some of them have cores and some of them do not.
Really? Wow. That's fascinating. So that proves that there is
well, I don't know about proof, but it's definitely, the hypothesis is really gaining some steam now. A couple other items. One is, of course, our magnetic pole. Now, my ancestor, Sir James Ross, in 1831, is the original discoverer of the North Magnetic Pole. And it almost killed him, but he discovered it. And what this indicates to us is it's not aligned with the North Pole, the actual North Pole of the Earth. It's off quite a few degrees. And it wobbles. It drifts back and forth, like not a little bit, but like across town a lot. And this is the result of what's called the Coriolis effect. Now, the Coriolis effect is any spinning body is going to have a force that's running at a right angle to that rotation. So if the Earth's rotating this way, the Coriolis effect is going to run at a right angle to that force. Now, if you have two bodies, one inside the other, what will happen is they'll begin to wobble back and forth. And that's exactly what we see with our pole. And we also know that about 100,000 years ago, the core flipped over. And when it did, the poles reversed. It could happen. And it doesn't take a long time. Some scientists think it takes about 10,000 years for this flip to occur. But record that we have in molten rock says that it's probably about 100 years or less for this to flip. That's pretty cataclysmic for a planet.
I was just going to say that's got to be pretty catastrophic, to say the least.
Not so much in the sense that, oceans leave their bounds and, the ground splits open. Not so much that as it is when the magnetism of the planet changes, all the insects, all the fish, all the birds, the weather patterns, everything shifts, which means the life support system that we have on the surface of the planet is going to be radically different.
Wow. Wow. How does that, what you know there, impact with what's happening astrologically, with the eclipse and that sort of thing? I can't help but ask about that.
Well, that's a good question. People do wonder about that. Every single year, there are between 2 and 5 eclipses on the Earth.
Yeah.
Every year. We don't have them over the U.S. very often, maybe every 6 to 25 years, but 2 to 5 a year. And we don't see anything. Nothing happens except, the birds stop tweeting, when the shadow goes past. This, and I saw the totality in 2017, and that was amazing. That was just amazing to see the totality. Like 2 minutes and 30 seconds of pitch black. The corona was amazing. I got tons of great pictures. Stars came out. Street lights came on. It was crazy. This eclipse that's going to occur in 5 days, now 4 days, it is going to last 4 minutes, over 4 minutes, about 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That's a long time. That's a big shadow. And so people are going to be awestruck. And we know that when the moon blocks the flow of ions from the sun for that long, that there is an effect. We're not exactly sure what it is. So every time there is an earthquake, every time there is an eclipse, NASA launches rockets, test rockets, up into that column of shadow to try to take
What's the
measurements.
purpose of that?
Well, they just try to take measurements. You know, NASA's all about collecting information. Some of it they share, some of it they don't share. So they're going to launch 3 sounding rockets. That's what they're called, sounding rockets. They're going to launch them up. They have various instruments on them, and they're going to take measurements while the sun is blocked out. And we'll just gather more information. We do it every single time there's an eclipse.
Mm-hmm. Measurements of what? What are they measuring?
Well, of course, the measure, because the fact there's no photons, coming through our atmosphere. So that means the charge of our upper atmosphere, the stratosphere, or the troposphere, which is where we live, all that changes, at least in the shadow of the moon. So they're going to take particle samples, they're going to take radiation samples, and this is basically the only time we get a photon-free environment. So nothing's being sputtered off. No molecules are being split. Everything is in stasis. So they're going to try to take samples and see what our atmosphere looks like without photons streaming through it.
Wow. I was under the impression that photons are good for us.
A photon is a wavelength of energy that's released when electrons leave the higher energy states and fall to lower energy states. So when a photon of, say, ultraviolet light comes into our atmosphere, it will strike certain molecules and kick off an electron. And when it kicks off that electron, a higher energy electron will fall in to fill that spot. When that electron falls, it fluoresces another photon, which is another wavelength of light. If you go out in the direct sunlight and there's, say, UVB in that, or even hopefully not UVC, but UVB, that's very short wavelength ultraviolet, like in the 350 nanometer range. And that strikes your skin. Your skin is made of protein, and the protein is made up of all kinds of complex molecular bonds, single bonds, double bonds, and even triple bonds. What happens is that ultraviolet light splits double bonds. We call it photodimerization. And that skin cell, or that molecule in that skin cell, actually effectively dies. It turns into a free radical, which is very reactive, and it can turn into something like skin cancer. So today, I would say modern times, let's put it that way, in 2024, if you go out in the direct sunlight, say on the beach in Florida or in the direct sunlight in Texas or Arizona, 15 minutes is all the human body can take. After that, you're being damaged. And now it didn't used to be that way. I think the radiation that the sun is putting off today is more intense in shorter wavelengths than that in our lifetimes. When we were kids, we could run and play in the sun all day long, and we would just get tan.
Yeah, it changed colors too. It looks white now, whereas it used to be more yellow.
Yeah. The atmosphere has changed. The magnetosphere has changed. The amount of shortwave ultraviolet radiation that's making it through the atmosphere and striking our skin has changed. Now, some people bring up chemtrails, and this is a very good point, because although chemtrails will block longer wavelengths like infrared light, which is what heat comes from, that's what makes your car hot and your water boil and all that stuff. Ultraviolet light doesn't do that, but the longer wave, like 1,050 nanometers, which is infrared, the chemtrails will block that, but it intensifies the ultraviolet. And the other thing that we need to know is that we're now approaching the solar maximum of solar cycle 25. Now, what does that mean? It means that when there are coronal mass ejections, high latitude sunspots on the sun that release particles, they come racing to Earth at about 7,000 kilometers a second. they take about 73 hours to get to us. But when they strike our upper atmosphere, they run into molecules in our air. And what happens is they sputter off what are called cosmic rays. And those cosmic rays form very high altitude clouds. That's why sometimes you get up in the morning and it's just crystal clear blue skies. But sometime in the early afternoon, it all goes hazy. Very high haze, not like clouds, but more like a white wax paper up there. That's cosmic rays. That's what's formed. Very high altitude clouds like that are formed by cosmic rays, and that begins to cool the planet. But it also intensifies the ultraviolet radiation.
That is amazing. Okay. Well, I was wondering why they were. There's a lot of talk about this particular eclipse, and very little. I just recall. I never remember anything happening on an eclipse that mattered. You know what I mean? It just came and went.
Yeah. But I mean, totality is just breathtaking. If you can get to it where you're right under the moon, the moon completely blocks out the sun. You could take your glasses off. You don't have to look through a filter or anything. It's just amazing to see that dark disk and nothing but the white corona all the way around, and stars are out. And then you can look out over to the horizon and you can see light a few miles away. But where you are, the street lights are on. It is cool, and it is awe-inspiring. It just takes your breath away, how beautiful it is.
Oh, wow. I've never been in line with it. I've always been someplace where it's miles away, something like that. And I see somebody is saying the eclipse will be nothing. I know they're planning a lot of things, but that still could be nothing.
Well, I will tell you this. If something big happens, the government did it.
Exactly. Thank you. I was going to say the same thing. You read my mind. I was going to say, well, if anything happens, it was created.
Yeah. It's, nothing is going to happen. People will freak out for 4 minutes and then it's, everything's back to normal. But it's they're blowing it up into something because they're trying to create unrest among the people.
They're doing a pretty good job of it too, I have to say. I don't know why, Radio, while you're asking about all these other people, it's really inappropriate at this time. Okay? I'd appreciate
I know all these people. They're all my friends.
I know. Yeah, I do too. And I've had many of them on my show. I just don't know why you're asking about them. I can't give an update. You have to look them up. But anyway, moving right along, what about remembering our future self?
Well, this is as I study deeper and deeper into these things, I realize that humans, as far as we know, are the only beings on Earth that can perceive time. We can reflect upon the past, and we can change the way the past has affected us. We can resolve the past with others by discussing it with them. We can also perceive the now, which is really quite esoteric, because I don't even know if there's such a thing as a now. A now is like a laser pointer, but that's not human consciousness. Human consciousness is more like a headlight. It can be like a searchlight. We can see much more of our, quote, present than people give us credit for. We can see several minutes in the past, and we can see several minutes in the future. We do it all the time. We drive, we fly, we plan, we do this stuff. And what remembering the future is about, let me give you an example. In the 1700s, most of the world learned to read by reading the Bible. It was the most published book and the most widely read book on earth. And the Bible is full of prophecies. These are conditional predictions, things that are going to come to pass. A look into the future by God, given to prophets and seers and revelators. And I'm pretty confident that it's the word of God, and I'm pretty confident that all the big things are probably in the Bible, right? Nothing big is going to escape the Bible, except that it did. Because some of those people that learned to read by reading the Bible in the mid 1700s said, you know, according to this book, we're all going to march from here to Armageddon and we're all going to die. Basically, that's it. Well, in the mid 1700s, men became authors of their own future. They moved to America, away from the crown, away from the armies. They managed to wrest for themselves some semblance of independence, like you could log or you could mine or you could fish or you could work stone or whatever, and you could make your own fortune in this country without the crown ever being involved. So men became kind of masters of their own future. And at that point, they said, you know what? We don't really like that future. We don't want to march inexorably to Armageddon and die. Let's choose another future. Let's craft another future. And so they did. And they formed this new form of government, this new country, which, by the way, very rapidly, within about 60 years, became the most powerful nation on the earth. And it has remained so until this very day. And yet, somehow, the Bible missed it. No such thing as liberty or freedom, or there was no nation like America. We weren't even hinted at in the Bible. It was totally something different. But the Bible missed it. What I think is that the founding fathers envisioned a new future, and then they worked in the past, which was their present, to make that future happen. And I said, well, if they can do it, why can't we do it? And what I learned was that vision of the future is just about energy. That's all. It's just energy. The universe is made up of it. We're made up of it. And our consciousness is an energy signal. We're not just receivers. We're also transmitters.
Yeah.
Very powerful transmitters. So I ran some experiments, of course. I said, what if we craft a future condition or a future thing that we want, or the thing that we want to build, or thing we want to do, thing we want to be? We'll craft it. All the details, and I don't have one here on my desk. It's right behind me in my bookcase. I have these blue lab notebooks, and what I do is I write down what I want to do or what I want to have in the future, and I put all the details that I can in it. The color, the size, the weight, the cost, the features, mileage, whatever, everything about it I can. And once I create that image in the future, it has its own energy signature. I've put it on it myself. Then I come back to the past, which is now, and I remember that future that I created. And then I start to listen around me. And what am I listening for? I'm listening for the things that are resonating with that sound I put out there in the future. And it could be stuff you wouldn't even think of. Like, I ask people, Gail, this question sometimes. What is your greatest desire right now? What is it that you want? And you know what the most common answer I get? What's your dream? You know what the common answer I get? I want $1 million.
My son would say that.
Everyone almost says that. And so I say, really? You want $1 million? Okay, so what are you going to do with the $1 million? Are you just going to put it on the floor and jump in it, or make a mobile out of it in your room? Oh, no. I'm going to use the $1 million to buy myself a nice house and a nice car, and I don't want to worry about where my next meal's coming from. So I say, so really your dream is that you want the house and the car and you want some semblance of security so you don't have to work your ass off as hard as you're doing right now. That's what you really dream of. But what you've done is you've told the universe how that's going to be. All this is going to be possible when I get my $1 million. Well, guess what? It doesn't happen because that's not the way the universe works. You put the dream out there of the house, design it, draw it up, put all the furniture in it, figure out how much it's going to cost, find out what piece of land it's going to go on, put every detail you can down on paper, and then come back and listen. And what will happen is things that resonate with that frequency that you put out in the future are going to start vibrating. And if you put energy into those things around you right here, local, that energy goes all the way back to the future and begins to materialize that dream. And I tested it and it worked. And just because I did it doesn't mean that everyone can do it. So I said, okay, let's test it out. So I went and interviewed some professional baseball players. And I asked them, how many times did you try to come out of the minors before you made it into the major leagues? It was 8 times. I said, really? That's interesting. So I asked a real estate professional that I know who sells houses, and she's quite successful at it. I said, when you started in real estate, you didn't like quit your job. She said, oh, no. I worked full time, and then I did real estate part time. I said, so how many houses did you sell before you said, I can do this? I can do this. I know I'm in the zone. I can do this. And she said, I think it was my 8th house. The 8th house, I said, I can do this. And I quit my job, and I've been selling real estate ever since. And then the last one, I went to 2 professional golfers. And I asked them, how many times did you play in the pro-ams before you went pro? And it was 8. I said, why 8? What is the significance of this? And I started to study the Fibonacci sequence. You know, when you start with 0 and you add 1, and then you add 1 to that, you get 2, and then 3, and then 5, and then, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55. And guess what? At 8 iterations of any 2 numbers, it doesn't have to start with 0. You could start with 75 and 216. Okay, one's odd, one's even. They're not divisible into each other. They don't even know each other. But you add 75 to 216, you get 291. Okay, great. Take 291, add it to 216, 507. 8 iterations, guess what happens? You reach the golden mean, 1.61821. That is the resonant frequency of the universe. That is where energy becomes matter. That's the ratio at which planets are arranged around suns. The periodic chart is laid out that way. The human body is laid out that way. Plants, bacteria, everything in the universe grows that way. And that's why 8 was important.
Wow. Now, basically, is that what you could call the physics of manifestation?
Well, I call it the physics of the soul, but you're absolutely right. It is the physics of manifestation. Now, I have to use caution here because, the Fibonacci spiral goes both ways, right? It goes counterclockwise, and it also goes clockwise. It's like a big S, and it's eternal. The clockwise is a destructive male energy, and we consider it kind of the dark side. But guess what? All the same physics apply. So if you want to manifest darkness and evil and wickedness and power and domination, the principles of resonation work just as well. And what do? What do? They bathe us in their version of the future. Every channel, every commercial, every time you hear a news actor say something, it's like the same words over and over. How many times did we hear the words? What was it? Oh, yeah. Deadly coronavirus pandemic. Deadly coronavirus pandemic. Deadly coronavirus. They bathed us in it over and over and over again until the principles of physics started to work in their favor. Well, the female energy, which is the counterclockwise energy, is very creative, and it's very, I will say, productive and bright and light. And so it's up to us to generate this counterclockwise energy that's creative and try to offset, and I believe we do to about 50% of the world, good things for our lives and for those people around us. And it would be really nice if we could tilt the balance a little bit in our favor, don't you think?
Oh, that would be awesome. That's what we really need to do right now.
But these are physics principles. There's no magic to this. These are rules and formulas that were set up by the creator for us to use. So use them.
Right. Wow. Well, I've heard before about that when you want something to, like you were saying, if you wanted a car, you would draw it out, you'd pick the color, you get all the details or as many details as you possibly can. As one example, another example was somebody said, and this actually happened. They said, put up a little sign that you want $5,000 in your bank account. And it actually happened.
I try not to
manifest. A long time ago, but it happened. I need to do that again. I
try not to manifest money because I don't think the universe really works that way. But there was a book that came out. Rhonda Byrne wrote it ostensibly. It was called The Secret. And in this book, she got on Oprah. I mean, everybody did this. You go to a magazine and find the house you want or the motorcycle you want or whatever, and you cut it out and put it on your refrigerator with magnets. And then every time you walk by to get a ham sandwich or a glass of water, you look at that picture and eventually you'll have it. And the reason that it was a flash in the pan, the reason it didn't work is because it doesn't work that way. You can't just keep hitting the bell over and over and over again. Oh, it'll make the sound, but that's not the way it works. You have to put energy into the things that the sound is vibrating. That's what manifests that thing in the future.
The sound.
Just holding on to that bell and smacking it with a hammer over and over and over again is going to frustrate the crap out of you, and you're going to stop believing. These principles do work, but you have to hit the bell and release it. Stop holding on to it and look around. I'll give you an example. I had an idea for a local business opportunity, and I had the perfect investor in mind for it. So I wrote the business plan up and I got everything ready, and I tried to get an appointment with that investor for about a year. I called his secretary. I left messages for him. I sent him emails. I couldn't get the least bit of interest out of him. So I released it. I said, he's not going to do it. So a few days later, in my email, I get this notice for a meetup. You know what meetup is, right? It's an app on your phone where you can put your interests in. Anyway, I'm interested in painting. I like to paint pictures. And so a meetup came up at an art studio about 20 miles away on the other side of Charlotte. And it said, bring your equipment down and your brushes and everything and a bottle of wine and come and just join us. We'll sit around and paint and drink and listen to music. And it was kind of a rainy Tuesday. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to do. It just feels right. So I loaded up my gear, put it in the car, drove down to the art studio, hustled my stuff in there, and I was setting it up on my table. They had some space in a table, and I opened my wine, and I had already put my backwash on. I was waiting for it to dry, and I felt a tap on my shoulder. And I looked up, and it was him. I said, Brian, what are you doing here? I don't know. I just saw this meetup in my email, and I thought, why not? Go down and paint for a little while. What are you doing here? I said, the same thing. It just felt right, and I just came down. He said, you mind if I set up next to you? I said, no problem. So we painted, we talked, we drank wine, and he invested in that business, and it's still running in this city today.
Oh, awesome. But you let it go.
You have to let the bell
or
go.
let go of it.
Let it ring. Let the it's sort of like if you have let's say you have one tuning fork in one hand and you have 3 tuning forks in the other hand. And one of them is in tune with this one. So you whack this one, the sound waves go through the air. The other 2 are going to do nothing. But the one that's in harmonic balance with it is going to begin vibrating. If you strike that tuning fork, this one will keep right on vibrating. That's what I'm talking about. Put the energy into the things that resonate with the dream in the future. And you'll know what it is because it'll have that feel. It'll have that frequency.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay.
So that's what I mean by remembering the future. Create the future and then come back in the past with that memory and use it to build stuff.
That sounds like I'm going to have to try it now. I'm going to have to test that out.
Well, lots of people have. Yeah. That book, Remembering the Future, The Physics of the Soul and Time Travel, has been a bestseller on Amazon for a long, long time. Lots and lots of people have tried those techniques.
Well, I'm going to have to pick that book up and read it and give it a try and see what happens. Okay. I was looking for some questions, but none of these are relevant to what we're talking about. So,
yeah, I get that sometimes in the chat room. People talking about stuff that has nothing to do with the program, but
yeah, that's what I was gonna. I almost was. Why aren't you paying attention? You know, it's kind of rude. Actually, it is rude. Actually, but
by the way, if you want to see all these people they've been talking about in the chat room, why don't you come next week to LA? Because we're all speaking at the same conference next week in Los Angeles at the Sonesta.
Oh, what's the name of the conference?
It's called the Biomed Expo. It's also called the Alchemy Expo or Alchemy Event, a UFO disclosure, and AI Expo Con. 4 events in one.
I was wondering. I think we did last time, but we could play the trailer to Birth if you want.
Oh yeah, that is definitely making some progress. So I'll be as confident as I can be without giving out any details, because as sure as I do, it'll solidify and drop out of the air. So.
So do you want me to do it or not?
Yeah. Play it, because people, the thing is, tens of thousands.
It sounds fascinating. I'm waiting for it to come out.
The Birth trilogy is a fabulous story. It's an assumption that planet Earth is a living thing and has a consciousness, and it has a symbiotic relationship with the people living on it. And in ancient times,
makes sense to me.
Well, the trailer will explain it is better than I can off the cuff.
Okay, let me bring that up. And let me make sure I have this big. I need to make it bigger. There we go.
Planet Earth is a living thing. It has a symbiotic relationship with the human race living here. When the more part of humankind is wicked, Earth has an allergic reaction. Hurricanes, quakes, volcanoes, floods, and ice ages scatter and destroy mankind, and they begin again. When humans are good and kind, Earth releases its bounty to them, and they prosper and grow. But in the last 400 years, man grew too fast. They learned to sail and fly.
They discovered vast riches of energy buried in the ground and reached far out to the other planets. Earth could not keep up with humans, and now there are 8 billion souls alive at one time on the surface. Although this consciousness signal is more powerful than anything before felt, about half the race is wicked, and half is good and kind. Earth cannot decide whether to destroy mankind or release its bounty to them. Only now, at the end of the age, it has decided to split back into its original forms. The spirit Earth and the temporal Earth are separating. The cataclysms have begun. The higher frequency matter is dividing from the lower frequency matter. This includes humans as the grand division begins. But humans are not the only sentient beings on Earth. An ancient power teaches men of war and power and knows the old Earth will one day return home across the Milky Way galaxy. The American election season has begun, but something goes wrong. The two groomed candidates end up in a fistfight on national television, and a candidate only known on the internet wins as a write-in nominee. Miraculously, elected President Riker calls together an unlikely team of ordinary people to save the world. And the war is about to start between the worlds as the two planets begin phasing apart. Racing against time and a world full of enemies, the team discovers the truth about Earth. Now, they must tell everyone. The forces of darkness mean to stop them by any means necessary. Love can save the world. Hatred can destroy it. But souls are older than worlds, and life is a rare and delicate thing for a soul. Can a race car driver fly a jet? Can a traffic reporter save the human race? Can a nuclear activist give birth to a new world? What is the purpose of life? Death. Birth. A true story of Earth.
It's coming.
Da 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 da. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I don't mean.
We're back.
Oops, sorry. Sorry about that. I had to shut it off. Otherwise, it just goes on to the next one. Wow. That looks very, very interesting. That's why I had to ask.
Well, the trilogy, I have to tell you a story because I wrote volume 1, and then I went on Coast to Coast, and I went on a bunch of radio programs talking about it. And it's very, it's a white knuckle ride because it's an action adventure sci-fi drama about the end times, about rapture that's like off the chain, like you never saw a rapture before. And so they asked me, so when are you going to write the next book? I mean, when is it volume 2 coming out? I said, well, it'll be a couple of years probably. And that's not what happened at all. I'll tell you, Gail, I went to bed that night or a few nights later, and volume 2 woke me up in the middle of the night. I got back in the chair and I started writing. And no sooner did I finish volume 2, I started on volume 3. I wrote 1,100 pages, 3 books in 18 months. It was the most amazing experience. The books streamed out of me, and the dialogue of course, all the books are in audio. So if you're intimidated by 1,100 pages, don't worry about it. I read it for you. And you could just take the journey. We call it the birth journey. The fans just love this series of books and they want to see it on TV. And I think it'll be very powerful if we do get it done.
I think so too. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Be sure and send me a something to let me know when it's ready to go.
Oh, I will. I mean, you'll be one of the first people to know. I'll know more in a couple of weeks. Like I said, we're going out to LA to speak at this conference. Of course, I'm going to be in Hollywood. So we are going to meet with the network. I can't tell you who it is yet, but we've already talked about prices and that part's done. And now we're in the final negotiations. So if it doesn't fall apart, which can happen, if it doesn't fall apart, we're going to sign this deal and we're going to start making the most amazing TV series ever.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That'll be awesome. It sounds like it. That sounds like something I'd actually watch. I don't even watch TV at all anymore.
Well, there's some good stuff out there. There's a show called The Three Body Problem, which is an old Hugo Award-winning novel, and they really did a good job with the CGI. But that's not everything, because remember, Rebel Moon came out, and the CGI was off the chain on that one. But the story was old. It was the same old empire, oppressing the same old rebels, and people didn't like it. They were tired of it. But Three Body Problem is some pretty hard.
Three Body Problems? Is that what it?
Yeah, it's based on an old Hugo science fiction novel of the same name that had a planet like Earth, but instead of revolving around one sun, it revolved around three suns. And because there's all this uncertainty in how the suns align, there are frequent cataclysms on this planet. So it takes 20 times, 200 times longer for them to progress than it does us, because we have a stable planet. But what occurs is during World War II, the Chinese receive a message from that race on that planet. And it's about 4 light years away. And the Chinese receive this message, and then they try to send a message back. But they keep trying the wrong way, and they finally figure out they have to broadcast through the sun in order to amplify the signal to get back to that planet, and they answered. And what happened was they described Earth as a terrible place full of warfare, which it was in World War II for China. And they invited the aliens to come here and save us. Only that's not what they're coming to do. They're coming to take our world away from us. So that's where the season ended. We'll wait for season 2 to see how it progresses. But it has a massive share. It's got 100 share right now, whereas normal sci-fi or esoteric has at best maybe a 10.5 or a 3.6. So people want this kind of entertainment.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, there was a physicist that Kerry Cassidy had on. Richard Miller, I think is his name, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. But anyway, there has been a kind of a prediction based on math that this spring there could be a major event of some sort, without real descriptions as to what, but more like the Carrington event, or that's what they call it, I believe. And so it's just, do you know anything about that?
Well, a Carrington event, as your listeners probably know, it was in 1859. There was a massive coronal mass ejection. Of course, we were in a very high-tech world in 1859. The highest tech thing we had was telegraph. But the telegraph wires strung along hundreds of miles next to railroad tracks. And what happens when there's a coronal mass ejection of that size, it dumps tens of millions of volts into the atmosphere, which is looking for a way to ground. And it found it on the telegraph wires. And when it reached the ground, which was the telegraph office, it burned it to the ground. That was the Carrington event. Now, if we had a Carrington event level CME today, it would be quite a different calamity. We have tons of satellites, thousands of satellites in space that would be damaged. We are an electronic society. If our electronics went down in a catastrophic way like that, with tens of millions of volts trying to find a way to ground, I don't think that our present infrastructure could support the population that we have. Well, some of the population would perish pretty quickly because they rely on electronics to stay alive. You know, they are on life support of some kind or another.
Yeah.
Or people that need to have daily infusions
Heart
of
pacers.
drugs. You know, like diabetics and all that, they have to have a daily infusion of drugs to stay alive. That supply will play out because there won't be any microelectronics functioning to produce it. So you're probably looking at 30 million people a month dying for about a year all over the planet. It would be pretty rough. It would take about 2 years, 3 years to recover a basic level of electronic support, but it could take a decade to get it back or more to get it back to where it is today.
Wow. Well, let's hope nothing
Well,
like
the good
that
news
happens.
is that a Carrington event would take hours and hours and hours and hours to reach Earth. We would see it a long time, days before it actually reached the Earth. So we could actually isolate our grid. We could harden a lot of our things. We could tell people, turn your cell phones off and wrap it up in a piece of foil for a couple days. We could probably get through it. The thing we couldn't get through would be something like a surprise EMP attack, an electromagnetic pulse attack. Nobody would know that was coming, and that would have severe damage. But a CME from the sun, we would have about 2 days to prepare for it. And there's probably a lot we could do on this planet to weather it.
Well, that's actually good to know because it sounded like, pretty bad. But knowing that we would have advance notice and so on.
A lot of these guys make their living on things really being bad. But I can sometimes punch holes in that with my own mathematics.
Oh, that's good. Yes, that's definitely good. Math is not one of my best subjects, that's for sure. But I'm glad it is for other people. And because we all have something and we all contribute in different ways. But that's it. Who is it? I think it was Sherry Edwards says that the universe isn't mathematics. It's all mathematics.
Well, it is. I mean, it has to be. It has to be. Math is the language of the universe, and we don't understand all the math. For instance, we don't really truthfully understand the 4 forces of the universe, which is gravity, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak molecular forces. My community has very slowly come to the realization that there's a 5th force in the universe, and that is consciousness. We don't like to say it because we can't measure it. We can't run experiments and weigh it and, assign a color to it, but we can't deny that it exists. And we're pretty sure that it is a downward causation event, this consciousness. It probably is why the 3rd dimension exists in the first place, because of the tetrahedron is really the first molecule, the first shape that takes us from the 2nd dimension to the 3rd dimension. And after that, it's just a matter of suns cranking out enough protons to make other molecules. And the rest is just mathematics. But that being said, CERN is our best experiment to trying to understand how that works. And we've only been able to, pump up protons and slam them into each other 99.9% the speed of light and splatter the little beggars apart. It's sort of like when you were 8 years old and you got that, robot for Christmas and you wanted to figure out what made it work. So you smashed it on the ground and you could see all the pieces, but you can't for the life of you put it back together. Well, that's kind of where we're at right now. We know all the energies that are inside a proton, but we don't know how to take those energies and make a proton. We've never made one. Stars do it all the time, but we haven't figured out how to do it yet.
That's fascinating. Okay. I forgot what I was going to say right now. Sorry about that. I looked over at the chat and then I just lost my train of thought. It seems to be happening more lately with this. I don't know if it's the energies or what, but other people have mentioned that sort of thing too. Well, thank you. Walla Beauty Brand by Gia 7 says, thank you, Gil. You're an amazing guest. So you're an amazing guest, and I know, and that's why I have had you on. And I really appreciate everything that you talk about because it's important stuff.
Well, a lot of people are interested in this, but sometimes they don't have a toolbox to be able to understand it all. So I try my very best to take these complex things and at least create some kind of analogy where you can understand what I'm talking about, what these forces are. And that way, when you have other guests on, which try to, let's say, talk down to people or use language that, like they use words like alchemy, or they use words like over unity.
I really appreciate that, Brooks, because that is a big problem. Sometimes they can talk over somebody's head, and then you miss the whole point of it.
There's a whole word salad with this genre. Believe me. And I love them. I really love them. I love to hear them speak. I love to meet them at conferences and shake their hands and sign and have dinner with them. They're wonderful people. But a lot of time this double speak people just don't understand it.
Yeah. It's they go over people's heads, and it's always better to be able to keep it at a level where people know what you're talking about, at least.
Yeah. Well,
So
it's
that's
nice
pretty
to have
important.
words that can help people make the transition. Like if you use the word alchemy, people's eyes immediately glaze over. They don't even know what that means. And I've listened to all kinds of conjugations of alchemy, alchemical, alchemize. I mean, you can't believe. Alchemy is simply the ancient attempt to change lead or base metals into gold. That's what alchemy was. And the ultimate alchemy is taking paper and turning it into gold, which is exactly what they have done.
Really?
A dollar bill is just paper. Expensive linen paper, it is.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But it's gold. You might as well take road gravel and turn it into gold. That's what they've done.
Somebody said
quantum. They use the word quantum all the time because it just sounds cool and it was popular on TV. But it just means small. That's all it means.
I've got this. I should have. It just means small. Yeah, I've heard it so many times. It's just kind of like they're referring to something outside of our visual
Don't
realm.
You know? Yeah.
Makes it sound really special.
And let's not forget dimensional. Dimensional is another one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Or parallel.
Yep.
Parallel universes. Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is what Lunar Sunray, I agree 100%. We need people or teachers like yourself that can match the level of the students where you're at so people can understand what you're saying, what you're talking about. And that's really important. So thank you for that.
Well, I think the concept that most people struggle with and really want to know is our unique ability to perceive time, because we can see the future and see the past. And you have all kinds of teachers out there, and even the Buddha will say, no, forget about the future, that's not here yet, and forget about the past, that's already done. There's only the now, just focus on the now. Well, we're not blackbirds, out in the field looking for seeds. We're not just, okay, what do we do now? Okay, what do we do now? What do we do now? Successful societies plan. And the further ahead they plan, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, the more successful they are. They can't possibly stay in the now unless they know what it is. And the only way to know what it is to recognize it when it comes. Well, how do you do that? Because you created it from the future.
Isn't that amazing? That's really true. Another thing people are talking out a lot about, maybe you can explain this for the audience. I'm sure that everybody has their own idea, but the dimension, like we're supposed to be moving to the 5th dimension. Now,
5D, that's the other one.
Yeah.
So let me tell you a little bit about the fifth. The 5th dimension is, and artists have done a really good job. Usually cubists do the best job of describing this. It means to be able to see all sides at the same time. So in the 3rd dimension, we can only see, one side of things at a time. We have to kind of walk around it to see the rest of the sides. But in 5D, you don't have to do that. Now, of course, the difference is in 5D, you're probably not in physical form. You're in kind of a spirit form, right? Well, the issue with being in spirit form is you can't get hurt. There's no pain. There's no sense of time. And that's not what mortality is about. Mortality is about the pain. It's about the discovery. It's about the mystery. It's about falling in love, creating life in your own image. It is such an amazing state for a soul to be in, the 3rd dimension, that angels, gods have fallen to get here. That's how amazing mortal life is.
Yeah, that's true. Wow. So life changes as you move into different dimensions?
Well, define life. I mean, I think life to me is a combination of the physical and the spiritual. And I don't think in the sense that the soul enters the body. That's not the way it works. The body actually enters the soul.
I thought you were going to say that. But
spirit
please
is
explain.
much larger, much more energetic, and much more personal. That is to say, it's your whole personality and all the eons of experience that you have. You don't squeeze that into the body. What you do is cradle the body in the spirit. And that allows you to have a mortal experience. Of course, when we first make the transition into this dimension, we don't make it into a fully adult body. You make it into a couple of cells, and then you grow into an infant. And when you spew the amniotic fluid out of your nose, you're still not really sentient, right? You can't even wipe your own butt. You can't feed yourself, nothing. By the time you're 2, maybe you're potty trained. By the time you're 12, you may know generally who you are, but you don't really become self-reliant until you're probably 15 or 16 or 17 years old. And by then, your parents have taught you a new language. You've been rationalized by school and your local society, and you forgot who you are.
Yeah.
So the art of living a life is really, I think, remembering who you are.
There's a great song about that. Remember who you are. It's a very touching song.
There's a band, the Arch Enemy, that has that line in their song. Maybe people don't like Alicia Gluse, but very, very powerful song. Remember Who You Are.
Oh, you know which one I'm talking about then. Oh, here's an unusual question. Wondering what Brooke's opinion is on banana-shaped Earth. I've never heard of that.
I haven't either. I'm not really. I think the physical Earth itself is generally as close as we can get to a ball, because mathematically that's what's stable in a vacuum. If we put a drop of water into a weightless environment, it forms a ball. It doesn't form a flat plate. It doesn't form a banana. It doesn't look like a droplet anymore. It forms a perfect sphere. Of course, the hydrogen bonding of the water is pulling it together into that shape. But most molecules have some kind of, self hydrogen bonding mechanism that pulls them together. And the more mass that you get in one space, the more it begins to warp space-time. We call that gravity. And we're in a very unique situation. We've looked for about 20,000 light years in every direction as well as we can. We're doing better every day, but we have never found another planet where you can live on the outside of it, like Earth. Earth is an amazing spaceship that we can live on the surface, and we can actually look up at the stars and live under a canopy of air. And we're traveling along at about 68,000, miles a second.
That's amazing.
68,000 miles an hour through space. And it's an amazing spaceship. I, for one, can't think why in the world we want to build ships to travel to other planets when we have to have a suit and special equipment and maybe live in a cave. Why not just stay here? Make this planet great.
I guess I just noticed New England Dirt Roadie was saying, I guess you haven't seen Monty Python's Quest for the Holy Grail.
Yeah, I saw it.
No, but it was pretty funny. I know that. I remember that, but I don't remember that part. But anyway. All right. So we got our eclipse coming up in 4 days. I'm not going to be able to see it. I'm not anticipating anything unusual to happen unless it's, like you said, done by...
Like I said, if anything big happens, the government did it.
Yeah.
Don't fall for it.
Exactly. All right. Was there anything else you'd like to bring up or leave the audience with? Or
No. Just make sure to go to my website, check out the live events. We're pretty well booked until August, so if you don't see me at one place, you can see me in another. We're trying to put something together for November, but it isn't solidified yet. Live events are very slow coming back after the lockdown and all the, wiping out of the middle class by the globalists, but they are coming back slowly but surely, and maybe in a year or so we'll have more live events and you'll be able to come out and see us. But we've got like 4 in the next 2 months between LA, San Rafael, California with the New Living Expo, and then we've got the Immersion Fest in Mount Shasta coming up, and then the Discovery Disclosure coming up in July in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Wow, that's awesome. I have all of your links from your YouTube to your website to the other, that bunch of links. It's in the description, so if anybody wants to follow Brooks, all they have to do is look in the description and you can find.
Because we're live every Wednesday and every Sunday. We have been we're actually 20 years now. March was 20 years we've been on the air.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, sometimes I wish I was on radio, but sometimes people like to see you too. But
yeah, I think it kind of made a transition. People are really into, who invented it? Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh invented podcasting.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
He was the original investor and the original inventor of podcasting. He called it the Ditto Cam. And it was for Rush full-time listeners, subscribers. He would turn the ditto cam on, and you could see him in front of his golden EIB microphone, and millions of people joined it. So he's the guy that started it all.
I'll be darned. I never would have guessed that. All right. Well, thank you so much. I think we covered the main topics that we wanted to cover tonight anyway. And thank you for your excellent explanations that are
Thank you
easy
very
to
much for having me on.
understand.
I enjoyed myself.
Fantastic. Thank you. And maybe we'll do it again. Who knows? All right. I'm really looking forward to that birth series, though. I'm going to have to get TV just to see that. So
That's good. Spread the word. That kind of energy is what makes it go. And if anybody's listening and likes to go to IMDb, I do have an IMDb page. Of course, I play a very difficult character, me, but
complicated,
in a lot of TV shows. But go there and look at my IMDb page, because it raises my ranking, and it makes the network look at me and say, well, maybe this guy is worth the investment. So just go there for a minute. That's all I ask. Just do it, and it helps me out.
All right. And you used to have a huge following until they took your channel
Oh my
down
gosh.
too, I think.
We were just south of 250,000 subscribers on YouTube. And any given night, we had between 5,000 and 5,500 people live. I mean, live watching us. Our chat room just flew. And Google decided, after I did a special on hollow moon theory, they decided I was dangerous, and they deleted 20 years of my content, just flushed it and destroyed all my subscribers.
Wow.
I've been banned from YouTube for life. We put out trailers and stuff under other names, but I can't do a show on YouTube anymore. So we started over on other media, and we're on Rumble and, D Live and Twitch, but
I'm
not
on the
YouTube.
same ones. Yeah. I do have one on YouTube, but I had two. Well, I had, the main one they took down. I only had about 10,000 subscribers, and I just couldn't figure out I was small. Why'd they take me down? But anyway.
Google, there's a special place in hell for Google, because they didn't just destroy me. They destroyed all my friends, all of them. They took them all out. They demonetized them, deleted their content. My grandkids will never hear my voice on YouTube. And that was kind of my dream, is that my legacy was my great scientific content for over 2 decades on YouTube, and my grandkids would be able to see it one day. Not anymore. YouTube decided I was dangerous.
And they don't give you, it's like you could give the person, you're going to take them down, give them a file of everything or some, they don't give you anything. All of a sudden you wake up the next morning and look, and your channel's gone.
That's it.
That's horrible. They are the enemy. They don't let truth out. And so.
Well, it hurt him. It hurt him. Once my 250,000 subscribers disappeared, all my friends, millions of subscribers disappeared. Guess what went away? The buyers. The ads were worthless. All those ads that ran on our programs that we got monetized for, they lost all that money. All those advertisers disappeared. It cost them billions of dollars.
All because they didn't like your truth is what it boils down to.
That is exactly right.
Yeah. That's the problem. They act like an enemy of the people. So, and that's what they are. Anyway, yeah, that was rather heartbreaking. And then people can't find you. They don't know where to look for you.
Well, it's getting there again, because I
on-
don't ever stop. So if you put my name into Google, you're still going to get about 1.5 million backlinks. But it used to be way bigger than that.
Yeah, I lost quite a few videos myself because I didn't have copies of them. I didn't have room on my computer. and yeah. And then I started doing this on Restream and going live, and it helps.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
It's building slower than YouTube at this point in time because more people are comfortable with YouTube.
YouTube had an audience that no one can argue with. I mean, gosh.
Yeah.
But it still took years to grow, but I don't know if Rumble will ever get there.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, what needs to happen is YouTube needs to be taken over.
I think YouTube needs to be
eliminated
split apart.
That's probably more like it. But, all right. Well, thank you so much for your time and energy. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I enjoy talking to you, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I apologize for the rudeness in the chat.
Oh, that's all right.
Anyway, some people. Anyway, okay. Maybe we're trying to be fun, but I don't know. So anyway, thank you so much, and maybe I'll see you again sometime. And I'll be waiting for that birth series.
Thanks, Gail.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up. Stand with each other. Our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And we have a very interesting topic today that I'm sure you're interested in. And Sterling Hill is a genetic application engineer, as well as an author, an instructor of medical students and medical professionals as well. And she's basically a scientist in my mind. So let me bring on Sterling Hill, and we will get into this very important topic. Welcome, Sterling.
Hi.
How are you doing? So happy to see you.
Doing just fine.
Up and well, and so on. I'm just fascinated by this topic, and I want to, you have a point presentation. Do you want me to bring that up already, or do you want to discuss the topic a little bit
I
first?
think that the topic should be discussed, and then when we go to the other channels, then we can bring up the slideshow. I wouldn't want to get you a strike.
Oh, from YouTube? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll take it down after we talk
yeah.
about it a little bit.
Yeah. So basically what we're going to talk about is your aura, your chakra, all those pretty colors that go up and down and everything. But, now you're going to hear me say the word biofield. When I'm saying the word biofield, I'm talking about your aura, your body electric. Okay. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Hi. But anyway, so what happens is we have a protein. We're going to be sticking to one part of your aura. There's actually 4 genes, but we have a protein called piezoprotein, and it sits all in the skin cells, the nerves of our skin cells. It also sits in our vascular system, our bladder, our bone marrow, lungs, and it's electric. You are electric. It helps make up your aura. In your aura, you've got this biofield aura, okay? And when it's on, it's hard for things on the outside to penetrate it, okay? So it's really important to know this, because right now, has stuff in it to cause penetration. That's big, because this isn't like the other ones, So the aura is very, very important for many things. It actually helps you also too when you're talking to Creator. You see you feel the hair stand up on your arms, or when you walk into a room and you sense evil and wickedness, you'll also have the hair stand up on your arms. That's your piezoprotein.
Yeah, when you walk into a room, you can tell if people have been arguing or people are upset with each other. You could just sense it. You don't know, you might not know actually what it's all about, but something's off. And that isn't it your aura that helps you sense that sort of thing? Yeah,
which I call biofield, aura, biofield. So you'll hear me saying biofield a lot instead of aura, but please know that aura means biofield. That it's the same thing. Okay, guys.
Okay.
We're body electric. We're electric, and we have all the beautiful colors in us that Creator's given us to let us know. We are electric. Everything alive here is electric. Our animals are as well, and our animals are also being affected by this as well. So I don't know if we should kind of move so we can talk more about how the aura, the biofield, is being hacked. And it's been being hacked since 1995, but now since it's really being hacked, guys. And those people that come near you, those people there that come near you, they can actually drain your aura. You're loose.
Because they become bioelectric with their, in a different way. Well, those people, if you are on YouTube, I already have a strike on my YouTube channel. I don't know what they would do if we talk about this. We want to be able to talk freely with you about this. So if you're on YouTube now, I would ask you to please go to the Rumble channel. It's very easy to find. You just go to rumble.com and then put Gail of Gaia in the search engine, and it should come right up. And I could put the link in the chat before I go. Maybe I'll do that. Let me make sure this is the right one. So that's what I'll do. I'll put this in the chat. So if you're on Facebook right now and you want to hear how this is done, I would suggest that you go to Rumble. It's also on Odyssey. You can get it on Odyssey. You can actually catch it on Facebook right now too. We can't trust YouTube to keep. That being said, please prepare to move to another channel so that YouTube doesn't do what it is accustomed to doing, especially to me, it seems. So anyway, this will also be available for replay later on the other channels as well. So I'm sorry that I have to close down YouTube, but it's because they censor truthful information, and they've been doing it on a regular basis. In a lot of ways, they are the enemy. They don't want us to tell you the truth. So, okay, now I will bring up the PowerPoint. Why does it have a sad face on it? I don't know what that means. Shoot. I might have to bring it up a different way. I didn't check back here, and it appears that it didn't load up properly. Isn't that interesting? Let me try it one more time. I don't know why. What I can do is share screen. If I have to do it that way, I'll do it that way. I just been having more glitches lately, it seems. Small wonder. Sorry about this. It again now, so but if that doesn't work, I'll just open.
Maybe it'll upload.
Yeah. If it doesn't, I'll just share the screen. I'll have it open on one of my browser channels, and we'll go through it that way. So there's more than one way to do this. I was going to say to skin a cat, but that I don't know where it came from. The very idea is repulsive. But anyway. It's still processing. So you could talk a little bit more about the
while you're processing, yes. Okay, so your aura, which is your body electric, your biofield, guys, it's real. You know, anybody who thinks that it's woohoo or make believe, they don't know. Okay, you actually have a real live biofield aura with all the nice little colors going down.
Yeah, they can take pictures of it with Kirlian photography, can't they?
Yeah, Dr. Robert Young has one of the cameras too. Actually, we sent him some of the patches. You remember when we were on that Zoom with him?
Yes. Would be interesting.
So he's checking out with his camera before and after, because there right now all the other people, there's only people around the world talking about what I remember with you about, and they don't understand. We know something about piezo. We know something about piezo that we can protect it. And it has.
Okay, I'm going to have to do that.
Sorry,
I'm going to have to do the share screen because for some reason it's not coming up like it's supposed to. I mean, it didn't upload again. So something, it's either too long or it is. So let's just go to the share screen. And here it is. There we go.
Okay, now has everybody left? Has everybody left YouTube yet?
I guess I don't have any way of knowing for sure. I
Okay,
certainly
well,
hope so.
all right. So I'm going to just give you a few sentences in this medical disclaimer because it's pretty long. Okay. I want to tell everybody that you understand that any information is found within this presentation is for general educational and informational purposes only. You understand that such information is not intended nor otherwise implied to be medical advice. In light of the foregoing, you understand and agree that we are not liable, nor do we assume liability for any information contained in this slideshow, as well as your reliance on it. In no event shall we be liable for direct or indirect, consequential, special, exemplary, or other damages related to your use of the information contained within this slideshow.
Of course, we don't anticipate that anything like that would be an issue in the first place, but it's necessary for us to put that out just because of the way things are these days. Okay. Do you want the next slide?
Next slide.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're off of YouTube right now. Wireless networks are already in you. Gail, is there any way you could play this video for them?
Let's see if it'll
A
work.
couple minutes long.
Yeah.
Let's see. And this is your biofield, guys.
Hopefully YouTube doesn't mess with me like they usually do. Yeah. Just what I was afraid
Yeah.
of. Hang on. Still get it.
Okay. Okay.
Hang on. You can talk about it while I copy this and go to another YouTube.
You know, all right. So we're going to show you how they've been putting medical biosensors in you. And in this slideshow, I'm going to be showing you that they have been putting them in since 1995 via smart dust, your food, you name it. You've got them on the outside too. I mean, so, okay, you got it.
This is what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to unshare this one and move to the other one, okay? And then we'll come back to this one.
All right.
Hopefully this will work.
And then anybody who
are
would
you
like
seeing
my
it
slides,
yet? Are you seeing?
I don't see it.
Okay, wait a minute then. I gotta go back. I'm sorry about this. This just happens. This just happens. What else can I say?
Anyone who would like my slideshow, they can email me. Gail can share my email feed. So
you should be
you can email me for the slideshow.
What the heck here? What's going on here? Share screen one more time. Share. Are you seeing it?
Nope.
Oh, for pity's sake. Oh, here it is. Okay, I got it now. Now, I'm sorry about this. Sometimes we do the best we can here.
Different architectures of wireless body area networks are discussed. A wireless body area network, W-band, is a network of devices includes different sensors located on the surface of the body such as wearable devices, which include smartwatch, insulin pump, or inside body implanted medical devices such as pacemakers, defibrillators, retinal prosthesis, etc. Three-tier W-band architecture is the most common architecture which is used in healthcare. Tier 1 has the sensors including dental sensors, retinal prosthesis, pulmonary sensor, pacemaker, respiration sensor, liver sensor, orthopedic implant, pressure sensor, etc. This tier is known as the intra-W-band tier, where all the communications happen within the W-band. Tier 2 has external communication gateways such as a mobile phone or a Wi-Fi router connected to the internet. There may be one W-band communicating with another W-band, and this is called the inter-W-band tier, but still categorized under Tier 2. The communication between the gateways and end users is categorized as Tier 3, commonly known as the Beyond W-band tier. Cloud computing lies between Tiers 2 and 3. The nature of the WBAN and the type of data vary from application to application. The WBAN can be directly connected to the cloud or may use multi-hop method or software-defined network architectures are alternatives for the hard-configured WBAN architectures. Thanks for watching. Please keep watching for more such videos.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Now, guys, I'm getting ready to slides with you, and I'm going to
Oops,
show
hang
you
on
how
a
they've
second.
been doing this since 1995. And believe it or not, many people have sensors. All of us have sensors in us. There's not one person unless you live in the Amazon jungle. Okay.
That
They're
bad,
getting
huh?
them in through
How'd they get
everything.
them in us?
Yeah,
How'd they get them in
smart
us?
dust. Smart dust is one way.
They've been doing that for a
They're
long
so
time. I remember
nanoparticulate.
Michael used. Yeah.
They're nanoparticulate. They get through the pores of your skin.
It's crazy. Well, let me bring up the presentation again. And we'll just go past that one. Let's see. That's what YouTube. That's what YouTube does to me all the time. Every time I try to go to a YouTube channel, they're still giving me a hard time. Let me put it that way.
I bet they are, Gail.
Yeah, here we go.
I'm censored in another way, but you know.
Yeah, they're going after people in different ways. Any of the ways that they figure they can get them to shut up, and that's what's scary. But I don't let it bother me. I just
I don't let it bother me either. I've got an entertaining gang stalker that can call 20, 30 times a day.
Yeah. Okay, let's move into more about the bioelectric field here, and then we'll go to what they were just talking about, the wireless body area network, which most of us probably didn't even know existed, other than an aura.
Yeah. So we're going to the slide that says bioelectric fields when you're ready. Okay, I'm going to read the slide to you. I say, okay, now that is your aura, by the way, guys. If you see on this slide, you see the chakras and you see the energy out there. So they called it bioelectric. That's what we call it in the medical field. Bioelectric fields are generated by living cells and tissues. And one of those ways, what we're really going to focus on today is piezo protein. That protein is electric. It's electrical, and it sits in the nerve receptors of your skin cells. Okay. So these bioelectric fields are generated by living cells and tissues, and they play a role in many biological processes, including wound healing, embryonic development, and cell proliferation. Our bioelectric field has been being hacked since 1995, impacting the piezoelectric activity in the nerve cells of the skin receptors. Now, I do have the links here. And again, Gail can share my email address. If anybody wants to email me, just say, hey, Sterling, could you share your slideshow with me? Because in here, you can get into the research and you can have the proof for people, okay, as we go down this. And before we go to the next slide, I want to give a shout out to Samantha Wallace on Odyssey and a shout out to Non-Vaxxer 420 on Rumble, because I had pieces put together, but they helped me put a lot more pieces with my pieces. So that's the way it works. And Gail has been putting the pieces by showing you those things that, you know, the patches. So anyway, we can go to the next slide.
Okay.
All right.
Are you seeing?
All right. Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it.
Okay. I just got to double check.
Okay. So our aura is electrical, and they can break into this aura with these wireless body area networks, and it gets a little more detailed. I'll explain it as each slide goes by. So body area network is called band, and it's also referred to as a wireless body area network, WBAN, or a body sensor network, BSN, or a medical Body Area Network, MBAN. Band devices may be embedded inside the body as implants or pills. They have been doing this. The development of WBAM technology started around 1995, guys, around the idea of using wireless personal area network technologies to implement communications on, near, or around the human body. About 6 years later, the term, around 2001, BAN, came to refer to systems where communication is entirely within, on, and in the immediate proximity of the human body. So your cell phone is in the immediate proximity of the human body, while you have these nanosensors in you. And I'm going to show you the next slide. Okay. All right. So I want to make this clear so people can understand this, because we know we've been told the COVID lie. It's a virus. It's coming to get you, right? So I'm in this again. If you want this paper, it's huge, and the last sentence is really going to shock you on it. So this is called Effect of Coronavirus Worldwide Through Misusing of Wireless Sensor Networks. Corona, hear me out, is a non-communicable sensor disease. Do you understand that? Non-communicable sensor disease.
Explain it so everybody's crystal clear.
Crystal clear. Okay, so since 1995, they have been getting little nanoparticulate sensors. They've gotten better over the years. Now they've gotten really good, and they call it things like smart dust, whatever. You eat your food, you take your vaccine. We can say the word vaccine now. So you take your vaccine, whatever, or you even go get lidocaine, Novocaine injections at the dentist. Go get an IV fluid. Go get a shot of something. Take your insulin, whatever. Nanotech can come in you. All right. So now I want to read this. Corona is that nanotech is sensors. Corona is a non-communicable sensor disease spreading worldwide through misusing a processed radio frequency. So far, higher authorities of health services are facing the undesirable escalating causes of coronavirus towards human beings as a scientific puzzle, comprehensive issue. And then it shows you this study is aiming to evaluate the maltreating of wireless sensor networks that affect individuals within the body.
So we're worried,
boundary
more worried
area.
about the sensors than our body. That's what it sounds like. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, you're gonna learn. This is where we're gonna get in with piezo in a minute. I want that's part of your body electric, your aura. Okay, so the study shows the effect of processed sensor nodes among individuals' body organs to compare the existing environments. The study illustrates all individuals suffer from sensor disease due to reflecting of wavered sensors at open eye sites with high-speed electromagnetic radio tracking systems. Did you all just hear that? Everybody suffers from sensor disease. Unless you live in the Amazon jungle, you've got a sensor in you. Okay? The overweight and obesity patients are sick from corona disease at less sensor time in a dark environment. Okay? Now, in lighter environments, they don't get as sick. Get your sunshine. What did they do when they said, oh, this bad thing's coming in 2020? What did they do? Stay inside. Don't go outside. Oh, you can't get light, right? So that was really, really important there. So the systemic awareness is essential for treatment with medical technological devices, but such consciousness is poorly recognized, and medication supports are still below par for the use of biosensors. The study suggests upcoming healthcare paths of a new dynamic alternative approach to promote global public health security concerning sensor health policy and Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. This is a real life research paper, and it is huge, guys. So you know, share my email address with your viewers, and you know, get it out, and they can ask me, Sterling, I'd like this slideshow, and I will get it out to them. Okay.
Is that ResearchGate? Is that where it's from?
Yeah, that's ResearchGate. Yeah, you can go
Okay.
into the link. It's a huge research paper, and it'll show you how they can make that. So you've got this, you've got RNA, ribonucleic acid, throughout your body, like your gut microbiome. Okay, and they can just turn on certain ones, and what? All of a sudden, you've got hemorrhagic fever. You know, I mean, it's no
That's
kidding.
what's just
Okay, guys?
mind-boggling.
Oh yeah,
That they don't
Oh, yeah.
need it. It's not like they need anything other than frequency to do this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I was afraid so. Okay, do you want the next slide or?
Next slide. Now I'm going to show you. You see these pictures here? Since where they can put them, they can put them in the eye. They put them through the vascular system. They put them in organs. This is called hacking our bioelectric field, our aura, guys, for health monitoring. Okay. Now, this is going to be where I'm going to start talking more about piezo protein that helps keep our body electric or aura going here. This article summarizes the recent advances in wireless batteryless implantable electronics for continuous physiological monitoring. The critical factors that affect the design of implantable electronics for biosensing tests. The recent progress of material research for developing various implantable devices is summarized. This article reviews various biomedical applications or implantable devices for human healthcare. The use of, you ready for this? Piezo-resistive sensors, which are 14 times smaller than capacitive ones. Okay, piezo-resistive sensors. And I'm going to tell you right there that piezo protein that I said is in the nerve cells, in your skin cells and the nerve receptors. Okay, right up in there is piezo protein, and it helps light up your bioelectric field, your aura, and to stop things from penetrating. Okay, now what this is basically tells you is that those sensors that they have in you now are so small, they're nanoparticulate. Nanoparticulate can get through your skin cell. They can get through your pores in your arm and go travel up into your body. Okay, all right. And guess what? They're sucking your loosh, your aura, to electrify them to be able to communicate with your body from a hospital or another research facility. Yes. Okay.
Wow, that's very
huge.
depressing. Yeah, and so
Well,
doctors are doctors, your general MD, are they aware of this?
There's doctors within hospitals that are aware of it. For instance, there was a couple of apps that I had on my phone when I got COVID and became a COVID long hauler, guys. It was pretty bad. And when I was doing bio feedback, and I was using different biofeedback machines on me, because I have a lot of friends that have biofeedback machines that kept on saying I was being hit with huge amounts of radiation. The radiation wouldn't come up, but it kept on. I was being hit with huge amounts of radiations, like you could see it turned on everywhere. So I was suggested to put a couple of apps on my phone, and like Wiggle Wi-Fi and a few others. And what we saw is, when I was in Shreveport, Louisiana, we saw, hey, a hospital 28 miles away was monitoring my body, was coming into my house. There were like 4 different hospitals coming in on me. So I asked a particular friend of mine who is very big in hospitals. He's now gone on his own into alternative healthcare to try to help people, and they've attacked him severely. And I asked him about CIA being in hospitals, and he said, "Oh yes." I asked him about medical bioengineers that are going to take the place of doctors, and doctors are going to only be there for stitching you, suturing you, this and that, and these medical medical bioengineers will be there, and then medical biometric nurses, biofield practitioners everywhere. They're going to be nurses, doctors, and engineers there. And they're just going to be sitting behind the computer, like you'll be able to telehealth with them. And they're going to be like, okay, well, we can see your sensors and we can see what's going on here and there and there. This is what we can do. Let me zap this or zap that. Now, we are all a worldwide huge human experiment. So when they turned on this, they can do this from cell towers, from cell phones, from computers. I mean, the technology is so far advanced, it's unbelievable.
Well, it's been given to them for deals that they made with extraterrestrials.
Yep.
So, okay. Now we can move to the next one, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Graphene oxide, hydrogel, and penetration of piezoelectric. So you can explain that. Okay.
All right. So, well, basically, I have 3 studies down here to show you. One's called The Growth of Porous Graphene Foam Film for Matter on cell.com. And then there's one called Graphene-Based Wearable Piezo-Resistive Physical Sensors on Science Direct, and bold nano composite conductors for electromagnetic interference shielding nano micro letters on Springer.com. Now, basically, it says the resulting 3D skeletons, such as aerogel, hydrogel, foam, and sponge, are more ideal for the use in compression scenarios because of the natural sheet-like and in-plane structures of graphene, such as piezo-resistive sensor, compressible EMI shielding armors rather than stretchable application. So additionally, for each of these application scenarios, graphene must be resilient, repeatable, and able to endure numerous cycles of compression release. Moreover, the mechanical properties of graphene aerogels are mainly controlled by the strong and robust sheet-to-sheet interfaces facilitating the efficient load transfer impacted by the inherent van der Waals forces between the layers. So basically, guys, this is one of the reasons why they wanted to hydrogel and graphene oxide everybody, okay? It's going to help these little nanocomposite conductors that are right now. It's going to help them communicate. They will have you tracked everywhere. Everywhere.
And you don't even have to have your cell phone on you.
Nope. You could be walking by somebody who just got got their full series of COVID jabs, okay? And they're the spy. They're the walking antenna. They can, unwittingly neuro hack and get into your aura, bust through your piezoelectric. Now that is declining, and piezoelectric is very important. You don't realize how important your biofield is. Piezoelectric alone prevents cancer. It prevents osteoporosis. It prevents so many things. There's been multiple slideshows that I share with people on every Sunday at 2 p.m. And to show people exactly how important piezo protein is. It helps make your aura, guys. And they're penetrating it.
That is what's so amazing to know that they have been setting us up basically for this full-time tracking ability, full-time ability to know everything about you. Like that, I'm thinking that this is also where people are having thoughts that are not their own, but that's a whole nother aspect.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Shall we? Are we ready for the next one?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and that is this one. Okay.
All right. So your body electric, right? Your biofield, which many of your viewers will understand is aura. Piezoelectricity is a property of certain materials that allow them to generate an electric charge in response to applied mechanical stress. In context of biology, that's the human body basically. Piezoelectric effects can be observed in various biological tissues such as bone, DNA, and various proteins. So,
okay.
Very important to know, right?
Yes. Who had any idea that this was happening? I mean, I remember warnings from years ago about smart dust. They're peppering us with smart dust, with not a whole lot of